we are doing very good in this program, but at the same time, there are very big learnings which can be taken up from other states, like state of Telangana, state of Odisha, state of Chhattisgarh, state of Rajasthan. They are doing very well in other aspects of the program. They have picked up a little late, but they are doing very good in many aspects. So we can learn from them. So we can offer some learning to them from our programming, how we are doing, how we are carrying out a big program like IMAM, which encompasses FSAM and CSAM together across the state. But at the same time, we can learn from them that what good practices they are carrying over, including having a special THR for the enhanced THR, which we call enhanced THR for the children with SAM. Telangana also goes beyond the SAM. They are also looking after MAM. So we have an opportunity to learn from other states, and that's the reason that we are here together. Also, we are trying to bring in more partners together. You must be knowing that there are very few partners who are working in this field. So we want you to also explore an area in this area of work, that how we can work together. It can be both the aspects, SAM and or IMAM encompasses preventive as well as therapeutic or treatment approach. So we need to look at how we can bridge the gap between the two, and we can bring these two things together. So that's the reason we are here, trying to bring everyone together here. Also, you know that state of MP is trying to also learn from other states with regards to other programs which are going on for the preventive aspect. So there are few areas which will be shared during the workshop about the way we can also prevent malnutrition going beyond nutrition specific interventions. So that also will be covered during the workshop. So now I invite Dr. Samir to take over and guide the forum. Dr. Samir, is it there? Dr. Samir, over to you. Thank you, Samir.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Samir, you are muted. Not audible. Can't
Hello,
hear.
can you hear me?
No, still not here.
So online people can hear me,
Still we
but
can't hear
I
you.
think
No, we can see your mouth moving, but we can't see hear you.
Yes, online all are hearing, but you cannot hear that. Dr. Samir, we are hear you.
yeah, I know, but
Still
I
can't
think
hear you, Samir. No.
Samir, your mic is on until this second.
Yes, everything is
Okay.
down.
समीर हेडफोन के कारण तो नहीं है? Samir, say something just to check.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Samir, now we can hear you, but very feeble voice.
I'm not Samir.
Just
I'm
hold on, Samir. Samir, can you say something now?
Can you hear me now?
No, earlier we were able to hear you. Samir, now?
Now?
No, no, can't hear you. There was a feeble voice before you plugged in this. Sorry, colleagues. Sorry for the technical glitch. We're just trying to fix it. Just 2 minutes.
Can you hear me? I am Ignoraj.
In the laptop.
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Samir, can you say something now?
Yes, I'm speaking. Can you hear
No,
me?
still we are not able to hear. आवाज आ रही है? नहीं तो प्रॉब्लम हमारे यहाँ पर है, मतलब उनके यहाँ पर प्रॉब्लम नहीं। अच्छा, वहां से नहीं आ रही है। समीर, वी कैन हियर very feeble that even I am not able to listen to you. Only the person who is standing next to the mic is able to hear you.
No, I'm shouting it in fact.
अच्छा, इसको रीस्ट नहीं तो सब लोग ब्लॉक हो जाएंगे। इनकी तरफ से प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, यहाँ से प्रॉब्लम है। अच्छा, हाँ, that's Samir, we are trying to log you in through a mobile. You can speak and we can see you on the screen. Hope nobody calls in between. इसको आपको कनेक्ट करना पड़ेगा। अच्छा, ऐसे। अच्छा, okay. आप इस पे बोल सकते हो और हम आपको स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं। ऐसा ट्राई कर रहे हैं फोन से कनेक्ट करने का। just check करते हैं it works. Just say hello अभी आपको स्पीकर पे लाना है। Say hello Samir.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, Samir. So we are trying this model. Thank you so much for the idea. There are technical experts here in the group who are guiding us. So you can.
Great.
Yes.
Can you switch on the camera there because I don't know who is sitting and who is there or who is not there. It feels like I'm speaking to a blind audience.
Samir, difficult to manage here because of the settings. You won't be able to see everyone now.
No. Just to see that there are people because I am feeling that it's a blind kind of. Yeah. Okay. Great. Thank you so much for inviting me to this, and many congratulations to MP team for hosting this with involvement of other states as well. I just have two, three points that I would like to make here. First of all, under Portion 2.0, there are 4 priorities outlined by Government of India, and all the states are working on those 4 priorities to strengthen programming under Portion 2.0. And one of the critical priorities under Portion 2.0 is managing children with severe acute malnutrition or severe wasting, as we call it. And that's something that becomes a priority for the nation. And in line with that, Ministry of Women and Child Development released a protocol for management of children with severe acute malnutrition sometime in the last 2 years. Well, states had already started some programming in these aspects, and I'm very glad that a lot of states have kind of a comprehensive package that is being delivered to these children with severe acute malnutrition through the community-based platforms. The package includes prevention intervention, package includes the treatment interventions, and also behavior change as integral part of it. States took different approaches, different delivery mechanisms, and different monitoring systems to deliver this package, and that's very interesting to learn from each other in terms of what they have achieved and what kind of challenges they face to achieve some of those desirable results. And hence, this consultation becomes an important part of learning process to strengthen programming in each of the states. Well, based on my experience, and I was also fortunate to work with the state government of MP and UNICEF MP, where it was taken on a very big scale across the state, reaching out to lakhs of children through the existing system. And based on those learnings and experiences, I'm kind of making 2-3 points which will help to improve the program further. One of the most critical part is really ensuring the delivery of a whole package and not really, single 1 or 2 interventions under that package. So ensuring that the whole package is delivered to the children and ensuring that the children and family comply to the recommendations under that package, and especially on food and kind of supplements that are provided through this program. It would be apt for states to really look at improving the feeding part of it and the foods that are being provided to these children with malnutrition. How can we really enhance, strengthen using locally available solutions to get better desired outcomes? Number 2, how can we have effective linkages between facility and community-based management? Because there has to be a seamless transition between children who are discharged from the NRCs and enter into the community-based program to achieve the full recovery by the end of the 3 or 4 months period that the states are implementing the program for. Number 3, Ministry of WCD protocol also mandates to include moderate wasting or children with moderate wasting as part of the program to really ensure that they do not slip into severe wasting, and that will also help in reducing overall wasting. So get moderately wasted children into the program. As of now, Telangana and MP do have kind of a specific mention of treating these or tracking these children with moderate wasting. Other states could also learn from it and take it forward and expand their own protocol and guideline to include them as well. Number 4, which is very, very critical, is including infants under 6 months, which is another area where you see a lot of early growth faltering happening. And 2/3 of these infants become wasted or severe wasted at the age of 1 year or 2 years. So if we have to really reduce wasting at the age of 1 or 2 years, we have to tackle these infants who are at risk of poor growth and development in the first 6 months of life. Going beyond only underweight or wasted children in the under 6 months, but also looking at other risk factors that these infants face. So having a comprehensive kind of an approach or a response for under 6 months is critical to reduce wasting in future. And of course, as I joined, Pushpa was talking about prevention. Prevention remains a critical pillar, and especially growth monitoring and other prevention interventions for all children, not really for wasted or severe wasted, but all children remains a big priority to prevent wasting in the first place. And in the whole process, how do we involve community? Community engagement has been a little limited in terms of understanding of the community of these issues, understanding of the communities of the services that are available, and how to really deliver them with quality on ground is something that should be a priority going forward. So in summary, I would say 4 points. 1, ensure delivery and compliance to the whole package, not really few individual services. Look at improving the food part of it to strengthen further nutrient density. linkage between facility and community-based management, including moderate or MAM children, strengthening under 6 months component, and overall community engagement for prevention intervention. These are 5 kind of way forward that we can adopt to improve outcomes further. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Samir. Thank you for pitching in and guiding the group on the way forward for the state of MP and as well as the other states who are linked to the meeting through online platform. We also have now Swarnima ji with us. Swarnima ji is the Joint Director at DWCD, and she will be there for the entire day with us for brainstorming during the day on the how we can improve on community-based management of severe acute malnutrition in MP, and also other states can learn from each other. So over to you, Manisha. Thank you.
A very warm welcome, you, ma'am. I would now like to invite our guest of honor for the event, Mrs. Swarnima Shukla, Joint Director WCD, to highlight the best practices and efforts of MP government to curb malnutrition in the state. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning, everybody. I am thankful to the organizer, first of all, for organizing this event, which is related to the treatment of the severe acute malnutrition, especially the CSM program, which is very much needed in the community. Just because this is what we feel after working for so many years, that this is the most important intervention where community is involved in the treatment of the SAM children to finally curb off the malnutrition, especially the wasting, which this is dealing with. I'll talk to you about the interventions which we are making in Madhya Pradesh, especially under the name of the scheme Mukhyamantri Bal Arogya Samvardhan Karyakram. Actually, Mukhyamantri Bal Arogya Samvardhan Karyakram is integrated management of acute malnutrition. Next. Slide. Good morning, Dr. Samir. Happy to see you there. This is the nutrition situation MP. Dr. Samir has worked with us on this from the starting on the IMM, and I'm also thankful to AIMS and the UNICEF for the support for this IMM strategy which we have developed in the Madhya Pradesh. This is the nutrition situation in Madhya Pradesh. Everybody is aware about the data with the MPs having and overall the country is having. So the slide shows the data of NFHS 3, NFHS 4 and NFHS 5. There is not very major change in the status of malnutrition. That though there is improvement, it is very slow improvement. As we see from 3 to 5, just a journey from 2005, and we are in the 2021, and the NFHS 5 was done in 5. So what is needed? We need some concentrated, focused approach with which we can deal with the situation, and we can get the result well, some way faster than what we are having earlier. So the department thought of the integrated management of acute malnourished children, and what was our purpose? Reduction in underweight and wasting about 45% of the existing, and stunting by 29% over the past 15 years. This is the situation. Still, the Madhya Pradesh has about 12 to 13 lakhs children under 5, who are acute malnourished or wasted at a time. This is the figure, 12 to 13 lakhs. Maybe the children are more and we are not able to identify all children, but minimum we have 12 to 13 lakh children, those who we have to treat. And it is a big challenge. It is a big challenge to bring about the whole behavior change of the society and the community as a large and the family. So why Basque is needed? Why? What was the need? So it is mentioned there to focus on the SAM children as they are more likely to add to the mortality. So we thought of Basque to focus on the MAM children and low birth weight children and high risk pregnant women as a preventive strategy to break vicious cycle of malnutrition. Previously, we all were focusing on SAM. The SAM was a target. Then we thought, why not to prevent the child from going to the SAM? So just focus on the MAM also, so that the child does not slip to the MAM. So in this integrated strategy, we have started focusing on MAM and also the low birth weight children who are more prone to add to the SAM figure of the state, and also the HRPW mothers as preventive strategy. To focus on community-based management for the SAM children, strengthening family and community to take care of the SAM children, to build nutritional governance at community level. This was very much important, just because treating some children at some facility and then sending the child back to the home was not enough. What was needed is to make the community at a large to make aware about the nutritional status and to own the nutritional need of that particular village where the local level governance is there. So what we wanted, we want to have the nutritional governance at the village level, at the community level, where besides the financial management and the road management, they are also responsible and to own and to also understand this nutritional governance, which is a new terminology. To focus on institution and community-based management at the same time. So these were the reasons why Basque was needed. Now the state nutrition policy. Madhya Pradesh has issued state nutrition policy in 2020 for 10 years, that is for the 2020-30. And in that state nutritional policy, there is a provision of the IMM approach, on intergenerational cycle of malnutrition, to ensure health and nutritional services to high-risk pregnant women, low birth weight children, and the wasting children. The program focuses on malnutrition, securing sustainable prevention. This is the most important point. Prevention and recovery, thus ensuring and establishing adequate services for preventing and treating children with acute malnutrition where needed. So our IMM strategy is both preventive and curative. That was the new thing which we have added. Earlier, we were focusing on the curative part, taking the children to the NRC and then taking care at the NRC level. So what is IMM strategy? Promoting maternal nutrition, just because we are also addressing the low birth weight babies. We are also focusing on the HRPW. So what is needed to promote on the maternal nutrition? So promoting maternal nutrition, IVCN, growth monitoring, just for identification, timely identification, referral to the services for treatment of severe and moderate acute malnutrition where services are available, supplementation, dietary diversification. We all are aware of the terminology and also why it is required. Immunization, optimal hygiene and sanitation. What was our purpose? Our purpose was to focus on nutrition sensitive issues, indicators also along with the nutrition specific, just because we wanted to address the thing in a holistic way in spite of only curative part. So overall, we have addressed the both sensitive and specific nutrition indicators. Ensuring water and food security by promoting locally available, diverse, traditional, uncultivated food and other enabling factors by intersectoral coordination. I would like to share that under Poshan Abhiyan, we have made the village level malnutrition strategy, village level action plan for a particular village, like the way we make the plan for the state or for the district. But then we made a plan for the particular village. How many children are there? What are the facilities? How they are to be treated? What facilities are to be given? With what government facilities the family is to be linked to support the family as a whole. There were different type of things. We made a village action plan. And then implementing community-based program for SAM and MAM children. That is early identification. Identify them as early as possible. For that, we have made from 11th to 20th of every month. That is a 10 days strategy of the state. And the good part is just to have more children identified in a more realistic way, in a more correct way. We have focused that only 20% of children, 15 to 20% of children should be weighed or identified in a single day, so that there is much pressure on the worker and she is able to do her work more smartly, more meticulously, and more correctly, just because a small number of children daily she has to identify. Otherwise, when there are 2-3 days are given, she'll identify 50 children in a week. She'll plot somewhere. So this was the situation. So we have devised this system of 10 days growth monitoring in a year on a fixed day, so that everybody from the state to the village is aware of that these are the days for the growth monitoring and identification of the children. Prevent children with moderate acute malnutrition. I have talked about it. Next. What was our strategy? As I have said earlier, we had a two-pronged strategy. One was curative approach and one was preventive approach. As I have said earlier, curative approach was already there. Then you have to wait for the child to be SAM and then cure it. Right? So what we tried, we wanted to prevent the child to get into the same category. So we have devised a preventive approach. Next. Next. Curative approach. We all are very well aware of the curative approach, that is mainly through the nutrition rehabilitation centers. That is treatment and nutritional management of SAM and MAM children as per the prescribed protocols. Active monthly screening by Anganwadi worker with support of family. Assessment of medical complication or identified SAM by ANM at the village health sanitation nutrition day. So we have also used the platform of immunization day generally, which is VHSND, as a platform where the family is there, where the ANM is there, and the child, identified child is then assessed by the ANM. Based on the medical complication and appetite test results, SAM children were referred to the NRC to manage at the community level. Whether the child required treatment at the community level or where the child comes under the purview of the NRC, according to that, the child was referred either to the NRC or to the community-based management. Then there was follow-up of the children after discharge from the NRC facility. There were two things. The SAM child, which was treated at the community level, there was a follow-up 12 weeks. And also the child who was sent, who returned from the NRC, was again taken into the follow-up, so that the child is in the radar of the WCT department for a longer time. Provision of nutritional counseling to the family to strengthen them for management of SAM children at community level. This is still very much needed. We still need to strengthen this part, nutritional counseling of the family, just because it is a family who looks after the child for the more time than we look after. So we had few interventions like the Poshan Vatika at the Anganwadi centers. Then we have the concept of Poshan Matka. The Poshan Matka was a concept where matka was kept there and on a particular day, and those in the villages who have vegetables in excess, or those who have agricultural farmers, they used to donate something to Anganwadi centers, and that grain or the vegetable was distributed among the family of the SAM children. So this was the approach of Poshan Matka. So that Poshan Matka created much awareness about how many types of local things are available in what season at the same time, and how they are to be used by the family. So this was the good part of the Poshan Matka, which we have which was our intervention. And also it was an innovation which took part, matlab it got place in some of the paper of the WCD ministry also. The preventive part, this is very important, the preventive approach. Health checkups of all the MAM children with the help of health department. Actually, the MAM children and normal children are always out of the screening system, were always out of the screening system. We were not aware of where the MAM children lies, either at the either as the boundary line of that SAM or MAM, or somewhere on the upper side of the MAM or the normal category, the Z score and all, matlab where was the child. So the health checkup of all the MAM children with the health department help us to identify the matlab among the MAM also we were able to identify who are the MAM among these MAM who can slip easily into the SAM category. This was the good part of it, that and we were able to target those MAM children first on a priority basis for preventing them from slipping into the MAM category. Then the home visits of low birth weight babies during first 6 months under the HBYC and HBNC provide special care. Though this is the in the mandate of the Asha worker at the village, then the Anganwadi worker had been doing all this for the low birth weight babies, as we wanted to prevent them under the preventive part. Extra care and nutritional management of identified HRPW. I have discussed about this earlier. Creating enabling environment for prompt referral. This was very much required and very much important, because parents are not comfortable, or they don't understand the meaning of the prompt referral. Why child is to be sent to the NRC as early as possible, because until and unless child is not on the bed, not able to walk, they don't think that in the village level that the child is very much severe and the child immediately needs some sort of counseling. Otherwise, the condition of the child will deteriorate. They are not aware of all this. So the prompt referral was very much important. Treatment and follow-up of malnourished children. Next. The process of nutrition management under Mukhyamantri Bal Arogya Samvardhan was, first of all, there was screening by Anganwadi worker, weight, height, edema every month, identify children with SAM at the Anganwadi center level between the 11th and 20th of every month. That was the screening. Then again, on the immunization days, which are village health, sanitation and nutrition days, ANM to verify the children, those the children who were identified as SAM by the Anganwadi worker, they were to be verified by the ANM, and then to conduct medical checkup of that children. And then to take a decision whether a child is referred to the NRC or child is to be treated at the CSAM in the village community itself. Then enroll the children in CSAM program and record in the CSAM register. Provide medicine and prescribed food, THR, etc. Then there was CSAM session for the 12 weeks. Anthropometry, weight weekly and height monthly. Then look for any medical complication during that time. Distribute amount of food, THR, record. Keep the record of the children in the CSAM register. You just make a history. Discharge if the achieved target weight in what the CM protocol has. Discharge the child when the child has attained the target weight. And then again after the three months weekly follow-up, then 12 weeks weekly follow-up, then there were monthly follow-up for 3 months. So the child is in radar of the department for the 6 months lagatar. 3 months, there were weekly follow-ups, 12, then the 3 months earlier. The purpose was to track as far as possible, from where we are satisfied, then now the child will not slip back into the SAM category. Next. Everybody is aware of the 10 steps of the management. First was monthly screening, then appetite test done at the Anganwadi center, then health checkup during the immunization day of VHSND, then referral to the NRC or to the CSAM program enrollment. Then the nutritional management of SAM children through fortification of the food with locally available resources. I have talked earlier about the Poshan Matka intervention or innovation, which we did to enrich it. Then to provide essential and routine medicine to SAM and MAM children for the community-based management. We have focused too much. We have tried our best to make the mothers and the family and the Anganwadi workers aware about the role of antibiotic which we provide during this CSAM program. What is the role of the antibiotic amoxicillin? Why amoxicillin is to be given is to the child to prevent from the primary complexes. So we focused a lot so that the child is getting antibiotic and other medicines like the multivitamin, iron syrup and everything. But we focus more on the antibiotic, that is amoxicillin, because even our Anganwadi workers were not aware of what is the importance of providing antibiotic for 5 days to the children. Education on nutrition, health and hygiene to families of SAM and MAM children. Weekly follow-up SAM and MAM and to update their families about the weight gain, discharge of SAM children and MAM children, and then the monthly follow-up. These are the 10 steps. Next. We also get very good support from the health department. We had regular meetings with the health department at the state level and also at the district level to provide medicines for the CSAM at the Anganwadi center level, and health department also helped us a lot in that. Data from the Anganwadi center to the dashboard. So few things here. One thing which is shown here is Bal Poshan Pragati Patrak. Bal Poshan Pragati Patrak is a card sort of thing. Tarkeshwar, lekar aayo Bal Poshan Pragati Patrak. Achha. So the Anganwadi worker used to make all entries in the Bal Poshan Pragati. It is some sort of a growth chart type of thing, a 2-pager sort of growth chart type of thing. So Anganwadi used to, there is Bal Poshan Pragati Patrak. Okay. This is the Bal Poshan Pragati Patrak, in which Anganwadi worker used to write everything regarding the history of that child. And from the Bal Poshan Pragati Patrak, all the data is to be fed in the Sampark app. We have developed an IMM module on the Sampark application in the MIS system of the department, where all children are tracked name-wise. Previously, what we had, we used to have children in number, like MP is having 90,000 SAM children previously, but we were not knowing from the state level who are these 90,000. We were talking in numbers only. Now, when we have developed the software for this application, for this Android-based application, Sampark app, we are able to know who are these 60,000, where all these 60,000 children are residing, what is the status of these children weekly, and how the child is improving. So we have all information about the child which is required to monitor the child on this application. So the data flows into the Sampark application. And there is a dashboard. There is dashboard. So the logins are given to CDPO, DPO, the state level officer, and also to the collector of the district, so that they can see the position of the district. And they will report on various indicators. For the training part also, we have developed this reference book for the IMM program. We have provided this book to all the ASHA, ANMs, Anganwadi workers, health supervisors, and the WCD supervisors, with the purpose that everybody is well aware about the IMM protocol, what medicine is to be given, what are the 10 steps, how child is to be treated, what type of food is to be given. And we had a robust continuous training on this booklet. We have read this book through the Zoom almost with all the Anganwadi workers, just to make them aware and also to show them the importance of the book, so that the value of this book can be our input. So this is the dashboard, data flow from Anganwadi to dashboard. Next. I would also like to share that when we started this program, almost on a regular basis, twice in a week, we used to have the Zoom meeting with different districts regular. For 4 to 5 months, we were in continuous training part of this program. So what are the results on the MMR from September 2020 to September 2023, the 3 years? We have total 2,74,281 children enrolled in the SAM children's enrolled, and 2,22,480, that is 81%. 81% of children, SAM children, came to the normal nutritional status, which is a good achievement. And SAM to MEM nutritional status, it was 9.7%. MAM enrolled children were 27,000, and 8 lakhs came to the normal status, that is 90%. So the recovery from SAM to normal was 81%, and recovery from MEM to normal was 90%, which was far greater than the data of the NFHS, which we described in first one, from 3 to 5, our journey from NFHS 3 to NFHS 5, and our journey from September 20 to September 23. So this is the difference, what this program, what this intervention has made. Next. Few experiences. Case-wise tracking of each SAM child is being done so far for the nutritional status and is still continuous. So the community and home-based care approach, SAM children without medical complication and children discharged from NRC are effectively followed. This is very important because the children who are not having medical complication are not given attention. But under this program, SAM children without medical complication are given importance, and the children who are discharged from NRC are also effectively followed for the better nutritional management. COVID-19 pandemic health and nutrition management, SAM children was done. Even in the COVID protocol, we were able to do the nutritional management of SAM and MAM children was done with the help of family members and community. We don't find during the COVID phase, we don't find any increase in the number of the SAM children during the COVID time. This was a big achievement. And their counseling and regular follow-up of these children. Linking families of SAM children, especially the marginalized, with different government schemes. Prevention of severe forms of malnutrition and breaking the intergeneration cycle of malnutrition. A comprehensive community awareness Jan Andolan is being rolled out. So these are our experiences of the Mukhyamantri Bal Arogya Samvardhan Karyakram. Still we have a long way to go. Still we need to improvise a program. Still we need to strengthen the protocol. Still we need to institutionalize the protocol and everything. But this is what we have achieved till now. We have to work more on the quality and also on the quantity to have a far better result, just to achieve the goal of our state nutrition policy, which is to make, which has a goal to minimize the level of malnutrition in the state by the end of 2030. So still a long way to go, but this is a small road which we have traveled. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable insights. We are very, very grateful to have your presence. Are there any questions from the audience? We can take a few questions. From the... Yeah. So we do not have any questions from the online audience. Can I request? Is there any question from this audience? Yeah, please.
From the maternal health background, ma'am talked about nutritional management of HRPW, breaking intergenerational cycle. So ma'am, if you can throw some light on that, what are the interventions that were carried out under that initiative? Yeah. So ma'am, you mentioned about the nutritional management of HRPW. So if you can throw some light on that, what were the interventions done under that initiative?
Yes. Actually, what HRPW requires. HRPW को नीड किस बात का होता है? आप HRPW के बारे में पूछ रहे हो ना? HRPW को नीड होता है कि उस टाइमली हेल्थ चेकअप हो, पता रहे through the medical, मतलब what we focused on checkup of HRPW by a medical officer normally, which is not done. उसको ANM या कोई देखेगा, मेडिकल जब मेडिकल ऑफिसर का देखने से उसका जो बेहतर एक सिचुएशन होता है वो पता लग जाता है। तो सबसे मेन उस HRP मदर का मेडिकल ऑफिसर से ट्रीटमेंट, देन उस HRP मदर का इफ रिक्वायर्ड ब्लड ट्रांसफ्यूजन और एनीथिंग और द आयरन जो उनको ट्रांसफ्यूज, उस सबको हम लोगों ने इंश्योर किया, वी हैव अ नंबर ऑफ दैट। उन सारी मदर्स का HB अगर कम है सारी, उन सबका पूरा फुल ट्रीटमेंट कराना। देन उस मदर का जितने भी उसको आयरन कैल्शियम के डोजेस लेना उस पर पूरा फोकस करना। उसका जो ड्यू डेट आ रहा है उसके आसपास अगर उसको ट्रांसपोर्टेशन का फैसिलिटी चाहिए तो वहां पर लोकल जो गांव का सरपंच है या लोग हैं उनके थ्रू वो पूरा अलर्ट मोड में रखना कि अगर इसको इमरजेंसी नीड होगा तो क्या करना। देन उसकी फैमिली को काउंसिल करना कि उसको रेस्ट की भी जरूरत होती है, उसको फूड की भी जरूरत होती है, उसको क्या क्या फूड खाना है। साथ ही
उनका
तो आंगनबाड़ी सेंटर पर उस महीने की उतना डोजेस सबसे पहले अवेलेबल होना चाहिए जो उन बच्चों को दिया जाएगा। अब प्राइस देंगे 2 ml देंगे, आपको एक व्हाट्सएप को कैलकुलेशन सिंपल पता है कि कितना आपको लगेगा। उसके बाद राजगढ़ जिले में हमने अपना वो किया था जहाँ पर एक रजिस्टर मेंटेन किया था कि सारे बच्चों को आयरन स्टैगर्ड दो, और जो बच्चे नहीं आ पा रहे उनके घर पर स्पेशली बोलकर उनको ट्यूसडे को बुलवाओ और फ्राइडे को बुलवाओ, उनको बताओ कि ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है और इसको नहीं लेने से बच्चे को क्या क्या हो सकता है। तो हमको लोगों को अवेयर करना पड़ेगा अबाउट द इम्पोर्टेंस ऑफ आयरन फॉलिक एसिड। सबको पता है कि जब तक बच्चा बहुत ज्यादा बीमार न गिर गया तो हमारे जब तो रूरल कम्युनिटी में बिल्कुल ट्राइबल में लोग बहुत चिंतित नहीं होते बच्चों को लेकर, और आयरन ऐसी चीज है कि इनिशियल फेज में किसी को समझ में नहीं आता कि ये बच्चा एनीमिक हो चुका है, इसको कोई बहुत खास ट्रीटमेंट की जरूरत है। बट वी पीपल जिनको उसको पता है कि हमको कि आगे चलकर भी कहाँ जाना है, आगे बढ़ा के लोगों को एडजस्ट नहीं हो रहा है, तो हम लोगों का स्ट्रैटेजी यही हुआ कि हमारे आंगनबाड़ी के जितने बच्चे दर्द में दोज हु आर कमिंग टू द आंगनबाड़ी and also those below here who are not coming to the आंगनबाड़ी सेंटर, इन बच्चों का लाइन लिस्टिंग हमारे पास है। ताकि अपन ने इसको उसमें भी डाले हैं संपर्क करके अपन ने आयरन पॉलिसी डिजाइन किया ना अपने बॉक्स में। मेडिसिन की अवेलेबिलिटी को लेकर हम लोगों ने अपने सॉफ्टवेयर में उस चीज को ऐड किया है और अभी 10 एसेंशियल मेडिसिन है उसको डाला है, उसको हम लोगों ने डाला, उसका मॉनिटरिंग है। देन अपन उसमें पोषण ट्रैकर को पोषण ट्रैकर पे बच्चों का है तो जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का एक नया पोषण ट्रैकर ऐप जिसके लिए हमने कॉन्टिनेंट स्टेट बिकॉज इट इज अ न्यू ऐप, बट ये पूरा नामजद बच्चा है, पूरे इंडिया के बच्चों का पोषण ट्रैकर एप्लीकेशन पर एक वाइज पूरा डिटेल है, हर चाइल्ड का प्रोफाइल है। तो हम लोग अब अपना मुझे लगता है आज से हमारा वो शुरू हो रहा है ऑन डिफरेंट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग्स। जो पोषण ट्रैकर एन नंबर ऑफ एंट्रीज है, बट वी आर फोकसिंग ऑन फ्यू वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट से 10 to 15 एंट्रीज जिसको हम चाहते हैं कि 100% हमेशा हो। उसके लिए हमने इसको भी रखा है कि जिनके बच्चों को आयरन फॉलिक एसिड दे उन सब बच्चों के आगे वो टिक लगाए। दैट इज द वे ऑफ एंश्योरिंग कि इतने बच्चों को आयरन फॉलिक एसिड मिल गया। नामजद हमें पता है कि इतने बच्चों को आयरन फॉलिक एसिड मिला है। दिस इज व्हाट वी डू। और मैं तो अगर एक चीज और बोलूंगी, फ्रॉम द हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट यू आर लुकिंग अप द एनीमिया। मैं मतलब कंबे में मैसेज हम चाहते हैं कि आप लोग हमारे साथ बैठे हैं, इस पर रेगुलरली एक मॉनिटरिंग करके बात करें कि हम इसको एंश्योर कैसे कर सके कि हमारे 100% फर्टिलिटी इट इज अ कॉज ऑफ कंसर्न आल्सो फ्रॉम द डिपार्टमेंट जस्ट बिकॉज़ द एनीमिया एड टू माय एंड अंडरवेट। सो तो इसके लिए हम लोग बैठकर कैसे बात करते थे, मुझे लगता है पहले जो हमारे कुछ कंसल्टेंट्स थे हम लोग बहुत बैठते थे एनीमिया पर, मेरे ऑफिस भी आते थे, मानसी भी हम लोग घंटों बात करते थे। प्रतिभा जी इज अवेयर ऑफ, मानसी इज अवेयर ऑफ। मुझे लगता है हमने पिछले मतलब 2 साल पहले 8 महीने तक इस पे हर हफ्ते बात की एनीमिया के बारे में रेगुलर। आपके यहाँ कोई डॉक्टर पहले थी तो आती थी, डॉक्टर शिखा, मुझे नाम याद नहीं है मेरे ऑफिस में, हम लोग उस पर लंबे समय तक बात करते थे कि हम ये कैसे इंश्योर करें कि सारे बच्चों को आयरन फिर वो बीच में हमारा थोड़ा स्लो डाउन हो गया वो मीटिंग। अगर कुछ चलता होता तो शायद ऑलमोस्ट ए क्वेश्चन का हमारे पास इतना नीड नहीं होता, बट वी वांट टू वर्क ऑन दैट। So you please come, you sit with us, you sit with us, consultant. Let us find out the common way how to ensure 100% iron.
Yeah, just a second. Dr. Manju Yadav, Deputy Director ICDS Rajasthan, has taken her hand. Ma'am, you can please switch on your mics if there is any question from your side. I request the online participants, please switch on your mic. When you are asked to please switch on your mic and please raise your question.
Namaskar, myself Dr. Manju from Rajasthan. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
मेरा एक सवाल है। स्वर्णिमा जी का प्रेजेंटेशन बहुत अच्छा था। इन्होंने अभी बताया कि हम पोषण ट्रैकर के डेटा को संपर्क ऐप पर कैप्चर कर रहे हैं, तो मैं ये जानना चाह रही थी क्या ये एनआईसी का प्लेटफॉर्म है, डू इट के साथ में बनाए या क्या इस अलग से ही इस ऐप को डिजाइन किया गया है?
जो पोषण ट्रैकर का डेटा है हम एपीआई के थ्रू भारत सरकार से लेते हैं। हर मंथ 6 से ही भारत सरकार सेटअप को रिलीज करती है एवरी मंथ जो डेट उनका फिक्स है। हम एपीआई के थ्रू सारा डेटा लेकर के फिर बच्चों का पोषण ट्रैकर में एक चाइल्ड यूनिक आईडी है, तो हर मंथ हम उस डेटा का चाइल्ड यूनिक आईडी के साथ में मैच करते हैं और जो बच्चे उसमें हमको नए मिलते हैं जिस भी मंथ में, हम उस पूरे बच्चों की लिस्ट को, अब चूंकि संपर्क एप्लीकेशन हमारा अपना बैकएंड पर है, डिपार्टमेंट का ओन है और स्टेट लेवल का अपना एप्लीकेशन है, तो हम एक से लिया हुआ सारा जो डेटा है हमारा, बच्चे का वेट, बच्चे की हाइट, बच्चे का न्यूट्रिशनल स्टेटस, ये सारा डेटा हम बैकएंड से अपने संपर्क एप्लीकेशन पे ले लेते हैं। एंड जैसे हम संपर्क एप्लीकेशन पे इसको पोस्ट करते हैं, ये एक एक वर्कर को उसके एरिया वाइज पूरा डेटा देखने लग जाता है, और फिर वर्कर के पास में इंस्ट्रक्शन होता है कि एक बार वापस उसको वेरीफाई कर ले, मे भी क्वेश्चन ट्रैकर में उससे गलत एंट्री हुई हो, और गलत एंट्री के कारण बच्चा सैम मैम की जगह सैम दिख रहा हो या मैं सैम की जगह मैम दिख रहा हो, तो वो उसको वहाँ करेक्ट करती है। दैट्स अगेन जो हमारा पूरा क्वेश्चन संपर्क एप्लीकेशन का प्रोटोकॉल है सीसैन का, उसको फॉलो करते हुए बच्चे का ट्रीटमेंट सपोर्ट। मैम आप क्लियर हो पाए आंसर करें?
Dr. Manju, are you satisfied with the answer? आप म्यूट पे हैं।
जी जी, धन्यवाद।
Okay, thank you. Good morning, ma'am. मैं डॉक्टर विजयलक्ष्मी अंतरा फाउंडेशन से हूँ। तो 8 डिस्ट्रिक्ट में एक्चुअली मैडम ने काम किया। कोरेला में हमने 2023 में पायलट स्टार्ट किया था बाहर ब्लॉक में, जबकि जो अर्ली आइडेंटिफिकेशन ऑफ द आइडेंटिफिकेशन ऑफ द सैम चिल्ड्रन और मैम की हम बात कर रहे थे, तो उसमें लगभग 48 चिल्ड्रन ट्रिपल ए जो आशा आईएनए आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर्स असाइनमेंट सीएजओ के साथ मिलकर हमने आइडेंटिफाई किया, और साथ में कम्युनिटी लेवल पे ही उसका ट्रीटमेंट कराया गया था। तो अभी हम लोग चाहते हैं कि ओवरऑल जो 5 डिस्ट्रिक्ट में ब्लॉक में काम कर रहे हैं, वहाँ पर उसको काम करने के लिए डिस्ट्रिक्ट और ब्लॉक के जो ऑफिसर हैं उनसे बात हो चुकी है। तो उसमें थोड़ा सा मुझे आपका सजेशन चाहिए, इसमें पंचायती राज डिपार्टमेंट को कैसे एंगेज करने जा सकता था ताकि और अच्छा रिजल्ट इसमें। इसको जो लोकल लेवल पे लोकल सेल्फ गवर्नमेंट है, डिपेंड है सरपंच है, पंच और इसको करके जो हमारे जिसमें न्यूट्रिशनल गवर्नेंस में एक आपका एस्टैब्लिश प्रोसेस है। और जब आप ग्रोथ मॉनिटरिंग कर रहे हैं तो लाइक उनके सामने करिए, उनको भी समझ है कि हम लोग कैसे लंबाई लेते, क्या लेते, क्या करते। हम लोग करके शायद अपने कम्युनिटी ग्रोथ चार्ट दिया है ना सैमन वाले,
कम्युनिटी ग्रोथ
दिया है कम्युनिटी ग्रोथ चार्ट दिया, व्हिच इज अ वेरी गुड टूल जिसको आप कम्युनिटी में यूज करके यू कैन मेक देम अवेयर अबाउट द स्टेटस ऑफ द। हर किसी को क्यूरियोसिटी होती है कि मेरे बच्चे का भी यहाँ था, तो आपको बच्चा कहाँ जा रहा है, तो जब वो उसके लिए अवेयर होगा, मुझे लगता है कि एक बार पता लग गया कि क्योंकि malnutrition ऐसी चीज एकदम से छिपता नहीं लगता, तो एकदम बच्चा आपका सैम एकदम वो सोमालिया टाइप का बच्चा ना हो तो समझ नहीं पाते हैं, लेकिन जब हम और पता लगे
वॉइस इज नॉट ऑडिबल प्लीज,
बहुत सैम में बच्चा की मदद ना करे। रीजन इज the reason is they are not able to identify the initial phases of SAM. So this community growth chart is to make people aware. जब वो पता लगेगा तो उसको समझेंगे भी, फिर लोकल लेवल पर उसके डाइट से लेकर सारी चीज पर एएनएम भी आ रही है इंडिया ने गांव में, आयरन फॉलिक एसिड भी देंगे, सारी चीजें ऑटोमेटिक फिर उसको स्ट्रीमलाइन होने लगेंगी। बस आप कम्युनिटी को इन्वॉल्व कर लेंगे, कम्युनिटी ग्रोथ चार्ट, और आप जब भी इस ग्रोथ मॉनिटरिंग के प्रोसेस पे करें तो लोकल पंच होगा, सरपंच होगा, किसी को भी आप बुला लीजिए, उनके सामने उस चीज को प्रोसेस को करिए, तो इससे मुझे लगता है कि बहुत अच्छा हम लोगों को उनका सहयोग भी मिलेगा। हम लोग जो फाइनली चाहते हैं कि कम्युनिटी ओन करे अपनी चीजों को, तो फिर वो भी शुरू हो जाएगा।
One suggestion, can we call a meeting after this conference is over, sometime, some days after some days, where all those who are working in this field can come
share
together in
experience,
community, and then let's start divide the strategy how they can support.
Yes, yes, very good. We used to do this earlier. Very well.
We can also start a lot of experiences around nutrition governance also. Like what Madam is just mentioning, in Madhya Pradesh, I think in last 3-4 years, there has been a lot of awareness on this very innovative nutrition and governance aspect. As Madam has expressed, during the state nutrition policy, this was one of the chapters, very well written and, kind of guiding the CSOs particularly to create, models of excellence for nutrition and governance. So I also agree with this idea that we need to have more sharing, and also, as Swarnima Madam has already mentioned, Madhya Pradesh has this very good coordination kind of a system, which we need to revive again. Just one experience I want to share in when Food and Welfare is supported in the 4 districts of Madhya Pradesh, this nutrition governance, and we could actually involve Gram Panchayats to do nutrition sensitive micro planning. So we are trying to document that also.
That is the village action, that comes under the village action plans. And also, I like to what you were saying, there is something also sort of social audit sort of thing, when the community and the beneficiary, parent, family of the beneficiary, we have something, I mean, what we really want is to demand कर रहे, वो खुद ही monitor करने को about their own rights. So हमको community से involve करने का हमारा जो major goal है, वो achieve हो जाता है. वो achieve होगा, तो हमारे सबके काम automatic कम हो जाएंगे. मतलब जो हमारा टारगेट है कि सेल्फ सस्टेन कम्युनिटी होना चाहिए. चाहे इनिशियल अगर पार्टी अगर हम शुरू में रास्ता कहीं जाकर तो खत्म भी हो जाए.
We will have 2 to 3 quick questions as ma'am has to leave. Hi, everybody. I'm Dr. Sarita Kamlesh. I'm an urban health specialist, so I make a lot of visits to urban facilities, especially in urban slums. And you have made a really insightful presentation. And also, I just wanted to bring the forward that remission rates of the SAM and MAM children are very high, especially in urban slums. So I was hoping that this could be factored in somewhere within the program and taken up in the discussion. Because we are trying to teach the community how to not let these children fall back into SAM and MAM so that we can avoid it. But remission rates have been largely, I wouldn't say not looked at, but probably overlooked because there are so many complementary factors related to SAM. So probably we can include that in the software or follow-up on because WCD bolsters the nutrition component more than the health. Because it starts a little, we look at HRP, but also lesser of nutrition, but WCD does a lot of work and like a lot of good work. So that's why I think can be. Thank you.
I'm Ansi Checker, I'm from Nutrition International. मेरा question is on data release. 7 lakh is what. I just wanted to ask you कोई specific district जहाँ पर ज़्यादा बच्चे मतलब जहाँ पे pockets है जहाँ पर ज़्यादा SAM बच्चे मिले जहाँ पर ज़्यादा ध्यान देने की ज़रूरत है. Because all of us are working in different interventions and different geographies. Maybe this question I जब हम further repeat करेंगे we can dwell on it. But अगर कोई specific 10-15 districts हैं जहाँ पर बच्चों की संख्या ज़्यादा है. So if I'm working on IFA syrup supplementation, I focus more on those districts. So maybe we can have further discussion. कि जहाँ पर भी ये pockets हैं जहाँ पर we have more number of SAM children. I would like to know and work more on those districts and those jobs. So that was the question, and then maybe we can discuss this. इसमें ना mostly हमारा जो था मंडला, डिंडोरी, श्योपुर, शिवपुरी, and some belt of the बुंदेलखंड, छतरपुर, पन्ना, धार में बहुत था, then अलीराजपुर. These are the major districts. आपने बोला तो recall होने पर ये मैं data of it, so we can share with you. But these are the major districts. और मुझे लग रहा है कि हम लोगों का इसमें नीचे भी हमारा कहीं पर इसमें भी था हमारा इंदौर डिवीजन में भी हमारे 2-3 खंडवा, पड़वानी, so these are the major districts जहाँ हमारा SAM मैम ज्यादा है. मैं तो आप लोगों को एक चीज ये भी बोल रही थी, SAM को तो दे रहे हैं, मैम को भी आएगा SAM मिल जाएगा तो SAM में नहीं जा पाएगा.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for raising the questions. I now request Ruchi sir to please felicitate ma'am with the memento. Thank you, ma'am, for taking the time.
मैं यहाँ से अपना लीव दे रही हूँ with your permission, but मैं ऑनलाइन अपने ऑफिस से full time इसमें लिंक रहूँगी.
Thank you.
I'll be there with you online.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure. अभी भी मीटिंग में हम लोग कुछ कम कर रहे हैं बनिया.
Now may I request Mr. N. Rushdie, Vice Chair of the Coalition for Food and Nutrition Security, to share his thoughts on sustainable approach to food and nutrition security. Over to Rushdie, sir.
Thank you very much, distinguished participants. Wonderful to see a very involved participation in this discussion today. We have the government colleagues from the government departments have been taking so much of interest, and they're sharing vision and sharing thoughts, sharing ideas and experiences. And we have wonderful participation from the other development actors today. I'll just briefly share three strategic connects. I'm calling it strategic connects because I'm sensing that we can improve things by improving our connections. So the first connect is community connect. How we can improve our connections at the community level. I'll dwell on that later. And then second is system connect. What are the system related connections that can be improved through our participation? And the third is the resource connect. Because every effort will call for resource. Primarily then three types of resource: knowledge resource, community resource or people's resource, and third is monetary resource. So how do we leverage or how do we build on this resource? The whole approach or the idea of eliminating malnutrition from our society becomes possible. So now I'll go a little deeper to describe what I understand about this community connect, system connect, and resource connect. On the community connect, today you heard from Dr. Sameer and Garima Madam about how their efforts going on at the moment. And some of the questions also brought very interesting insight as to how community level actions are being tried on ground and beginning to show results. And we are very happy to share with you. Many would know, and but others for information. We are currently undertaking a study of malnutrition-free communities, panchayats, villages, kind of thing. And we're working with WHS to look at those learnings, how it has happened, what is the process, and what more can be done, or what how it has begun to show results. And all the whole idea is that that kind of knowledge should not only go all over the state, but also across the country, because malnutrition is an issue for the nation today. Because when we are talking about our leadership in our that we have the largest population and largest young population, but if at the same time we have about 20% of our children they die every year, then how do we really harness the benefit of this demographic dividend what we are all believing? So this community connect is fundamentally is that I'd like to put it as one of our mentors, Coalition for Food and Nutrition Security was inspired by three visionary leaders' dream. One of them was Dr. C. Gopalan, the other is Dr. M. S. Swaminathan, third is Dr. Bardis. Many of you would know why Dr. Gopalan is famous. Dr. Gopalan is the father of nutrition in India and is the founder of National Institute of Nutrition. His prophetic statement when he was in his days, when he was really conceptualizing or designing the nutrition program and all that, he said that the solution lie in the farm, not in the pharmacy. It's a very prophetic, very powerful statement. He was a doctor. He was ICMR head. He was founder and head of National Institute of Nutrition. But he was saying that doesn't mean that he was saying that doctors are not needed in the society. But he says that greater emphasis is on the food. That the solution lies in the food. So therefore, the food system is important. So therefore, I like to put it in my statement that eat right. You have to eat the right things. That we have got this 6 recommended groups, the food that should, and then how that technically you have said that these are the nutrition mix, micronutrition, macronutrients should be available in the food and all that. So they should eat. But how it goes to the ground, so eat right. So how this eat right concept can spread and can put into practice. One of the things that take me to think that before I say eat right, I think we should say grow right. If you don't grow, how will you eat? And then grow, that is eat right and grow right has to be a very local context. Although the supply chain systems are there, you can produce in Punjab and eat in Assam, that's okay. That whole concept of how the rice and wheat that is. But more important is that the locally what traditionally you have been eating and what was the cultivation, how over the years a lot of things have gone into extinction. And all the things were traditionally were consuming was really so well developed in the society, actually the basic nutrition requirements. If you look at that, so that eat right, grow right. So let us look at what are those local food. So someone said that let us look at creating a local food atlas and how the farmers should be able to grow food grain or food that has got those macronutrients and what has alignment with local traditional food habits and traditional recipes. So these should be a part of this our new thinking. It's not so much new thinking; it is re-energized or reinventing, reimagining our system, that our food system, food production system, and food the food consumption system. And while thinking that how it can happen, it also comes to my mind that it can happen if we really empower our users. So therefore, in the Coalition for Food and Nutrition Security, we have added a new working domain as called growers empowerment, producers empowerment. And there we are now, you know that the producer empowerment demonstration has happened in this country through the famous milk revolution, where the largest milk producer in the world. And how the milk is not produced in India in any farm. It is milk is produced at the household. So how we can take similar experiences and all that into doing things in a much more professional manner. So we have with us my colleague who is going to share with you the very concept of the empowered growth structure, design, models, and then how when you grow right, eat right, but how you reach the community that is that very right concepts and all that. So therefore, we have been talking about strengthening SBCC, social behavioral change communication, that should be strengthened. And who will do this? Development actors will do this, government will do this. So in coalition, we're thinking that how this communication can be done by aligning with the local traditional cultural practices. We have got folk music, folk songs, folk dance, folk plays. So how these traditional activities can be aligned out so that the message for grow right and eat right can reach people. So that is something all of you should think, and we are also beginning to think. And another dimension of this community connect is that how this nutrition, the very idea of nutrition can become a people's movement. Janandanan, we are talking of Poshan Abhiyan, we have been involved in the design of Poshan Abhiyan with the government of India, and now the Poshan 2 is coming. But how that happened? Today we thought that we have seen in education, we have seen in disaster management, we have seen in water conservation, water sanitation. Everywhere we have got Shiksha Mitra, we have got Apada Mitra, we have got irrigation, also community irrigation in cities and all that. We have got that. Can we think about some kind of a design that this nutrition mitra, some connect this idea of grow right, eat right, and then the message of social behavior change, that reaching to that last mile. People say that village, the community is the last mile, but I say that there's the first mile. We really start want to do things, we start from the people. So the government is saying that they have done possibilities, is one of the front runner in making very successful, effective interventions in managing malnutrition. So this hotspot identification and all that I was talking to also, that we have got NFS's data at the block level data, and we'll look at those data and start working on that, that hotspot approach, and then we're preparing convergent plan at the community level, at the village level, and all that. Pratibhaji also has experimented in WHL about those kind of integrated concepts and all. So then contribution of education, contribution of sanitation, water, contribution of health, contribution of publicity. So many line departments. Even contribution of forest.
Are the online participants able to hear us?
No, not proper clearly.
Is it better?
Yes, sir.
Oh. So this, therefore, this convergence is an important issue in the nutrition governance. And I'd like to put another thought in your mind that can we look at the entire value chain of this nutrition management of nutrition, this right from the child, the adolescent stage, women's attention to women's health so that they do not become potential carrier of malnourished child. And so adolescent stage, then pregnancy stage, then post-pregnant stage, then past 6 months, then Anganwadi. But I see a gap that 6 months, still 6 months, the child stays with the mother, exclusively breastfeed. Then mother is under compulsion to go for work. Then after the Anganwadi take child at 3 years. Between these periods, how the child can, we have program, we have home visits and other things are there. But in our scheme of things, there is a program called urban praise and rural praise. How can we think, re-engineer this, the urban praise program or rural praise program so that the child's life is attended in a seamless manner till become 6 years old. So that period we have to see. And then the ICDS program has got various components. How do we handle the various components? These Anganwadi centers, are they addressing the entire gamut of the program? Anywhere you go, you will see that Anganwadi is the only concentrating on providing. Then how will ensure that food is, I have gone to the southern side, I was fortunate to got the opportunity to look at Anganwadi centers across the country when I was handling the care program. I've seen in the southern states, the Anganwadis are very impressive. Some of them. Not that I'll say the wrong, but when you come to this eastern belt and northern belt, we find a very disappointing story. So how do we really bring that? Well, if you look at the program by design, it's wonderful. But the implementation is there, is a shortcoming. How do we do that? So that seamless connectivity and that convergence is needed. So therefore, I'll urge for focusing on convergence when we really talking about the ecosystem. Then the other aspects of the system related, that how technology can help. We have created Potion Tracker, which is a technology contribution. We have been able to create data and manage data, analyze data in much better than what we were able to do 10 years ago. So these are technology contributions. But I want to alert that technology has got much more capacity. Like we have seen in education, technology has helped spreading the education. And let me tell you, the technology has helped the agriculture system, production system. And the engineering aspect is another thing, but this so-called the AI, so-called your cell phone use, your app use, and voice WhatsApp, so many things are there. And let me give you a figure. In the agriculture system, if some of you have worked in the agriculture sector, there's a very conventional way of extension. It's called T&V, training and visit. That means our frontline workers will go to the village, talk to the farmers, visit them, understand their problems, and give them their on-site training and all. And people have got world food prize by introducing this concept. The cost for stakeholder in this T&V was $35. Global analysis. And then by technology use, it has been brought down to 3.5. And I was, a couple of months ago, I was part of the strategy discussion. Then now people are so upbeat, they said that we'll be able to bring down the cost of extension to 35 cents globally, $0.35 per stakeholder. We can do that. And people have how. And for your information, in February, Government of India is going to launch a digital agriculture platform called Vistar, and that is going to, hopefully, that is going to bring a huge revolution in the communication system, capacity building system, system strengthening in the agriculture food production system, and producer empowerment is going to take place. Can we think about technology using and growth connectivity? I'm putting up the idea that Can you think of the use of AI to do the growth monitoring? A lot of things are happening, and why we cannot put this? We have our benefits of smartphones are so huge. You don't need a laptop. You don't need a tab. Now you can do with a common Android phone or iPhone. So can we think about developing a kind of a design by which a child's growth monitoring can take place? And then the human interference will be limited. So that this so-called manipulation of growth data today that is taking place, we agree or do not agree, that is taking place. So that can be minimized. So then you will have got handle on more accurate data, more reliable data, and then our intervention will be very focused, targeted, and very purposeful. So you can see that. So these are some of the thoughts that I thought I'll bring on the table. Then the third and the last one is the resource connect. I'll not talk about the community resource that I think Dr. Sameer and Garimaji has already described what is the power of community and all that. Important is that the community and community institutions, they have got tremendous role to play. And today we are gathered here, we have got a lot of community institutions, NGOs, development actors are coming community. But if you would have got some community members, probably you would have heard from them and would have had more energized and listening to the ground, putting ears on the ground kind of thing. So that is how we have to look at our samaj, look at our society. And the government is, we are in a welfare state, India is a welfare state, and therefore the government has got a bigger role. Anything that we do in the development sector at the NGO level, there is an umbrella program in the government, either from the state government or from the state. So getting engaged with the government is very, very important. And we may not agree with the government in their doing things, but we cannot work in it. We cannot bring solution to the problem by working alone. We have to work with the government and bring sense. Today I was very happy when Garimaji was saying that we want more consultation, more discussion and all that to happen. And MP has fortunately shown this kind of consultative spirit and all that. So we have to really get much more engaged with the government and government institutions. And there is a new institutional structure that is available today to us is the CSR. Corporate has got a responsibility. Corporate by nature, any corporate organization, business organization, profit may be a motive, but that profit motive is complemented by a responsibility towards the society. That means you should produce right things and market it in the right manner and be responsible. So now in India, India is probably the only country or first country to bring in a legislation like the CSR. So that resource is available. So how we can really make them engaged in this movement for malnutrition free India? How do we? They are working. So sitting with them, sensitizing them, looking at their program, helping them to redesign their program. They will be interested because the corporate endeavor, corporate CSR efforts to remove malnutrition from our society become successful. They will really get spirit. So there is a relationship needed with this. So therefore, I want to say that we have to work towards Samaj, Sarkar, and Bazaar. We have to look at these three things: Samaj, society, Sarkar, government, and Bazaar, the market. Market, we cannot. This is a market-oriented economy, so we cannot ignore market. But we have to make the market more responsible towards the society. That responsible business will help us. And CSR is a window to capture all the responsibility. Thank you very much. I do not know if I have made communication with admit because I'm not a communication specialist. So it was a part of my thinking and part of our agenda or mandate of Coalition for Food and Efficiency. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Pratika to please felicitate Ruchika with the memento.
Manisha, your voice is not audible properly.
We are now joined with Shri Lingraj Arna, IAS and Director, WCD Odisha, who is joining us virtually. Shri Lingraj sir has been extensively working in the field of nutrition and has also launched Farmers Canteen. I would now request you to, sir, please give us insights regarding the best practices in CSAM in Odisha.
Yes, good afternoon.
Can you please take this?
Yes, good afternoon. I am Sanjeev Naik from Odisha, State Program Officer,
No,
CFNS.
we are not able to hear you.
Hello. Am I audible?
Sanjeev, please say something.
Yes, good afternoon all. Am I
We are not
audible?
able to hear you.
People, those who have joined virtually, they are able to hear, I
Hello.
think.
May I audible?
Sanjeev, please.
Yes, Bharadha, you are audible.
No, we are not able to hear you.
Hello, am I audible?
Some problem what their end?
It's the same problem that I was facing.
Yes, I think.
हेलो बोलो कुछ बोलने के लिए से हेलो
Hello.
Hello, may I audible?
वो भी नहीं सुन रहा है क्या?
We are able to hear you, but
Something from here.
अच्छा others can hear.
Online participants can hear that means there is a problem in our system.
इसमें कनेक्ट किया है.
we can hear you. Hello.
Okay, okay. Should I start?
The other participants are able to hear each other. Oh. Just check here.
Should I start or wait for some minutes?
Just a minute.
Okay, can you just
So that we can hear them all. Laptop ना. Laptop. अभी तो हुआ था?
हाँ अभी उसमें डॉक्टर मंजू की आवाज आई थी.
एक सेकंड.
So
Can you-
actually,
Manisha, can you hear me?
unfortunately, Sri Lingraj Ponda, Director of ICDS and Social Welfare, is unable to join due to internal engagement. So on behalf of WCD Department, Dr. Varada Mahapatra, the State Coordinator, CSAM program from Odisha, he will be presenting the presentation. So I over to Varada sir.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for organizing committee. On behalf of the WCD Odisha, I would like to enlighten some say point of the PowerPoint regarding the Punna Har Karyakram CMAM program.
Just
The
wait.
CMAM,
Sir, just wait. Manisha, can you hear?
Yeah, you
Yes,
can.
yes, we can hear you.
ये यार अपना वो mic.
Okay, okay.
Go ahead.
Please go ahead.
the CMAM program in Odisha, it's called the Punna Har Karyakram. It's basically designed for the management of severe acute malnourished children or severe wasting children and managed at the community level. Besides that, it's also the program address the immediate nutritional need of some affected children and also involve the local SAG who are engage them for the preparation of augmented THR. It's called energy dense food, as well as they are also involved in the different process of the CMAM program. So later on, we will discuss about how their role in social self-help group is involved in CMAM program in Odisha. So program strategy, this program is eligible for the children 7 to 59-month children. And this duration of program is the 16th week. Like MP, it's the 12th week. In Odisha, it's the 16th week program. And the basic objective of this program is to immediate identification and management of severe wasting children at community level, and those have the medical complication. There's a refer to the NRC for the management as well as the preventive approach to the reduce the relapse and also prevention of the malnutrition, both in the severe and the moderate. Also in the severe underweight also. So in the program strategy, this is, I have already shared, this is for the 7 to 59 months children without any medical complication. And the admission criteria in Odisha in Punahar Kajakram, we have admission criteria, the weight for height or length less than -3 standard deviation and absence of medical complication. And the discharge criteria is the same. This is the more than -3 standard deviation without medical complication. More or equal than -2 standard deviation. It's a 16th week program and follow up every fortnightly till 16th week. And after discharge, there is the monthly follow up for the 6 times. That means the 6 months. Regarding the identification, we are using the same weight for height or G-score. Every month, the Anganwadi worker and ASA collaboratively screened every children 0 to 59 months and also entered the data in the portion tracker. As for the portion tracker, those children are identified the SAM. These children to refer to the Village Health Sanitation Nutrition Day. It's called the CMAM clinic for the triage process. So in triage process, it is the cooperation and coordination between the ASA Anganwadi worker and the ANM. This platform is used in the Village Health Sanitation Nutrition Day. In Odisha, it is called the CMAM clinic. So in this place, the identified some children again re-verify, recheck the anthropometric measurement and also go for the triage process for they are having any medical complication or not. Those have the medical complication, they refer to the NRC through ASA and also Anganwadi worker. And those have no medical complication, they enrolled in the CMAM program. So you can see there is the medical assessment, those have the medical complication, they directly refer to the NRC through the ANM and ASA and Anganwadi worker. And those have no medical complication, they go for the appetite test and also enrolled in the CMAM program. So in Odisha, in Punahar Karyakram, you are using augmented THR. That is the quite different than the routine THR. In that, we are adding the milk powder and oil in routine THR. It's made in the energy dense food. It's called augmented THR. It's developed by NIL. So in one sachet 100 gram, there is a 462 kilocalorie of energy and the 16 gram protein and 20.1 fat. Along with, we also provide 1 egg. So 1 sachet of augmented THR plus 1 egg for 112 days. So this is the supply strength strengthening. So in augmented THR prepared by the local self-help women's group. So we have identified one self-help group in each district. They are we have trained them and they are manufacturing the augmented THR. So that every month from Anganwadi center, the identified SAM load, case load are shared by the district and district directly share with the augmented THR manufacturing unit. And the fixed day, there is the mixing of augmented THR, that is the 20th of every month. For the quality assurance, DSW and district administrative, the appointment like nodal officer who have every month during the mixing, they present there and physical check of the each batch of the augmented THR. Regarding the medicine, we have calculated the estimation of the SAM case load year-wise, and according to the case load, we have also manufactured some medicine through the health department and they are distributed to directly to the district. So from the district, As per the caseload, they are indent the essential antibiotic and multivitamin to the ANM, and they directly provide to the some children. So here we are using the essential antibiotic, the amoxicillin, the day of enrollment for the 5 days, and also 1 dosage of albendazole in the second visit, means after 14 days after the enrollment. Also folic acid 1 dose, multivitamin 1 time for the 90 days, and vitamin A 1 dose if the child have not taken within the 1 month. And also zinc for the 14 days. And if the child have any minor fever, so we can prescribe the paracetamol as per the ANM or the medical officers. So now I just would like to share some best practices of Punnahar program. That is, one is the augmented THR, which is the quite modified than the regular THR. So we have added the milk powder and oil in the regular THR. It's called the augmented THR. In augmented THR, every month the children getting the augmented THR at their doorstep through the local self-help group. And also during provide the augmented THR, the Anganwadi worker counseling about the local recipe under the IUSA program, and provide also 8 essential key messages in every follow-up time. Another, the best practice is the spot feeding. The spot feeding, during the enrollment process, the Anganwadi worker demonstrate how to the feed augmented THR as well as the home cooked meal to the children. So this is the a behavior change of the caretaker, how they prepare the augmented THR and also local recipe in their doorstep. So it is one of the best practices in Odisha. As I informed, local self-help group is involved for the manufacture of the augmented THR, as also they are also act as a nutrition messenger during the distribution. They also spread the some nutrition information to the beneficiaries, as well as they also conduct mass awareness campaign, group discussion, also assist Anganwadi worker during the screening process. Another the best practice, that is the capacity building the ICD staff. So we have the provided the physical training of the master trainer at the state level, and downline training through the master trainer, both in the hybrid, both the online and offline. Additionally, we have conducted the training of all the frontline health workers, medical officers, RBSK, and mobile health unit for the comprehensive capacity building for this program. And this program is the evidence based, as all of you know, this before this implementation of the Punnahar Karyakram, we have conducted effective study in Odisha in the 2 districts with the support of the UNICEF and also National Center of Excellency. So based on their result, we have adopted the CMAM program in entire state. So as this is very cost effective. The total cost of this augmented THR is the 12 rupees and 1 rupees for the transportation and packaging cost, along with your provided 1 egg for the 112 days. Another the best practices, which is quite different than other state, that is here the Anganwadi worker can refer the SAM children to the NRC. For this referral, we are giving the 150 rupees incentive for each successful referral through the state finance. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your insights. Are there any questions from the participants, the online as well as the offline participants?
For a very nice presentation and very good learning from the state of MP, how HR is implemented in the state of Odisha. I have two questions. One is with regards to the augmented THR, how you are ensuring the quality, like normally when ICDS is producing THR at any level, it has to go to labs for testing the quality of the THR which is provided. So how Odisha is doing that? We would like to learn from you. One. And second is with regards to the study which has been taken for 2 districts before rollout of the augmented THR across the state. So how many months it was required to test this augmented THR in the districts selected by me? Two questions. Over to you.
Any question? Because I'm unable to hear you through the online. Is there any question you can type in chat box?
Hello, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, but very low voice.
Yeah, very low. You can come close. Come closer. I don't know what is happening with technical. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, better.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So there are two questions from my side. One is with regards to maintaining the quality of the THR. As you know that ICDS, the THR which is produced by ICDS is tested in labs for the quality of nutrients and the type of nutrient which is added to the THR. So that's one question, how Odisha is doing that to the SHGs, because you are using the SHG model to provide THR up to the grassroots level. Second question is with regards to the study which you have taken for before rolling out the augmented THR to rolling out across the state. That is, you started with 2 districts testing the efficacy or effectiveness of the THR in 2 districts. We wanted to know how many months or what was the time duration required for the study.
Okay.
Thank you. Over to you.
Okay, thank you. The first question is the quality assurance. Each month, the DSWO and or any representative from the district administrative or district collector administrative, they present physically during the mixing of the augmented THR, and physically they check the quality of augmented THR physical verification, and the quarterly they also take the 1 sachet from augmented THR for the state laboratory for the nutritional value and also other toxin ingredients. So, and second question regarding the study, as you know, this study, similar study also conducted the MP also. So it's the same, it's the 16th week duration in Odisha. So we have found this study. You can also search from the internet the effective study of augmented THR. So it is also available.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions from the participants? We are now next moving to now. I would request to call upon Dr. Manju Yadav, who will be sharing the best practices of PSAM from Rajasthan. Dr. Manju Yadav currently serves as the Deputy Director at ICDS Rajasthan, and we are grateful to have you with us. Rajesh, if you can please check. Yes, ma'am.
She's on mute.
Ma'am, please unmute.
Good afternoon, all.
Yeah.
My request to please share the screen.
Ma'am, meanwhile, we are sharing the screen. Can I please fix your camera so that
Thank you. Now it's visible.
Yes, ma'am, we can move ahead.
नमस्कार। जैसा आप सभी देख रहे हैं कि राजस्थान में भी हमने सीमैम को फोकस करने के लिए जो स्पेशल इंटरवेंशन किया वो आज के हम इस वर्कशॉप में आप सबके साथ में शेयर कर रहे हैं। फर्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। एक बार फर्स्ट स्लाइड का लुक दिखाइए प्लीज। ये हमने एक्यूट मैलन्यूट्रिशन मैनेजमेंट एंड एक्शन नाम से हमने प्रोग्राम चलाया, अम्मा कार्यक्रम। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। राजस्थान में हमने जो बच्चों में कुपोषण की स्क्रीनिंग को लेकर जो कार्य किया पिछले कोविड के टाइम के दौरान और उसके बाद में अभी तक हम लोग लगातार अम्मा कार्यक्रम के तहत बच्चों को इस स्क्रीनिंग और उनके ट्रीटमेंट का काम कर रहे हैं। उसमें हमने जो NFHS 4 के और NFHS 5 के डाटा है उससे हमारी प्रोग्रेस को भी एक बार रिव्यू करने की कोशिश की है। आप सब देख पा रहे हैं कि NFHS 4 में जो राजस्थान का स्कोर था वो अंडरवेट में 36.7, जो NFHS 5 में हमने घटकर 27.6 तक अचीव करने की कोशिश की है।
Ma'am, you are unaudible. Ma'am, you can continue speaking, please.
Hello, can you hear us?
It was working
No.
suddenly.
Yes, yes.
Sorry for the technical disturbance. Am I audible now?
Continue.
Yeah, please continue.
Please
Please.
continue.
Again problem.
Can you hear us? Hello?
Some problem.
जी, am I audible?
हाँ, प्लीज आप कंटिन्यू करें।
ओके, थैंक यू। सीमैम प्रोग्राम की हम राजस्थान में जर्नी के बारे में आप सबको बताना चाहेंगे कि इनिशियली हमने 2015-16 में ये पायलट बेसिस पे शुरू किया, जो हमारे राजस्थान के 41 ब्लॉक में 13 जिलों के जो 41 ब्लॉक थे वहां हमने इस पर फोकस किया और मेडिकल एंड हेल्थ ने इस प्रोग्राम में लीड किया। ICDS वाज द सपोर्टिंग पार्टनर इन दिस प्रोग्राम एंड सबसे बेस्ट फीचर इसका ये था कि हमने जो हमारे प्रोग्राम के दौरान जो भी अति कुपोषित बच्चे मिले उनको EDNS न्यूट्रिशन थेरेपी देने की हमने कोशिश की और उसका बहुत अच्छा रिजल्ट भी रहा। इसके बाद में सेकंड फेज में ये हमने इसको बढ़ाकर लगभग 20 जिलों में हमने मेडिकल के साथ में इस प्रोग्राम को चलाया और मेडिकल ने ही इसमें फिर से लीड करते हुए स्क्रीनिंग में और इन सब में जो उनकी आशा फील्ड वर्कर है उसका उन्होंने मेन रोल रखा, लेकिन आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर्स जो हमारी ICDS की फंक्शनरी थी वो जॉइंटली इसमें इन्वॉल्व थी और ये भी EDNS के सपोर्ट से हमने बच्चों को ठीक करने की कोशिश की। अब मैं आपको ध्यान दिलाना चाहूंगी कि जो अम्मा प्रोग्राम हमने अभी कोविड के टाइम पर शुरू किया उसका मुख्य हमने जो फीचर रखा वो ये है कि हम कोई एनर्जी डेंस न्यूट्रिशन सप्लीमेंट बच्चों को नहीं दे रहे हैं। इवन ये हमारा जो प्रोग्राम है वो फोकस करता है कि होम बेस्ड सप्लीमेंट के आधार पर ही हम बच्चों को कैसे मेल न्यूट्रिशन फ्री कर सकते हैं। तो इसमें भी हमने शुरुआत में पायलट बेसिस पे हमने इसको डूंगरपुर में शुरू किया और मेडिकल एंड हेल्थ हमारे जितने भी सीमैम प्रोग्राम्स हैं उन सब में को पार्टनर रहे हैं स्टार्टिंग के जो इनोवेशन थे उसमें मेडिकल लीड कर रहे थे, उसके बाद में अम्मा प्रोग्राम से ICDS लीड कर रहे हैं, मेडिकल एंड हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट का हमें पूरा कन्वर्जेंस है। तो डूंगरपुर से शुरू करते हुए हमने इसके बाद में राज्य के 20 जिलों में हमने इसको अगस्त 2021 से शुरू किया, और हमारी जो फंक्शनरीज हैं उनको हमने बाकायदा इसमें यूनिसेफ के टेक्निकल सपोर्ट से और मेडिकल एंड हेल्थ के टेक्निकल सपोर्ट से हमने उन्हें ट्रेनिंग दी, और हर लेवल पर ट्रेनिंग होने के बाद में उन्हें रिपोर्टिंग फॉर्मेट्स के बारे में भी हमने डिटेल उनको गाइड किया, और इसके लिए सेपरेट हमने एक मैकेनिज्म तैयार किया, अम्मा की एक वेबसाइट डिजाइन की, और उस पर हमने रिपोर्टिंग लेना शुरू किया। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। तो आप देख सकते हैं कि हमने इसके लिए अगस्त 2021 से लेकर नवंबर 2022 तक हमने किस तरह से जर्नी की कि हमने एक जॉइंट गाइडलाइन मेडिकल एंड हेल्थ के साथ मिलकर तैयार की, जिसमें डिटेल्ड प्रोटोकॉल हमने स्टेट का बनाया कि हम बच्चों की पहचान करने से लेकर उनको MTC में रेफर और उसके बाद में फॉलोअप तक का हमने पूरे साइकिल को फॉलो किया। और इसके लिए हमने जो 20 जिलों में हमारी फील्ड फंक्शनरीज है उनको जॉइंटली हमने ट्रेंड किया, और जो हमारे ओरिएंटेशंस थे वो हमने कोविड के दौरान, चूंकि हम लोग ऑफलाइन ओरिएंटेशंस करने में कठिनाई महसूस कर रहे थे, तो हमने ऑनलाइन इसके लिए जूम के थ्रू उनकी ट्रेनिंग्स करवाई। और ये बहुत ही एक बड़ा टास्क था हम सब के लिए भी कि ऐसी कंडीशंस, जबकि हम हमारी जो बेसिक फैसिलिटीज है वही फील्ड तक नहीं पहुंचा पा रहे, तो उसमें भी हमने इस प्रोग्राम को सक्सेसफुली इम्प्लीमेंट करके दिखाया। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। ये एक रिपोर्टिंग मैकेनिज्म था जिसमें हमने हमारा जो एग्जिस्टिंग रजिस्टर्स हैं जो ICDS में हमारे आंगनवाड़ी सेंटर्स पर अभी चल रहे हैं, उनमें हम बच्चों का जो ग्रोथ मॉनिटरिंग स्टेटस है उसको दर्ज किया करते थे। अब चूंकि पोषण ट्रैकर पूरे भारत में ही लागू है और राजस्थान ने भी हमारे सारे आंगनवाड़ी सेंटर्स को पोषण ट्रैकर के थ्रू एग्जीक्यूट कर रखा है, वहां पर सारी रिपोर्टिंग हम देख सकते हैं। लेकिन अम्मा कार्यक्रम में हमने इसके लिए सेपरेट गूगल शीट डिजाइन की, सेपरेट इसके लिए वेबसाइट डिजाइन की, और जब 20 जिलों में हम लोग इसको पायलट कर रहे थे तो उसके रिजल्ट्स जो रहे वो हमारे लिए काफी इंस्पायरेबल रहे, और हमने इसको पूरे स्टेट में नवंबर 2022 से स्केल किया। और उसके बाद में हमने जो हमारे 6 माह तक के शिशु थे जो जिनको कि हमने हमारे फर्स्ट फेज में से बाहर रखा था, उनको भी हमने इसमें शामिल किया। मतलब 0 से लेके और 5 साल तक के सभी बच्चे हमारे इस कार्यक्रम के दायरे में आ गए। फिर जो हमारे बाकी बचे हुए नए ऐड हुए 13 जिले, उनको भी हमने ट्रेनिंग देना शुरू किया, और ऑफलाइन और ऑनलाइन दोनों मोड पे हमने उनका ट्रेनिंग सेशंस कंडक्ट की। एनरोलमेंट की बात करें तो लगभग 35,514 बच्चे हमारे ऐसे इसमें थे जो कि सेम थे, और उनको हमने इस कार्यक्रम में एनरोल किया, और उनमें से लगभग 10,702 बच्चों को हमने ट्रीट भी किया। जो हमारी गाइडलाइन है उसको भी हमने टाइम टू टाइम रिवाइज किया, और अभी जो भारत सरकार ने जो प्रोटोकॉल जारी किया है उससे भी हमने इसको अलाइन करने की कोशिश की है। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। ये आप देख सकते हैं जो गाइडलाइन स्टेट ने जारी की, मेडिकल एंड हेल्थ के जॉइंट टाइप से हमने ये गाइडलाइन तैयार की, और इसमें पूरा प्रोटोकॉल हमने स्टेट का अपना डिजाइन किया था, और मोर और लेस ये सिमिलर ही है जो भारत सरकार ने अभी सैम मैनेजमेंट के लिए जो प्रोटोकॉल जारी किया है उसके स्टेप्स को ही हमने ऑलरेडी फॉलो किया हुआ था स्टेट में, और हम उसी गाइडलाइन पे काम कर रहे थे। और जो नई अब भारत सरकार के द्वारा जो प्रोटोकॉल जारी किया गया उससे भी हमने इसको अलाइन करके, और हमारे सारे डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर्स को, सारे हमारे फील्ड फंक्शनरीज ICDS को एंड मेडिकल हेल्थ को सब जगह हमने इसको सर्कुलेट भी कर दिया है, and we are doing regularly screening according this. Next please. Here I want to share a case study during this program. प्रतापगढ़ का मैं एक केस आपके साथ शेयर करना चाहूंगी जहां पर हमने बच्चे का इनिशियल वजन लिया और आंगनवाड़ी केंद्र पर उसका अम्मा कार्यक्रम में एनरोलमेंट किया। और आप देख सकते हैं कि 18 माह का बच्चा जो कमलेश है उसको हमने आंगनवाड़ी केंद्र पर रेगुलर इसकी जब ग्रोथ मॉनिटरिंग की और उसकी ट्रैकिंग की, तो उसका जो वेट है, लेंथ है, वो सब हमने कैप्चर करना शुरू किया और इस बच्चे को एनआरसी में भी एडमिट कराया गया। तो आप देख सकते हैं एनआरसी में एडमिशन के दौरान इस बच्चे की क्या हेल्थ स्टेटस था और अभी हम देख रहे हैं कि ये बच्चा एकदम स्वस्थ है। तो ये एक बहुत अच्छा अचीवमेंट हमारे इस प्रोग्राम का, ये जस्ट एक एग्जाम्पल है कि इस स्टडी आपके सामने हम रख रहे हैं। ऐसे बहुत से बच्चे, मोर देन 10,000 बच्चे ऐसे हैं जो अब तक हम इस कार्यक्रम में उनको उनकी पोषण स्थिति में सुधार कर चुके हैं। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। अब हम बात करना चाहेंगे कि जैसे भारत सरकार ने भी अभी जो प्रोटोकॉल जारी किया है उसमें उनको एडिशनल प्रोटीन की बात कही है, मिल्क प्रोटीन के रूप में उपलब्ध कराने की। तो जो हम राजस्थान में टेक होम राशन अवेलेबल करा रहे हैं उसमें हम 8 से 16 ग्राम प्रोटीन में 7 से 8% ऑलरेडी मिल्क प्रोटीन के रूप में उनको उपलब्ध करा रहे हैं। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। अम्मा कार्यक्रम में हम लोगों ने जितना हमारा आंगनवाड़ी फील्ड फंक्शनरीज का रोल बच्चों को स्क्रीन करने में है, उतना ही रोल सोशल बिहेवियर चेंज के ऊपर भी हमने पूरा फोकस किया है। और इसके लिए आईसी मटेरियल डिजाइन करना और जो होम विजिट्स आंगनवाड़ी कार्यकर्ता द्वारा की जाती है बेनिफिशियरी के पेरेंट्स के साथ इंटरेक्शन के लिए, उन सबके ऊपर विशेष रूप से ध्यान दिया है। और आंगनवाड़ी कार्यकर्ता जो होम विजिट करती है उसकी जो ट्रैकिंग पोषण ट्रैकर पे रिपोर्टिंग हो रही है उसकी भी हम रेगुलर ट्रैकिंग कर रहे हैं। और मुझे लगता है कि शायद बिहेवियर चेंज के माध्यम से ही हम इस होम बेस्ड सप्लीमेंट के आधार पर इस कार्यक्रम को सक्सेसफुली चला पा रहे हैं, क्योंकि जब तक गार्जियन या पेरेंट काउंसल नहीं हो पाते, वो अपने बच्चे को रेगुलर न्यूट्रिशन नहीं देते, तब तक हम अपने इस किसी भी पायलट या किसी भी रेगुलर प्रोग्राम में सक्सेस हासिल नहीं कर सकते। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। आई थिंक इट माइट बी रीटेबल, फॉन्ट बहुत छोटे हैं। जो राजस्थान में हम लोग टेक होम राशन अवेलेबल करा रहे हैं उसमें हम बच्चों को फोर्टिफाइड न्यूट्री मीठा दलिया अवेलेबल करा रहे हैं। अलग अलग तरह की रेसिपी हमने डिजाइन की है 25 दिन के कॉम्बो में, जिसमें फोर्टिफाइड न्यूट्री मीठा दलिया है, फोर्टिफाइड मूंग दाल चावल खिचड़ी है, फोर्टिफाइड सादा गेहूं दलिया और बालाहार प्रीमिक्स है। तो ये हम 25 दिन का माह में 2 बार उनको पैकेट अवेलेबल कराते हैं। और हमारी आंगनवाड़ी कार्यकर्ता जब पैकेट या टीएचआर डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करती है उस समय भी पेरेंट्स को ये बताती है कि आप किस तरह अपने बच्चे को इससे डिफरेंट तरह की रेसिपी बनाकर खिला सकते हैं। हमने पोषण माह के दौरान भी इसमें कुछ इनिशिएटिव्स किए, जैसे कि हमने हमारा जो दूरदर्शन है उसके साथ में हमने रेसिपी चौपाल कंडक्ट की और इस जो विभाग का टेक होम राशन है इससे हम किस तरह से डिफरेंट टाइप की रेसिपी बना सकते हैं, उससे उसको कैसे अपने बच्चे को घर पर फीड करा सकते हैं, ये हमने पूरी तरह से उसको डेमोन्स्ट्रेट करने का प्रयास किया। और इसके साथ साथ ही हम छोटी छोटी बुकलेट्स ऐसी जो आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर के लेवल पे जो वहाँ की लोकल रेसिपीज है उनको किस तरह से हमारे इस प्रीमिक्स को मिलाकर और तैयार कर सकते हैं, इस पर भी हमने पोषण माह के दौरान काफी काम किया। और अब जो है कि इसका हम रिजल्ट देख सकते हैं कि पेरेंट्स इतने अवेयर हो चुके हैं कि वो बच्चे के टेस्ट के अकॉर्डिंग इस प्रीमिक्स को यूज करके और उनके लिए रेसिपी तैयार कर लेते हैं। तो ये एक बहुत अच्छा इंटरवेंशन राजस्थान में रेसिपी लेवल पर भी किया गया है। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। थ्री टू 6 ईयर्स के बच्चों के लिए यदि हम बात करें तो चूंकि ये रेगुलर हमारे सेंटर के बेनिफिशियरी भी होते हैं तो इनको हम मॉर्निंग स्नैक और हॉट कुक मील तो अवेलेबल कराते ही कराते हैं। इसके अलावा इन्हें टेक होम राशन के रूप में भी फोर्टिफाइड बालाहार प्रीमिक्स का पैकेट दिया जाता है। तो उसमें भी जो इंग्रेडिएंट है उसमें हमने मिल्क प्रोटीन को यूज किया है ताकि हम उनकी जो रिक्वायर्ड न्यूट्रिशनल नॉर्म्स है उनकी भी पूर्ति कर सकें। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। अभी तक हमने लगभग 2 साल से ज्यादा इस कार्यक्रम के क्रियान्वयन में सारी मशीनरी के साथ में और मेडिकल एंड हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट के साथ में काम किया है। तो हमें ये अनुभव हुआ है कि अभी बहुत सारी चुनौतियां हमारे रास्ते में हैं। जैसा कि हम देख सकते हैं कि जो बच्चे आंगनवाड़ी केंद्र के कवरेज में होते हैं वो 100% पॉपुलेशन उस आंगनवाड़ी केंद्र से जुड़ी हुई नहीं होती है। तो ये हमारे लिए सबसे बड़ी चुनौती होती है कि जो बच्चे छूटे हुए हैं उनको हम किस तरह से आंगनवाड़ी केंद्र पर ला पाए और उनका कार्यक्रम में रजिस्ट्रेशन करवा पाए, और इसको हम पूरी तरह से फोकस करके और अंजाम देने के लिए कोशिश कर रहे हैं। इसी तरीके से जो हमारी आंगनवाड़ी फील्ड फंक्शनरीज हैं उनका हम कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग करें, उनको टाइमली हम ट्रेनिंग दें कि किस तरह से वो रेगुलर ग्रोथ मॉनिटरिंग करें, और इवन ग्रोथ मॉनिटरिंग करते हुए जो पोषण ट्रैकर का डैशबोर्ड है, जो आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर की एप्लीकेशन है, उस पर जो उनको बच्चों का स्टेटस दिखाई दे रहा है उसको वो देखें, और जैसे उनको जो चार्ट उनकी स्क्रीन पे दिखाई देता है उसके हिसाब से वो अपने बच्चों के लिए प्लानिंग करें कि उनको होम विजिट्स पर फोकस करना है या बच्चों की पेरेंट्स को काउंसल करने में किस तरह से फोकस करना है। तो इस पर भी हम रेगुलरली एनईजीडी के साथ में भी मिलकर और हमारे जो डेवलपमेंट पार्टनर्स हैं उन सब के साथ मिलकर हम कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग पर भी बहुत काम कर रहे हैं। हमारा जो जीएमडी है वो ऑलमोस्ट हमने सारे डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में पहुंचा दिया है। जो पुराने हमारे फर्स्ट फेज के डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स थे वहां पर अभी हम जीएमडी को रिप्लेसमेंट की कार्यवाही भी कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि सबसे जरूरी है कि जब तक जीएमडीज नहीं होते तब तक ग्रोथ मॉनिटरिंग रेगुलर हो नहीं पाती। तो ये एक बड़ा चैलेंज है कि उनका टाइमली हम मेंटेनेंस करवा सके और हर केंद्र पर सही स्थिति में जीएमडी अवेलेबल। इसी तरीके से जो आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर्स हैं वो रेगुलर जो हमारा 1 से 7 तारीख तक का पीरियड होता है बच्चों को ग्रोथ मॉनिटरिंग, बच्चों का वजन लेकर और पोषण ट्रैकर पर दर्ज करने का, तो उसका स्टेटस जो हम पोषण ट्रैकर के डैशबोर्ड पे हम लोग भी मॉनिटर करते हैं कि ग्रोथ मॉनिटरिंग सभी सेंटर्स पर हो और साथ में पोषण ट्रैकर पर उसका सही डाटा दर्ज किया जाए। इसके अलावा जो हमारे MCHN डे ऐसे प्लेटफॉर्म जहाँ पर हम कम्युनिटी के साथ में इंटरेक्शन कर पाते हैं उनको भी हमें स्ट्रेंथन करने की कोशिश करें। जैसे MCHN डे है तो उस दिन चूंकि हमारी जो AAA फंक्शनरी है, आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर है, आशा एनएम है, ये तीनों वहीं रहती हैं, तो इनके कोऑर्डिनेशन से हम किस तरह से वैक्सीनेशन और काउंसल और ये सारी एक्टिविटी कर पाए इस पर भी हम फोकस कर रहे हैं। मेडिकल एंड हेल्थ का जो कोऑर्डिनेशन है या कन्वर्जेंस है वो सबसे ज्यादा ऐसे कार्यक्रम में जरूरी होता है, तो उनके साथ में हम ना केवल अपनी जो स्टेट लेवल कमिटीज हैं उनके रिव्यू में हम इस इशू को डिस्कस करते हैं, इवन सेपरेट भी हमने इस कार्यक्रम की मॉनिटरिंग के लिए हमारे यहाँ पर चीफ सेक्रेटरी लेवल की जो कमेटी होती है उसकी मीटिंग्स में हम लोग इस प्रोग्राम की सक्सेस को रिव्यू करते रहते हैं। और जो मेडिकल के लेवल से जो बच्चों का भूख परीक्षण किया जाना है या जो मेडिकल कॉम्प्लिकेशंस बच्चों में पाए जाते हैं उनको MTC रेफर किया जाना, और MTC से रेफरल के बाद में जब वो डिस्चार्ज होते हैं तो हमारी फंक्शनरी और मेडिकल की फंक्शनरी उस बच्चे का रेगुलर फॉलोअप कर पाए। तो ये सारी चीजें जो है वो हम लोग आपस में कन्वर्जेंस के माध्यम से इंश्योर कर रहे हैं। हालांकि इसमें चैलेंजेस काफी हैं लेकिन हम लोग इम्प्रूव करने के लिए डे बाय डे कोशिश कर रहे हैं, और इसके लिए हमने जॉइंट रिपोर्टिंग फॉर्मेट्स तैयार करना और MTC के फॉर्मेट्स को भी आपस में शेयर करना, उनकी रिपोर्टिंग को शेयर करना, तो ये सारी चीजें हम लोग अभी मेडिकल के साथ में अच्छे से कन्वर्जेंस करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। इसके लिए MIS सिस्टम को भी हम अपडेट कर रहे हैं कि पोषण ट्रैकर पे जो डाटा आ रहा है उसको हम किस तरह से हमारे अम्मा कार्यक्रम के MIS पर हम उसको ले पाए। जैसे अभी मैंने MP के प्रेजेंटेशन में देखा कि उन्होंने API के थ्रू जो उनका पोषण ट्रैकर का डाटा है वो उन्होंने उस अपने संपर्क ऐप पर उन्होंने लेकर उस बच्चे की आगे की जो ट्रैकिंग है उसको इंश्योर किया है, क्योंकि पोषण ट्रैकर पर बच्चे की जर्नी वहां तक दिखाई देती है जहां तक वो बच्चा मैम है या सैम है, लेकिन सैम के बाद में यदि वो विथ मेडिकल कॉम्प्लिकेशन है और उसको MTC रेफर किया गया है तो MTC रेफरल एंड फॉलोअप का अभी तक हम लोग पोषण ट्रैकर से ट्रैक नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। इसलिए हम भी कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि API के थ्रू हम इसको अम्मा के जो हमारा सेपरेट सॉफ्टवेयर है उससे हम इसको मॉनिटर कर पाए। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। So this was a short journey of Amma program, and I request if any query. Thank you from my side.
Thank you, Madhya, for sharing your insights. Is there any question from the? So offline participants can also see their questions in the chat box, or they can raise their hands. गुड आफ्टरनून मैम, मैं विजयलक्ष्मी आंध्रा फाउंडेशन से बोल रही हूँ। थैंक यू, आपको 2 साल बाद आपको सुनने को मिला। पहले राजस्थान में मैंने आपके साथ पोषण प्रोग्राम और IM प्रोग्राम में काम किया हूँ। अभी जो आपने आमा प्रोग्राम की बात की जिसमें कि आपने सप्लीमेंटेशन की बात की है मैम, आपको सुनाई दे रहा है आवाज?
आवाज क्लियर नहीं आ रही है।
ये वाले माइक से बोलिए।
हाँ, हेलो, अभी आवाज आ रही है?
Sit here.
आवाज आ रही है अभी?
Yes, 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 ma'am.
नमस्ते मंजू मैम, मैं विजय लक्ष्मी अंतरा फाउंडेशन से बोल रही हूँ। मैं पहले आपके साथ काम भी की हूँ राजस्थान में पोषण प्रोग्राम और आईएमएम प्रोग्राम में। तो अभी आपने जो आमा प्रोग्राम की बात की जिसमें कि होम बेस्ड सप्लीमेंटेशन की बात किया, एक तो पैकेजिंग जो फूड जाता है और साथ में आपके होम बेस्ड मतलब कुक फूड भी बनाया जाता है। तो यहाँ पे ये जो कुक फूड है वो कौन बनाता है और उसमें क्वालिटी का कैसे इंश्योर किया जाता है, इसके ऊपर थोड़ा सा जानना चाहते
श्रेया जी, अगर आप थोड़ा माइक को पास लेके बोलेंगे तो आपकी आवाज और क्लियर आएगी। बहुत धीरे आवाज आ रही है आपकी।
मैम, मैं ये जानना चाह रही थी जैसे आपने होम बेस्ड सप्लीमेंटेशन की बात की है जो राजस्थान में अभी हो रहा है, एक तो आपने पैकेट फूड की बात की है, साथ में कुक फूड है जो कम्युनिटी लेवल पे बना के आंगनबाड़ी में दिया जाता है। तो ये कौन बनाता है, यहाँ पे कौन इन्वॉल्व है इस चीज में और क्वालिटी को कैसे इंश्योर किया जाता है?
जी, तो जैसे मैंने बताया कि हमारे प्रोग्राम का स्पेशल फीचर ये है कि हम उसमें कोई भी एनर्जी डेंस सप्लीमेंट अलग से नहीं दे रहे हैं। एक तो जो हम विभाग की तरफ से उनको टेक होम राशन अवेलेबल करा रहे हैं वो हमारी तरफ से सप्लीमेंट है, और इसके अलावा घर पर पेरेंट्स बच्चों को किस तरह से होम बेस्ड फीडिंग करा सकते हैं उस पर हमारा मेन फोकस होता है। तो पेरेंट्स जो होते हैं, गार्जियन जो होते हैं, जो बच्चे को केयर टेकिंग करते हैं, उनको ही बच्चे के लिए टाइम अंतराल से वो किस तरह से बच्चे को खिला पाए ये सिखाना जरूरी होता है। मेरा मानना है कि देखिए, पोषण की कमी तब होती है जब जरूरी नहीं कि घर में संसाधन की कमी है। घरों में संसाधन रहते हुए भी माता पिता समय अभाव के कारण या किसी और कारण से अपने बच्चे को समय पर फीडिंग नहीं करवा पाते। ये एक बहुत बड़ा कारण होता है। आईसीडीएस की स्टडी में जो मैंने पाया है कि बच्चों में कुपोषण इसलिए बहुत तीव्रता से बढ़ता है। तो हम विभाग की तरफ से उनको पूरक पोषाहार उपलब्ध करा ही रहे हैं, साथ में उनके पास जो भी घर पे संसाधन उपलब्ध हैं उनको कैसे वो इस पूरक पोषाहार में एड ऑन करके और उसकी न्यूट्रिशन वैल्यू को बढ़ा सकते हैं, साथ ही टाइमली उन बच्चों को खिलाएं। और जो ग्रोथ मॉनिटरिंग आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर कर रही है उससे वो बच्चे का स्टेटस भी चेक कर लें कि उनके द्वारा क्या अप्रोप्रिएट टाइम पर फीडिंग बच्चे को कराई जा रही है, क्या उनके द्वारा सही तरीके से बच्चों के जो रिक्वायर्ड न्यूट्रिशन है उसके हिसाब से खिलाया जा रहा है। तो जब वो बच्चे की ग्रोथ मॉनिटरिंग को रेगुलरली आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर के साथ बैठकर ट्रैक करते हैं, आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर उनको काउंसल करती है, ड्यूरिंग होम विजिट भी काउंसल करती है, तो फिर वो अपने आप अपने बच्चे की केयर टेकिंग में इंटरेस्ट लेते हैं कि हमें बच्चे को समय पर खिलाना है और सही तरीके से हमें उनको इसको किस तरह से बच्चे के टेस्ट के अकॉर्डिंग हमें इसे तैयार करके उसको खिलाना है। तो ये मेन रोल इसमें पेरेंट्स का, गार्जियंस का ही होता है।
थैंक यू मैम। Any further questions? A very interesting thing which has come to our knowledge is you are using, like you are able to reach 100% of the children as per census. So is this census 2011 you are using or you are using project 2023 or 24 data?
सॉरी, आपकी आवाज मुझे क्लियर ऑडिबल नहीं है।
अभी आ रही है आवाज?
शायद
अभी
हो
आ रही
सकता है कि
अभी
जी
आ रही है आपको? अच्छा, मेरा ये क्वेश्चन है कि आपने एक इंटरेस्टिंग चीज बताई कि आप 100% जो बच्चे हैं एज पर सेंसस उन तक पहुंच पा रहे हैं। तो जो सेंसस का डेटा आप यूज कर रहे हैं वो 2011 सेंसस यूज कर रहे हैं या फिर प्रोजेक्टेड पॉपुलेशन 2023 के बेसिस या 24 के बेसिस पे आप 100% तक पहुंच रहे हैं?
हम लोग प्रोजेक्टेड पॉपुलेशन पे काम कर रहे हैं। 2011 की पॉपुलेशन तो हमारे सामने है ही, लेकिन उसमें जो प्रोजेक्टेड पॉपुलेशन हम कवर कर सकते हैं उसको हमने फोकस किया है और हमने डिस्ट्रिक्ट वाइज उसका पूरा डेटा तैयार किया कि ऑलरेडी कितना एनरोलमेंट हमारे प्रोग्राम में है, कितना पोषण ट्रैकर पे है और कितना गैप अभी हमें अचीव करना है। तो ये हम टाइमली हमारे फील्ड ऑफिशियल्स के रिव्यू मीटिंग्स के दौरान उनसे शेयर करते हैं कि अभी भी इतनी प्रोजेक्टेड पॉपुलेशन हमारे कवरेज से बाहर है। तो हम मोस्ट प्रोबेबल जितने बेनिफिशियरी हो सकते हैं उनको हमारे आंगनवाड़ी सेंटर तक लाए, उनको स्क्रीन करें, इस प्रोग्राम में एनरोल करें।
Thank you, ma'am. Any further questions? Ma'am, I'm sure that the learnings that you have shared, we can have the guidelines with that. Thank you for your time, ma'am. We can now move to our next slot.
वेलकम श्रेया जी, थैंक यू।
Thank you.
Now I would request Mr. Niranjan Yadav, Project Coordinator from Dashna Mahila Kalyan Samiti. Dashna Mahila Kalyan Samiti is based in Chhatarpur district of Madhya Pradesh and is engaged in accelerating process of social development. I request Mr. Niranjan Yadav to stage insights to the case study presentation.
तो नमस्कार सभी को, मैं निरंजन यादव हूँ, दसवां महिला कल्याण समिति छतरपुर से। मंच पे विराजमान में महोदय और आदरणीय प्रतिभा महोदय का स्वागत करता हूँ और सबसे पहले प्रणाम करता हूँ, इसलिए कि हम जो भी कर रहे हैं छतरपुर जिले में आपके मार्गदर्शन में कर रहे हैं। और जब तक स्लाइड उसकी आती है, मैं थोड़ा सा बात करना चाहूँगा, थोड़ा रेफरेंस देना चाहूँगा कि अभी स्वर्णा में
आपका आवाज क्लियर नहीं आ रही।
हाँ,
ये लीजिए, इससे बात कीजिए।
आप इससे बात कर लीजिए।
जब बात कर रही थी तो उन्होंने खुद ही बताया कि जो शिवपुर है, छतरपुर है, खंडवा है, बड़वानी है, वो ऐसे पॉकेट्स हैं जहाँ पर ज्यादा जरूरत है पढ़ करने की है। तो हमारा ये जो कार्यक्रम है पोषण समृद्ध ग्राम कार्यक्रम, स्मार्ट कम्युनिटी इसको हम लोग बोलते हैं। तो ये मुख्य रूप से छतरपुर और शिवपुर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में हम लोग पायलट कर रहे हैं। शुरुआत में ये हम लोगों ने 50 गाँव से शुरुआत की और आज हम लोग स्केल अप करके 100 गाँव में, भारत के 200 गाँव में, मध्य प्रदेश के 200 गाँव में हम इस कार्यक्रम को कर रहे हैं। कार्यक्रम का उद्देश्य है कि हमारा जो समुदाय है, जो हम बात कर रहे थे अभी, वो समुदाय ये समझे जो हम समझ रहे हैं। एक बच्चे की माँ समझे कि उसका बच्चा क्यों कुपोषित हो रहा है और उस बच्चे को कैसे हम बच्चे को कैसे बेहतर माँ कर सकती है। तो स्थानीय स्तर से कैसे हम कुपोषण का प्रबंधन कर सकें, इस सोच के साथ इसकी शुरुआत की गई। जो हमारा कार्यक्रम है, ये ओवरऑल गोल जो हमारा है, तो वो हम जो हमारा SG2 है उसको हम कंटिन्यू करते हैं। और प्रोजेक्ट पर्पस था कि हम विद इन 2 ईयर लगभग 15% तो वेस्टिंग को कम कर पाए। ये एकदम टारगेटेड इनिशिएटिव हमारा था। क्या है पोषण समृद्ध ग्राम? जब हम लोगों ने शुरुआत की थी कार्यक्रम की, तो हमारी परिकल्पना ये थी कि एक ऐसा गांव जहां कोई भी बच्चा, कोई भी परिवार खाद्य सुरक्षा से वंचित ना रहे। हर परिवार की सुरक्षा हो, हर व्यक्ति अपना खुद उगाए और खुद खाए, इस सोच के साथ हम लोगों ने कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत की। हम लोगों ने ये सोचा था कि जितने भी परिवार वहां होंगे, वो सारे परिवार वहां की स्पेशली जो हमारी दीदी है, जो हमारी बहनें हैं, वो समझें। हमारे समझने से क्या होगा कि सुनहरे 1000 दिवस क्या होते हैं, वो समझें कि सुनहरे 1000 दिवस क्या होते हैं और उनका उसका महत्व उनके लिए कितना महत्वपूर्ण है। तो हम लोगों ने ये कोशिश की कि एक एक परिवार इसको जाने। वहां के जो लोग स्थानीय समुदाय है, वो ये समझे कि खेती और प्राकृतिक संसाधन जो दूसरे हैं और उनका जो पोषण है, उसके बीच में लिंक क्या है, वो कम्युनिटी समझे। ये हमारी सोच थी। हमारी सोच ये है कि हर एक परिवार में जो प्रजनन उम्र की महिला है, जो 15 से 49 वर्ष की महिला है, वो कम से कम 5 ग्रुप, जो 5 खाद्य समूह है, वो उसके रोज के आहार में शामिल हो। ये हमारा लक्ष्य। प्रत्येक बच्चा जो है उसको घर में पका हुआ खाना मिले, उसको होम कुक्ड बैलेंस डाइट मिले, ये सोच के साथ हम लोग गए थे। तो बड़े बड़े लक्ष्य थे हमारे, लेकिन हर एक फैमिली में सेफ फूड हो, वहाँ का बाजार है, उसको समुदाय कंट्रोल करे। समुदाय कंट्रोल करे इन द सेंस कि हम जो बाजार में खरीदेंगे, बाजार उसी तरीके से हमें प्रस्तुत करेगा। अगर हम चाहते हैं कि बड़ा सुंदर सा बैगन चाहिए, हमें बड़ा सुंदर सा टमाटर चाहिए, जिसकी एक जैसी साइज से हम अगर मार्केट में डिमांड करेंगे, तो स्वाभाविक सी बात है कि जो लोग उसको उगा रहे हैं उसका ध्यान रखेंगे, उसके पेस्टिसाइड इंसेक्टिसाइड छिड़केंगे ताकि ये सुंदर दिखे। और जब हम ये सोचेंगे कि नहीं, हमें सुंदर देखने में सुंदर नहीं चाहिए, लेकिन वो वास्तव में जो उसमें जो सोच के खा रहे हैं कि इसमें ये बैगों का ये पोषक तत्व होंगे, क्या वो उसमें है, क्या जो हम पालक खा रहे हैं क्या उसमें आयरन है या उसमें जहर है, ये अगर वो लोग समझे और वो उस तरह से मार्केट में खरीदने का प्रयास करें, तो सप्लाई भी लोग उसी तरह से करेंगे। कम्युनिटी जो हमारी है वो कैसे, हमारा जो समुदाय है वो अनकल्टिवेटेड बहुत सारी चीजें छतरपुर, पूरा मध्य प्रदेश में छतरपुर से वो सब जगह उपलब्ध है, जंगल में बहुत सारी चीज है, उसका वैल्यू करें, लोग उसका उपयोग करना सीखें, उसको समझें कि कितना महत्वपूर्ण है जो हमारे परंपराओं में कितने सालों से हमारे पूर्वज खा रहे हैं, अब आज हम उसको क्यों छोड़ते जा रहे हैं। जो हमारे परंपरागत ट्रेडिशनल फूड है, जो हमारे मिलेट्स है, उसको हम क्यों छोड़ते जा रहे हैं। इतने सारे लक्ष्यों के साथ हम लोग आगे बढ़े, लेकिन ये होगा कैसे, ये हुआ कैसे। तो हम लोगों को ये सारा करने के लिए 5 तरह की हमारी बेस्ट प्रैक्टिस हम लोगों ने 50 गांव में बात की, और मुझे बेहद खुशी हो रही है कि इस हॉल में बहुत लोग हैं जो इस सोच के साथ भी अपनी सहमति रखते हैं। जैसे कि पुष्टि सर भी कह रहे थे कि फूड सिस्टम को अगर हम अपने ध्यान में नहीं रखेंगे, तो हम शायद कितने भी प्रयास कर ले, लेकिन वो परिस्थितियां नहीं बदल पाएंगे। तो हम लोगों ने ये 5 तरह की गतिविधियां की। इसमें जब हम अंदर जाएंगे तो आप समझेंगे कि इसमें फूड सिस्टम को कैसे हम लोग बेटर कर रहे हैं, कैसे एनहांस कर रहे हैं। सबसे पहली जो गतिविधि है वो हम लोग एक न्यूट्रिशन कैंप करते हैं मीडिया चेंज के लिए, और बाल भोज करते हैं, 2 गतिविधियां उसके अंदर हैं। तो जो न्यूट्रिशन कैंप करते हैं उसके लिए हमने सेंसस बेसिस पे पूरे गांव का जितने बच्चे हैं सब का एंथ्रोपोमेट्रिक मेजरमेंट करते हैं। और मैं यूनिसेफ को बहुत धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं कि जिस दिन से हमने इसकी प्रोजेक्ट की शुरुआत की थी, पहले दिन हमने प्रशिक्षण दिया, और मुझे बेहद खुशी है कि वो टीम मेरी जो एंथ्रोपोमेट्रिक मेजरमेंट यहां से सीखी गई, आज छतरपुर के डब्ल्यूसीडी डिपार्टमेंट के सारे ऑफिसर को सिखाती है कि एंथ्रोपोमेट्रिक मेजरमेंट कैसे करना है। तो ये सब शुरुआत से चूंकि लोग जुड़े, यहाँ हमें भोपाल से डायरेक्शन देती और यूनिसेफ का पूरा 3 दिन का हम लोगों ने यही प्रशिक्षण किया। लोगों को लगा अच्छा है, एंथ्रोपोमेट्रिक मेजरमेंट के लिए 3 दिन क्या, उसको तो वजन लेना सीखना है, उसमें ग्रेड निकालना सीखना है, हाइट लेना सीखना है, तो 3 दिन क्या लगा। लेकिन जब हम 3 दिन वहां रहे तब समझ में आया कि ये 3 दिन भी कम पड़ रहे थे। और एंथ्रोपोमेट्रिक मेजरमेंट करने के बाद हम खुद ये जान पाते हैं कि गांव में वास्तव में कितने सेम और कितने मैम बच्चे हैं। फिर हमारे सारे तो जो पहला इंटरवेंशन हमारा है उसमें हम जितने भी आइडेंटिफाई बच्चे हुए हैं, अगर बच्चा मेंटल कॉम्प्लिकेशन कुछ है या लगता है कि इसको एनआरसी जितना आवश्यक है, पहला काम होता है कि उसको एनआरसी जो हमारे हाथ में नहीं है उसमें हाथ डालने की जरूरत है। बाकी के जो बच्चे हैं उनके लिए हम गांव के स्तर पे 15 दिन का एक कैंप ऑर्गेनाइज करते हैं, जिसको हम फुलवारी बोलते हैं। बच्चे जहाँ इकट्ठे हैं, प्रकृति के साथ रहें, अच्छे से खाएं, माताएं उनकी आती हैं। वहां सिर्फ ऐसा नहीं कि बच्चों को खिलाना हमारा उद्देश्य है, हमारा उद्देश्य ये है कि आपके भी उपलब्ध संसाधनों में आप ऐसी चीजें बच्चों को दे सकते हैं जो उनको इन सारी परिस्थितियों से बेहतर कर सकते हैं, कुपोषण की स्थिति से बाहर ला सकते हैं। तो 15 दिन तक उनके लिए सेशन होता है, 15 दिन ऑनेस्ट कराते हैं। हम माँ को ये सिखाते हैं कि घर में बच्चे के लिए न्यूट्रिएंट्स वो लोकली चीजों से कैसे बना सकते हैं, वो दलहन तिलहन और अनाजों का उपयोग करके कैसे वो न्यूट्रिएंट्स बना सकते हैं, जिसको शायद आजकल बड़ी बड़ी कंपनी सेलो पाउडर ये खिलाना वो खिलाना, बड़ा सुंदर सा बच्चे का फोटो बना दिया, वो उनके लिए अफोर्डेबल नहीं है, वो कहाँ सीखता है। तो हम लोग उनको बताते हैं कि आप न्यूट्रिएंट्स बनाइए, इससे अच्छा कुछ भी नहीं। वो सारा करती है, 15 दिन की क्रिया चलती है, और पहले दिन 15वें दिन और अंतिम दिन बच्चे का एंथ्रोपोमेट्रिक मेजरमेंट होता है। कितना बच्चे ने वेट गेन किया, कितना परिवर्तन आया, वो 15वें दिन माँ बताती है। 15वें दिन माँ बताती जाएगी कि बच्चे का कितना वजन बढ़ा। मैं हमारे कार्यक्रम जो भी जिले में हो रहे हैं, हम लोग बाहर के लोगों सबको इनवाइट करते हैं। मनीषा जी हो के आई, उस क्षेत्र में हर एक माँ को पता है कि मेरे बच्चे का वजन कितना है। तो जब तक वो नहीं समझेगी, जो हम कैजुअल फ्रेमवर्क और मालन्यूट्रिशन समझना चाहते हैं, वो वहां बच्चे की माँ समझती है कि इसका छुपा हुआ कारण ये है। तो इस तरह से जब सेशन होते हैं तो पहला इम्पैक्ट देखने को ये मिलता है कि लगभग जो मैम बच्चे हैं वो लगभग 50 से 60% बच्चे 15 दिन के अंदर ही मैम से नॉर्मल में आ जाते हैं, और कुछ टाइम से बच्चे मैम कैटेगरी में आते हैं। उसके बाद फॉलोअप का हमारा प्लान रहता है। साथ ही साथ हम सिर्फ इसको ही करके नहीं छोड़ते, क्योंकि ये तो तुरंत कुछ समाधान के लिए बातें हैं, लेकिन लंबे समय तक इम्पैक्ट कैसे दिखेगा। तो हमारा एक लैंड का मॉड्यूल है, एग्रीकल्चर नेचुरल रिसोर्स मैनेजमेंट टू वर्क। और इस लैंड मॉड्यूल में क्या होता है कि 15 दिन बाद महिलाओं के साथ हम लोग सेशन करते हैं, और आपको आश्चर्य होगा कि जो ये सेशन होता है इसके लिए हमने प्रशिक्षण आंगनबाड़ी कार्यकर्ता को दिया है, आशा को दिया है, और एग्रीकल्चर डिपार्टमेंट के कृषि मित्र को दिया है, और पंचायत विभाग के रोजगार सहायक को दिया है। जब मैं एग्रीकल्चर डिपार्टमेंट गया और हमने उसको बोला कि सर पोषण पे कार्यक्रम करना चाहते हैं, आपको कृषि मित्र को प्रशिक्षण देना है, तो वो कहते हैं कि आप WCD चले जाइए, ये कृषि विभाग का ऑफिस है, यहाँ क्या करेंगे आप, ये हमारा काम नहीं, ये तो महिला बाल विकास का काम। तो जब हम लोगों को समझाया कि सर जो खाने की चीजें हैं वो महिला बाल विकास नहीं उगा सकता है अपने ऑफिस में, वो जो खेतों में उगी हैं वो तो आप सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। जैसे जैसे उनके कन्वेंस हुआ, उन्होंने ऑर्डर रिलीज किया, सारे डिपार्टमेंट से एक साथ सबकी ट्रेनिंग हुई, और गांव में जब ये सेशन होते हैं तो कृषि मित्र, आशा, आंगनबाड़ी कार्यकर्ता रोजगार सहायक साथ में बैठते हैं, और जो हमारा पोषण अभियान चाहता है कि मल्टी सेक्टर एंगेजमेंट हो, सब लोग एक साथ बैठे, वहां नहीं बैठे, जहां बैठे गांव में आके जहां समस्या है, वो सब लोग एक साथ बैठ के मुद्दों की चर्चा करते हैं, और वो 15 दिन बाद 22 मीटिंग का मॉड्यूल है जो 1.5 साल का डेवलप हो जाता है। इसके बाद मैं आता हूं जो हमारी तीसरी गतिविधि है, वो सस्टेनेबल इंटीग्रेटेड फार्मिंग सिस्टम। हम कृषि को कैसे पोषण समृद्ध बनाएंगे। अगर हमारी मिट्टी जो है उसमें ही पोषण नहीं बचा है, तो उस पर उगी हुई चीजों में पोषण कहां ढूंढेंगे हम लोग। तो ये प्रयास करते हैं कि जो हमारा एग्रीकल्चर है वो न्यूट्रिशन हम लोग पूरी तरीके से सारे परिवार जिसमें है, लगभग 70% परिवारों में अपनी व्यक्ति खुद की पोषण वाली है, जिसमें 11 तरह की 12 तरह की 13 तरह की सब्जियां होती हैं। 3 से 4 फूड ग्रुप से पोषण वाली से ही कवर हो जाएंगे। हम उनको 5 फूड ग्रुप तो बोल रहे हैं, लेकिन मार्केट का रेट नहीं देखते कि कितना महंगा है। अगर वो खुद नहीं उगाएंगे तो नहीं खा पाएंगे, तो खुद उगाएं और फिर खाएं। तो ये इंटीग्रेटेड फार्मिंग का मॉडल हम लोग इसमें, जो हमारे इंटीग्रेटेड फार्मिंग का मॉडल है, इसमें 6 सब सिस्टम को एग्रीकल्चर के साथ जोड़ते हैं। उसमें पशुपालन, मछली पालन, मतलब पोल्ट्री है, जितने भी अलग अलग तरह के मल्टी लेयर, उनका मिक्स क्रॉपिंग, और स्पेशली इस बार जो हमने किया है वो मिलेट को प्रशिक्षण से रिवाइव करने का कोशिश किया है। जो कोदो मिलेट है वो हमारे बुंदेलखंड का ट्रेडिशनल फूड था, लेकिन पिछले 40 साल में कहां हो गया पता नहीं चला। पहली बार साल हम लोगों ने किसानों के साथ मिलकर प्रयास किया, और मुझे बेहद खुशी होती है कि 350 क्विंटल कोदो हम लोग रखे। अभी हम उसकी प्रोसेसिंग करवाने के लिए यूनिट मंगा रहे हैं, और उस यूनिट से फिर उसके चावल निकाल के लोगों को मार्केटिंग सिखा रहे हैं कि कम से कम तुम नहीं खाओ, बाकी सब तुम भी खाओ, सबको भी थोड़ा मिलता रहे, नहीं तो भूल जाएगी सब। तो ये हो रहा है फार्मिंग सिस्टम में। फिर जो हमारा चौथा गतिविधि है उसमें हम लोग क्या करते हैं कि सर ये एज अ प्रोजेक्ट सारा कुछ हम ही थोड़ी कर लेंगे, सरकार की इतनी सारी योजनाएं हैं, इतने विभागों की योजनाएं हैं। तो हम जो अभी मैडम बात कर रही थी, शुरुआत कर रहे थे, न्यूट्रिशन सिस्टम माइक्रो प्लानिंग गांव के स्तर पे, ग्राम सभा में हम लोग जो कम्युनिटी के लोग हैं वो ये भी तय करें कि देखिए वंचित जो है या जो गरीबी है उसका सिर्फ एक मापदंड, आप बीपीएल को छोड़ दीजिए, बीपीएल तो ठीक है, लेकिन जिस परिवार का कुपोषित बच्चा है उससे ज्यादा मार्जिनलाइज छोड़, और उसको प्राथमिकता नहीं दे सकती पंचायत, तो हम इसको प्राथमिकता दे रहे हैं। वो साहब के बीपीएल कार्ड को जिसके घर में ट्रैक्टर रखा है, तो जब वहां की प्लानिंग प्रोसेस होती है और न्यूट्रिशन सेंट्रिक प्लान बनता है, मुझे बेहद खुशी है कि इस बार हम 35 पंचायतों में ऐसा प्लान बना पाए जिसमें देखो पंचायत में क्या होता है, यहाँ बिल्डिंग बननी है, यहाँ रोड बनना है, यहाँ भवन चाहिए। पहली बार लोगों ने इस तरह के प्रस्ताव रखे कि गाँव में पोषण वाली लगाने के लिए खाद की जरूरत है, तो पंचायत नाडर बनवाई। तो जब पंचायत नारियल बनवाएगी तो उसमें वर्मी कंपोस्ट बनेगा, उसमें नारियल कंपोस्ट होगा और वो खाद्य का प्रयोग करेंगे तो शायद गांव की स्थिति और पहली बार लोगों ने ये कहा कि गांव में स्वच्छता की जरूरत है, हर सेक्टर को ऐसे बनाएंगे कि गांव में साफ सफाई बन जाए। तो इस तरह के मतलब काम कितना हुआ नहीं हुआ वो अलग बात है, कम से कम लोगों ने शुरुआत तो की, पंचायत में जिम्मेदारी तो ली। तो ये हमारी चौथी गतिविधि है। पांचवी गतिविधि है कि एज अ प्रोजेक्ट हमारी उस लिमिटेशन है, हम कब तक वहां रहेंगे। तो ये सारी चीजें आगे कौन कंटिन्यू करके रखें साहब, तो जितने भी विलेज लेवल इंस्टीट्यूशन है हम उनको एम्पावर कर रहे हैं कि हमारे जाने के बाद ये एफिशिएंसी जो है, जो सहयोगी मार्ग समिति है, वहां की जो एसएसजी है, वहां की पंचायत है, वो लेना जिम्मेदारी। आप किसके प्रतिनिधि बन के बैठे हैं, आप किसके प्रतिनिधि बन के बैठे हैं। अगर इतनी जिम्मेदारी आप लेंगे तो आपको क्या है तुमसे हाथ जाके वोट मांगने का 5 साल पंचायत में रहेंगे जाके वोट मांगने का। देखिए कोई भी राष्ट्र, कोई भी गांव इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर से नहीं बनता है, वहां के लोग कितने सशक्त हैं, कितने स्वस्थ हैं, कितने वो भी ज्यादा महत्वपूर्ण। तो अगर ये उनको एहसास हो जाएगा तो निश्चित रूप से वो उसकी जिम्मेदारी लेंगे। तो ये 5 बेस्ट प्रैक्टिस है हम लोग की जाए। मैं सिर्फ ये बताना चाहूंगा, सॉरी मैं समझ रहा हूं मेरा थोड़ा टाइम ज्यादा हो जाएगा, मैं तो 2 मिनट ये इस तरह की हमारी गतिविधियां हैं जो हम लोगों ने 5 बेस्ट प्रैक्टिस के साथ की है। समय मुझे इजाजत नहीं देता, मैं थोड़ा सा आगे जाके सब इसका इम्पैक्ट बताना चाहूंगा आपको। हुआ क्या है, जब इतना सब हुआ तो हम लोगों ने जो बेसलाइन किया था वो एक्सटर्नल एजेंसी ने किया था। 2 साल के बाद हमने प्रोजेक्ट का डेडलाइन करवाया। अब प्रोजेक्ट हम लोग 5 साल तक करेंगे, इसका इसलिए डेडलाइन आना अभी प्रपोजल बाकी है। तो जो 2 साल बाद हुआ वो क्या हुआ कि एग्रीकल्चर में एक बड़ा चेंज देखने को मिला। वहां आप लोगों का जो ओवर प्रोडक्शन है वो बढ़ गया। जो वॉश कंपोनेंट में हम देख रहे हैं 43% पीपल ने रिपोर्ट किया कि वो हैंड वॉशिंग जो है वो सोप के साथ ही करते हैं। और सेम इसको ड्रिंकिंग वाटर जो 2% था शुरुआत में वो 46% हो गया। ड्रिंकिंग वाटर कैसे सेफ हो गया, क्योंकि हम लोग मटका फिल्टर प्रयोग करते हैं। 5 घंटे हम पूरा करना बता पाऊं कि जहां जहां जाता है मैं वहां बता। और ये 62% खाने जो महत्वपूर्ण डेटा मैं बताना चाहूंगा आपको कि जो आहार की विविधता थी, जो डाइटरी डाइवर्सिटी थी वुमेन की, जो बेसलाइन हुआ तो उसमें 4%। और जब हम लोगों ने 2 साल तक इन चीजों को प्रमोट किया आज में उनको फूड ग्रुप पे अभियान करना, तो आप देख रहे हैं कि डेटा 4% से बढ़ के 41% तक पहुंच गया और 31% को अलग अलग मेन फ्रीक्वेंसी थी वो आप देख रहे थे कि 9% से 9 से 23 है, 9% जो है बढ़ती। वैक्सीनेशन 98% उन गांव में हो गया। पीएनसी कवरेज 46% से 81 हो गया। पीएनसी कवरेज 46 से 78% हो गया। सबसे बड़ी बात कि ओवरऑल जो हमारा लक्ष्य था वो विदिन 2 ईयर जो वेस्टिंग था सिर्फ 2 साल के अंदर वेस्टिंग में 11% की गिरावट एक्सटर्नल एजेंसी के सर्वे, हम लोगों ने कोई सर्वे नहीं किया, बेसलाइन एक्सटर्नल एजेंसी ने किया, मिडलाइन एक्सटर्नल एजेंसी ने किया, और उन्होंने ये रिपोर्ट दिया कि इन गांवों में 11% की गिरावट बेसलाइन की तुलना में है। अब हम हेडलाइन का इंतजार कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि 5 साल पूरे होंगे। निश्चित रूप से जब वो आएगा हम आप सबके साथ साझा करेंगे। और मुझे और ज्यादा विगत कि बहुत सारे एंगेजमेंट पार्टनर हम लोगों के साथ जुड़ रहे हैं अलग अलग में जो है। हम लोग रिलायंस को ये चीज दिखा चुके हैं, हम एचसीपी को ये दिखा चुके हैं। जेब ने इस मॉडल को रेप्लिकेट कर दिया है $50,000 अपना खुद का लगा के। इसका मतलब ये है कि कुछ ना कुछ कम है, इसलिए उनको समझ में आया तो उसने अपना पैसा खर्च किया है। और शुरुआत हम लोगों ने डब्ल्यूएचएस के साथ की, सारा मार्गदर्शन यहाँ पे मिला। आज बहुत सारे दूसरे पार्टनर उसको अडॉप्ट करना चाहते हैं, मुझे लगता है वो सफल होगा, इसी लोग उसको सीखना चाहते हैं। तो भी बहुत सारे सेव द चिल्ड्रन अलग अलग हम लोग बहुत इच्छुक हैं कि सारे लोग उस एफर्ट को देखें और गांव को देखें। मैं आप सबको भी आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगा, जब आपको मौका लगे सड़क आने का जरूर आइए, 1-2 गांव जरूर देख के आइए। तो मुझे लगता समय ज्यादा है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अगर कोई प्रश्न है आपका तो
एक बात पे जोड़ना चाहूंगी निरंजन, बहुत अच्छा आपने शेयर किया। हाल ही में अफ्रीका के 6 देश निरंजन के पास आए थे, दर्शना संस्था के पास,
और वो यहाँ 8 दिन रुक करके एक गांव में उन्होंने समझा कि कैसे कुपोषण हम कम कर सकते हैं। और मुझे बताते हुए बहुत खुशी है कि अफ्रीका के वो देश ये न्यूट्रिशन स्मार्ट कम्युनिटीज को अडॉप्ट कर रहे हैं और यहाँ से सीख करके वो गए हैं। एक गांव उन्होंने कैसा बनाया है, मैं आप सभी लोगों को इनवाइट करूंगी कि उसमें आप समय हो तो प्लीज एक दिन का समय निकाल करके पाटन गांव को देख करके आए। एक मॉडल विलेज के रूप में पाटन गांव को दर्शना ने डेवलप किया है और वहां आपको दर्शना को कांटेक्ट नहीं करना है, गांव की एक समिति है, क्योंकि इतनी विजिट्स होने लगी है कि गांव की कमेटी जो है उससे आपको टाइम लेना पड़ेगा कि किस दिन आप विजिट कर सकते हैं। और वहां पे आपको टेक्नोलॉजी यूज, कम्युनिटी मोबिलाइजेशन, नेटवर्किंग और बहुत सारी चीजें आपको देखने को मिलेंगी। तो ये बहुत अच्छा काम छतरपुर में हुआ है। श्योपुर में भी कराहल ब्लॉक जो हमारे लिए ब्लैक ब्लॉक के रूप में पहले एक समय में जाना जाता था, आज से 7-8 साल पहले, लेकिन आज वो बहुत ही उन्नत ब्लॉक है और वहाँ भी कुपोषण में बहुत कमी आई है। तो ये बहुत सीखने वाले एक्सपीरियंसेस कम्युनिटी से हमें मिले हैं और मैं जरूर आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी कि समय निकले तो आप विजिट करके आइए, क्योंकि मध्य प्रदेश में ही ये चीजें हो रही हैं। थैंक यू।
विजिट अरेंज कराइए।
हाँ, हम प्लान कर सकते हैं एक विजिट। सब हाँ हाँ, इट इज इन प्रगति।
Thank you, for sharing that advice. I would now request Mr. Sriram Singh to please present the tool.
बाहर आ जाओ। नहीं
Thank you, and I thank the audience, the online and the offline audience, for patiently hearing us. We will now break for lunch, and we will join back after 1 hour. We will be taking for lunch, so we will resume at 2:15. But by 2 p.m., I request all of you to please back in the hall.
Okay.
नहीं कोई बात नहीं सर, हम लोग इसको रिकॉर्ड कर रहे हैं। तो इनके शेयर करना होगा तो हम ऑनलाइन शेयर कर देंगे।
I welcome back all the participants. We can now start the next session. I hope all of you had a great lunch. Now we have Mr. Naveen Garg from GIZ, who will share the best practices in community-based management of SAM in Maharashtra. Can the online audience hear us?
15 people online are here. All are here.
Okay, so good afternoon, everybody. My name is Naveen Garg, and I am coming from a digitalization background. And I will talk about this intervention that we have done in Maharashtra with ICDS Maharashtra, where we are trying to put up an IT solution for the supply chain tracking of the THR packets. So in the morning, we were hearing a lot about AI and these kind of stuff. So probably this intervention will actually fit into that. Can we go to the next slide? Okay, yeah. So that's how this presentation is. We'll talk about a bit about the background, and then we'll talk about the THR distribution cycle in Maharashtra, and what is the solution actually, and what does it bring? What are the features of this solution? We have done pilot in 2 districts, so I will be talking about that. And then what advantages we envisage coming out of this IT solution, how the journey has been, because it's now almost kind of 1 year actually. And then what is the road ahead? Yeah. So that's the, they are distributing this THR packets. There are around 105,000 plus Anganwadi centers in the state of Maharashtra, catering to around 74 lakh beneficiaries. And the beneficiary categories, we have children from 6 months to 3 years of age, then pregnant and lactating women. There is a category of severely underweight child, 6 months to 6 years, they get additional THR. And then we have adolescent girls in 4 aspirational districts, which is Washim, Gadchiroli, Osmanabad, and Nandurbar, and the age category is 14 to 18 years. So how this THR distribution happens? So what happens is that they distribute every alternate months, and it is done for 2 months. So if it is done in January, then it covers January to February, then it goes to March. So in March, they cover up March to April. So that's how it goes on. And the demand generation, since this is a supply chain IT solution, so we have to look at when the demand is getting generated, when the supply orders are getting generated, and when the delivery of the THR packets is happening at the Anganwadi centers. So these are the critical things that need to be taken care of in the IT solution. So demand generation and supply order generation, this happens 1.5 months before the distribution. And then the THR packets, they reach the Anganwadi centers 1 week before the distribution. Yeah. So THR IT solution. So basically the modules we have is beneficiary management. Then we have demand request generation. We have supply order generation. And then delivery management at the Anganwadi centers. And along with delivery management, we have a feature for quality assurance also, whether the packets are reaching in the correct shape with the desired quality. All those factors are there. Then reports and user management, which is a normal feature for any IT solution. What this solution brings, it brings a real-time dashboard for demand generation, supply order generation, and delivery status. So we have a real-time dashboard. As soon as there is any activity happening on the ground, it gets recorded in the IT solution, and you get a real-time status update. Delivery acceptance at the Anganwadi center. So it is done through a QR code. So Anganwadi workers have got a mobile app, and on that, through that mobile app, they can scan the QR code, which is on the delivery challan, and they come to know how many packets of which weight and which category is coming to their Anganwadi center, and they can accordingly register in the.
Voice is not audible.
Am I audible now?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Okay. So the Anganwadi worker can actually record in the acceptance note or acceptance feature of this mobile app that whether the packets are of the desired quality, they are not torn, the expiry date is not gone. All those kind of features are there in this mobile app. Yeah. So this IT solution provides for a penalty calculation also, because the department, if the supplies are not as per the demands, as per the supply orders, then there is a provision that the department levies a penalty on the suppliers. So that part is also covered in this IT solution as per the business logic provided by the department. The solution is multilingual, so it covers Marathi, Hindi, and English. The mobile app, it works both in the online and the offline modes. So if a particular Anganwadi worker is having connectivity issues, so they can record the status in the app, and as soon as the connectivity is there or they enter a zone where connectivity is there, the things get uploaded on the server. And you can configure SMS and email messages at regular intervals to various stakeholders who are registered with the system. So these are the features of the IT solution. The pilot coverage we are doing in 2 districts, Thane and Palghar, which covers around 5,000 plus Anganwadi centers. So what are the advantages? So now you have full transparency. Anybody can view and see at the state level, at the district level, the SMS and the emails are also floating around. So the relevant stakeholders, they are updated how things are happening on the ground. And it's a real-time status. It brings a sense of discipline also in the system. So you have to have the demand and work order, supply order generation 1.5 months before. You have to have the delivery at the Anganwadi centers 1 week before. So that kind of discipline is now there in the system. And as a result, you can monitor and you can track the things which are happening on the ground in a better way. How the journey has been. So we started in December 2022. We started the IT solution development, and the first demo that we gave was in March 23, and after that, in April, we conducted training for the pilot districts, and then the IT solution was kind of a soft rollout was done in May 23, just to see how the system is working, whether it's giving accurate results in terms of penalties and all the other calculations. Now we are in Jan, and I think next week is scheduled for a official launch, probably on Tuesday. That's the communication that I have. And after that, we are looking for a statewide rollout. And we are also looking for an advanced version of this software, because as of now, it does the supply chain part. But we would also like to link it up with the upstream with other applications like the portion tracker, so that you get the beneficiary count and all those details in a seamless manner. Similarly, we would also like to track the distribution also. Those who are taking the packets, are they the real beneficiaries? So some kind of mechanism needs to be developed from that perspective also. So we have some ideas, but let's see how it goes, because before that, the statewide rollout we are looking for. How does the road ahead look like? So I already mentioned the blue and the gray and the green box. Like, we are looking for portion tracker integration, and we are also looking for distribution. The other thing is that when you start using this kind of a software for 7-8 months, you get an insight in terms of analytics. So you can develop supply chain analytics, and that really gives insights into how the things are there on the ground and what can be done for course correction. Similarly, as of today, we don't have any inventory management perspective in this software. So whatever is recorded, whatever the supply is order is generated, that gets distributed totally. But when you have distribution management being tracked, then you can also have the inventory management. Okay, 100 packets were supposed to be distributed, but only 90 were distributed. So 10 can be taken forward for the next distribution cycle. So that kind of mechanism can also be built up in the system. So that's how, as of today, the situation is. Let's see how it goes. Yeah, thank you. So any questions?
Very interesting. In fact, that is something which I was dreaming of. Thank you very much for bringing in this element, because the tech applications and the supply chain management are 2 critical aspects of managing malnutrition. Now we have to think, we have done some basic work, that what you have demonstrated. We have to look at few things that immediately comes to my mind is that, you know, being a supply chain management person, professional, I'm suggesting that there will be some risks in the, when you roll out, registering the demand and creating supply system. You know, there may be flood somewhere. There may be some road cut off, some landslides, you know, so those uncertainties, how do we handle the road uncertainties in the supply chain? So what are the risk element, risk management factors? Like I remember in my care days, those days, technology was not so advanced. We used to use a concept called pre-positioning. मानसून आएगा, रास्ता कट हो जाएगा, स्टॉक आउट हो जाएगा, तो कैसे प्रीपोजिशनिंग करो, एक महीना 2 महीने का स्टॉक आंगनवाड़ी लेवल पे प्रीपोजिशनिंग करना है. And there are a lot of problems on account. Government used to handle pay the transportation cost. They will say that हमारा budget पे नहीं है, ये नहीं. So all these practical constraints will appear, but we have to factor that uncertainty or risk management. Then another aspect is that how this that you will be able to take it to what level you are through this you are able to track, whether it is up to the district point or the Anganwadi point or the beneficiary point. What is your point of delivery? That, and for each level you will have to think in terms of a system which is very robust, and you will be able to track it. Like, can geotagging help like that? So some such ideas need to create the resilience of the system. And then last point is that can we integrate with this HR delivery of the nutrition delivery supply chain to other work? Because why nutrition is delivered? Why nutrition is offered? Nutrition is offered for improving to better the growth. So there are growth monitoring aspects. How these growth monitoring aspects also are coming? How technology, the same supply chain can also bring those information and help creating an interface between the growth management and the nutrition management.
Yeah, so those are very relevant questions. And coming to the risk management part, so as I said that since we'll be looking at the analytics part, so once it is a statewide rollout, then we would come to know that which all areas are prone to risk in terms of deliveries or in terms of supplies. So we'll have to develop a mechanism in the system so that the Anganwadi centers have got buffer quantities well in advance, and there are no disruptions in the THR supply because of unknown risks. So that kind of things need to be developed in that. Coming to your third question, which was related to relating it to the growth monitoring and all that. So that is another area where we are looking at. I mean, say we are working on those aspects also, but I don't want to say much on that as of now, because growth monitoring and this is a sensitive issue from different perspectives. So, but we are definitely looking at those aspects also and seeing how digitalization or analytics or how the IT solutions can be used for those kind of areas. Because morning I was listening to Sam and Ma'am monitoring and handling such cases. So the IT solutions can actually help you in preventing. As soon as a child starts having a negative growth curve, the system can actually alert you well in advance that this child has a tendency to fall into a category which is into Ma'am or Sam. So once you have that alert, you can start taking preventive actions, which as of today, you would be doing it, say 2 or 3 months in delayed fashion, but you can do it 3 months or 2 months earlier itself, and you won't allow that situation to happen. So those kind of, we call it the predictive analytics, and that can actually help you on the ground. But things will take shape as we have access to different kinds of data that is required for developing those kind of solutions. I forgot your first question, actually. Second question, okay. Yes, so yeah, that's another thing. So as of today, the point of delivery is the Anganwadi center. So suppliers supply these packets directly to the Anganwadi center. So they have a route built in. So okay, in the morning, the truck starts from the suppliers, go down along with the delivery challan, and they will keep on covering, say, 10 or 15 Anganwadi centers, keep on distributing it by the evening. So that's the mechanism as of today. And but yeah, at the Anganwadi center, the delivery is being tracked. Now we want to track the distribution also, which is happening at the Anganwadi center. So that's the next phase that we are looking at. We have to discuss it with the state government, how to handle that and how they want to do it. Because as you know, in case of digitalization, particularly in the development sector, we work on the principles of digital principles are there. There are 9 digital principles which we take care of. And one of the most important principles out of that is that you design the system with the user. So when you co-create with the user, the sustainability and the usability of that system gets enhanced dramatically. And if you design using your thought process, then it doesn't work out. So that's the concept that we normally use in GIZ for all the IT applications. And that's how we want to work with this solution also. So they have some. Yeah, so they have suppliers, which it's a federation, I think. And these suppliers, it's kind of a centralized system. But for every district, they have suppliers mapped. But on top of that, they have a federation. Yeah. And as of today, they are giving the raw ration to the beneficiaries. But portion guidelines, they don't prescribe to give raw ration. So going forward, they are going to give premix fortified uh, uh, packets to the beneficiaries. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Diluted, yeah. So they will decide what the government will decide or government will decide. But when you have got the food recipe choices and all that, so different parts of the state. So central system likely to ignore that. So therefore, it's SNG model or decentralized production and distribution model appears to be more akin to the needs and requirement of the community. Right. So how IT solution can help these like the MP model, where we produce several multiple SNGs, and how we can help them to follow this kind of. So the agent should think in terms of. Yeah, rightly said. So we are working with the state government. Let's see how things progress on that front also. Yeah. You have.
You'll be launching. Hello. Yeah. When you said that you will be launching this project for the statewide, when you started this, is this a pilot project right now for 2 districts? By the state government. So when you started this AI development, IT development, did you get state government in loop from the starting? Okay. Uh-huh. So right from day one, the state government day one. Okay. Is participating from the district level also and from the state level. All right, sir. Thank you so much, sir. And one question we do have from our online participant.
So his question is basically how the IT solution plays an important role of community-based management of SAM, and how do you address the flood situation areas for supply chain management?
So disaster situation, see, as of now, these 2 districts, there is no such situation that we have faced till now. But when we go for a statewide rollout, then definitely we'll have certain such situations. So we'll work with the state department, state government, and see how these management of these situations can be done. Yeah, and coming to the first part, like how, so THR basically is like, because they give additional THR to severely underweight children and all that. So this solution actually brings in a sense of discipline, that you get the packet at the desired time with the desired quality, and the packets are in good shape. So that's how it actually helps. Yeah, thank you. Demand generation is actually as per the category. So you have, which I showed in the second or third slide, that you have different beneficiary categories. For every category, there is a certain set that, okay, this category will get these many packets for 1 month. So the demand is generated as per those categories, as per the numbers of the number of the beneficiaries per Anganwadi center. And those many packets only reach the Anganwadi center. So that's how it works. Yeah. No, so every supplier is supposed to deliver. Supplier's responsibility to see that the delivery happens at the Anganwadi center. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Naveen, for joining us and sharing the Maharashtra scenario. I would request Dr. Pushpa to please felicitate Mr. Naveen with the memento. Yeah. I would now request Ms. Kirti Pradhan from America Indian Foundation. She'll be sharing her thoughts on the SNAPE project that is being implemented in Vidisha district. Over to Kirti. Sorry.
It's okay. It happens always. My name. But that happens with me all the time. Yeah. So, hello everyone. I am Kriti Pradhan and I'm the program manager for Sneh initiative. As you can see, इस नाम में S के बाद एक dot है, N के बाद एक dot है, E के बाद. So, Sneh stands for skilling, nutrition, education and health. तो AIF में हम लोगों ने सोचा, मैं आपको बहुत because I was not prepared for the presentation, I just thought I'll share what we are doing. AIF में we all thought that I also personally believe the solution for any problem has to be simple, local and scalable. It cannot be something complicated. So when we talk of a malnourished child, what is the easiest solution? कि बच्चे को खाना खाना चाहिए. और जब हम कम्युनिटी बेस्ड की बात कर रहे हैं तो बच्चे को घर का खाना खाना चाहिए. बिकॉज दैट इज वॉट वी ट्राई टू डू इन दिस प्रोजेक्ट. इसमें हमने 6 महीने से 6 साल तक के बच्चे एंड स्पेशल फोकस विद 6 महीने से 3 साल के बच्चों को एक हॉट कुक्ड मील देना शुरू किया है, विच इज एक्चुअली मेड बाय द एसएचजी वुमेन इन द विलेज. जो women जो एसएचजी women है, जो आंगनवाड़ी को सप्लाई करते हैं मिड डे मील, वही women को हमने ट्रेन किया है टू कुक मील्स फॉर दिस 6 months old child. 6 to 3 year एक कैटेगरी है एंड 3 to 6 एक कैटेगरी है. So I will just tell you the brief activities. This is the geography how it looks like. हमारे पास 10,000 लगभग 10,000 बच्चे, 10,000 children, and Why you see 8,000 children from 11 to 15 years is where there we are doing a mental well-being initiative as well in this project, जहाँ पर हम 6 से 9 तक के बच्चों के साथ एक mental health curriculum run कर रहे हैं. Because when we went to the block, we realized that उन्हीं छोटे बच्चों के भाई बहन, we realized mental health is also a problem, but we'll not go deep into that. And I'm covering 229 Anganwadi. It's a block saturation model with 196 ASHA and Anganwadi workers is 223. What are the major activities? Yeah, we'll go a little slow. Yeah. First, in health and nutrition, support and provision of hot cooked meals for under 3 children. That is first activity. Second is nutrition, counseling, and awareness among caregiver. This is one of the major activity we do. हमारे project में integrated community facilitators हैं, जो regular every day they have to do 5 home visits with Anganwadi worker. It's in the work plan. They have to achieve that number every day. बिकॉज जो सैम बच्चे उनकी रिपीटेटिव विजिट होनी चाहिए, जो मैम है उनकी थोड़ी कम, लेकिन हेल्दी बच्चों को भी, सो दैट दे डोंट फॉल इनटू दैट पर्टिकुलर कैटेगरी, स्पेशली जब सीजनल बीमारी होती है जैसे कि डायरिया, निमोनिया सीजन, अदर डिजीजेस. And then strengthen government intervention. We also believe in AIF that government is the biggest development partner we can have. Like they are the ones. And so we work very closely with government. And इसमें हमने एक district level committee बनाई है, जिसमें कि DM से लेकर CMHO, then we have DPO, DPM, then we have others, almost 12 people at the district level, and we do one meeting a month. Every month we have to show our project like progress, and chairperson is DM. So any issues like this, let's say आप अभी बोल थे THR नहीं supply हो रहा है, right? So everyone sits together, and after the TL, which happens every month or every week in this, so we present कि इधर THR नहीं गया है. So DM directly addresses that. So a district level committee where health and WCD are coming together with livelihood, that is DPM, is helping us a lot. So this sort of dedicated committee to basically address overall issue of Anganwadi helped us a lot in our project. The next is, I wouldn't go in EC and all because we are talking. So can we see the video? Diksha, can you play the video? We'll show a small video of our project. कि कैसा है, how do we do it? It's a process documentation. Can you please the video? Yeah, complete package. Yeah, so we have done the third party baseline, and we have taken 2 blocks, and baseline has been done, but it has been only, I would say, 6, 8 close. The intense intervention has happened only 8 months, I would say, but we are seeing very good early results, early learnings. Yeah, I would love if you would visit the blog.
यहाँ पे हम ऐसा ही खाना बनाते हैं जैसे हमने अपने बच्चों के लिए खाना बनाते हैं। 250-300 बच्चों का यहाँ पे खाना बनता है। हमने AIF से हमने नए नए व्यंजन पौष्टिक बनाना सीखा। व्यंजन की किताब भी दी थी जिससे हम देख के बना सकें। अब जो खाना जाता है उसमें पौष्टिक तत्व पूरे होते हैं। हमें गुणवत्ता के बारे में भी सिखाया। साफ सफाई स्वच्छता का ज्यादा ध्यान करना पड़ता है ट्रेनिंग में, वो भी अच्छे से हमको सब सिखाया। वो हमने सीखा, वो हम वही सब करते हैं। हम 3 से 6 साल के बच्चों का खाना बनाते थे, और अब जो पौष्टिक वाला खाना बनता है ये 6 महीने से 6 साल के बच्चों का बनता है। मैं 10 साल से कम कमाई हूँ, पहली बार यहाँ पे 6 महीने के बच्चों का खाना बन रहा है, बहुत अच्छी बात है। यहाँ से 8 आंगनबाड़ियों में खाना जाता है।
एक 1000 की जनसंख्या पे एक आंगनवाड़ी होती है। आंगनवाड़ी में 0 से 6 साल के बच्चों और महिलाओं को 6 सेवाएं दी जाती हैं। पूरक पोषण आहार, अनौपचारिक शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य शिक्षा एवं पोषण परामर्श, स्वास्थ्य सेवाएं, संदर्भ सेवाएं, टीकाकरण। AIF ने जो आंगनवाड़ी में अतिरिक्त आहार की शुरुआत करी है, इससे हमारे बच्चों को और भी पोषण मिला है और बच्चे खाने को एंजॉय करते हैं और उनका वजन भी बढ़ा। हम यहाँ AIF के फैसिलिटेटर की मदद से मदर मीटिंग का आयोजन करते हैं, जिसमें गर्भवती धात्री महिलाओं को पोषण थाली और पोषण रंगोली की मदद से जागरूक करते हैं, जिससे कि वो अपना और बच्चों का अच्छे से ध्यान रख सकें। आंगनवाड़ी में समय समय पर ग्रोथ मॉनिटरिंग करते हैं, जिसमें हम बच्चों का वजन और हाइट लेते हैं, और हम अभिभावकों को भी उनके वजन और पोषण के बारे में अच्छे से बता पाते हैं। जो कम्युनिटी में जाके मोबिलाइजेशन किया गया है, उससे बहुत अच्छा प्रभाव पड़ा है, जिससे हमारी आंगनबाड़ी में और ज्यादा बच्चे और महिलाएं आने लगे।
हम एक संयुक्त परिवार में रहते हैं। मेरी एक 3 साल की लड़की है और एक 1.5 साल की लड़की है। मेरी 9 महीने की बेटी है। लाड़ू कभी कभी आंगनबाड़ी जाती थी, ना वो घर में अच्छे से खाना खाती थी, ना वो आंगनबाड़ी में अच्छे से खाना खाती थी। एक दिन आंगनबाड़ी वाली दीदी और AIF की दीदी हमारी घर पे आई। फिर उन्होंने हमें बताया कि आंगनबाड़ी में भी सुविधा है छोटे बच्चों के लिए, जो हमें पता नहीं। अगले दिन हम तीनों बच्चों को लेकर आंगनबाड़ी गए। वहां पर मेरी 7 महीने की बेटी का अन्नप्राशन हुआ।
अन्नप्राशन का मुख्य उद्देश्य है माँ को स्तनपान के साथ साथ बच्चे को ऊपरी आहार के लिए प्रेरित करना।
मुझे बहुत खुशी हुई मेरी बेटी को खाते हुए देखकर। हमारे घर से तीनों बच्चे अब रोज आंगनबाड़ी जाते हैं। मेरी बेटी को आंगनबाड़ी में पौष्टिक आहार के साथ प्रारंभिक शिक्षा भी मिलती है।
ECE एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण कंपोनेंट है गवर्नमेंट का, जो कि आंगनवाड़ी केंद्र में होता है। ECE की इम्प्रूवमेंट के लिए हमने एक नया करिकुलम डिजाइन किया है,
जिसमें हमें पपेट्स, स्टोरी टेलिंग, बाल गीत, खेल कूद के बारे में बताया।
इस करिकुलम के माध्यम से हम आंगनवाड़ी कार्यकर्ताओं का नियमित ट्रेनिंग करते हैं, उन्हें रिसोर्सेज देते हैं, साथ ही उनका कौशल वृद्धि भी करते हैं।
शिक्षा में बच्चों को बहुत मजा आता है, वो बहुत खुश रहते हैं और अब रोज आंगनबाड़ी आते हैं।
हम 0 से 6 वर्ष के बच्चों के साथ पोषण एवं स्वास्थ्य के कार्यक्रमों के साथ साथ 11 से 15 वर्ष के छात्राओं के साथ मानसिक एवं स्वास्थ्य कार्यक्रम पे कार्य करते हैं।
जैसे कि आपने देखा, हमारे प्रोजेक्ट में 2 मॉडल है। वन इज द रेगुलर SHG जो विलेज में आसपास होती है। द अदर इज कम्युनिटी किचन। व्हेन आई से कम्युनिटी किचन, I mean a kitchen which can serve at least to 12, 13, 14, मतलब वो minimum 500 children, maximum 2000, मतलब 1000, 500 से 1000 बच्चों को सर्व करने के लिए। So I'll just share how the community kitchen looks like. This is also run by the SHG. This is not like external agency. We have formalized and formed a new SHG and taught them how to run a bigger kitchen. it's the first. So it's the first meal for the 6 months to 3-year-old baby, but 3 to 6 it's an additional snack. It's a snack. It's a either sorry. Yes, yes. Yeah, yeah, we have an MOU with the government. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we have early learnings, but we are yet to
वो करा था, क्या बोले, हमारी सारी सुपरवाइजर्स का ट्रेनिंग करा है ना कि कैसे न्यूट्रिशन फूड बनाएंगे. बट लेट मी टेल यू दीज आर मतलब ओवर अ पीरियड माय लर्निंग इज कि these are just the things that we do and then disappear suddenly, right? Yeah. So what is the way out to have it sustainable? As you said in your opening remark, ki government is the biggest stakeholder.
Yeah.
है ना? You cannot make changes in the community or in the society or in the system without the government is on board.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
So I hope you must have thought of how you
Yes,
will
yes, we
advocate
have
and you will
thoughts.
include in
Yes,
this
yes,
one.
we will
But
surely. And
prima facie, it look like we are creating an additional
I feel we are just going
system.
back to roots,
Yeah.
wherein ultimately when we talk of community based, like even let's say the mothers are being taught, I have a recipe book with me, I'll share
No,
it
no,
with
I
you.
don't have a
Something-
problem with the concept. I have a
I know,
problem with the
I-
sustainability.
No,
Right.
sustainability will come like in West Bengal also. They've started giving hot cooked meals to 6 months.
No, no, see, giving hot cooked meal needs meal is a very old thought and very good thought. It has a potential to bring changes in the nutritional status of children because giving hot cooked meal, there can't be alternate to this.
Actually, both arguments are interesting. What my question was that is it in addition to the milk being provided by January, 60% today, yes, which satisfied my need and then even the scientific kind of model that dispels the that theory of having a kitchen at January and with the system and it. So what their program is probably as we are there on the system that there
तो कोई इशू नहीं आ रहा दूसरे ब्लॉक के जो बच्चे हैं अगर उनको पता चलता है कि रोड पे
Earlier we thought that we'll only keep it for 6 months to 3 years. There are two issues, as you rightly said. We'll keep it for only 6 months to 3 years because then we realized that it's not be possible because if we just provide a certain number of meal and 3 to 6 को हमने छोड़ दिया तो वो ऐसा होता नहीं है। और अभी हमने उसका एक रिजल्ट ये भी देखा है कि जो बच्चे होते हैं जैसे 5 साल का एक बच्चा उसका छोटा भाई बहन उस एज कैटेगरी में आता है 6 months to 3 year में एंड वो बड़े अपने भाई बहन को कई बार लेकर ही आते थे ऑन ट्यूसडे स्पेशली व्हेन दे गेट खीर एंड पूरी दैट इज व्हेन ऑलरेडी यंगर किड्स ऑफ 2 year 1.5 year 2 year 2.5 year were already coming to आंगनवाड़ी। जिस दिन खीर पूड़ी मिलती है उस दिन सब आंगनवाड़ी आते हैं पूरे गांव के जितने भी बच्चे खा सकते हैं वो सब आंगनवाड़ी आते या या दैट इज दी
during that period. तो ये तो हो रहा है, मुझे तो लग रहा है कि they made some attempts to provide them.
also this is basically also teaching the mothers they were just breastfeeding the child till 2 years of age they were not cooking another meal वो बोलते थे हम क्या बनाए अगर आप उनको एकजुट या so एकजुट is
ये दिया जाता है और to meal between 3 to 6 6 months to 3 years वो बच्चों को दूध मिलना and community process it's such a strong process
yes there are 6 villages जहाँ पर आंगनवाड़ी नहीं है मिनी आंगनवाड़ी भी नहीं है और अप्रोचेबिलिटी की जो प्रॉब्लम है वो इशू है मतलब अभी community people we are just delivering the meal to a certain point and community people are coming
ये जो प्रोग्राम है funded by है AIF is getting money from a donor. Donor will stop money from there. AIF will stop the program from there. Then what will happen to these children?
no then we are planning we have
You will get
plans
another
for
program.
yeah we are
gender perspective to this.
yes
No, I think
Ma'am, your voice not audible.
Benefited with, that's a very good work you are doing. But lakhs of children will be benefited if you start focusing on building the capacities of families to build on the baby friendly food.
Yes.
Just one small, very interesting thought about it is that, you know, when we started working on this baby friendly food concept, तो बच्चे का खाना कैसा हो, वो तरल हो, पहले था दाल का पानी, अभी गाढ़ी दाल, सेमी लिक्विड हो, ज्यादा गर्म ना हो, मसाला, local food ho. And very interestingly, one of the initiatives was Dadi Ka Chula, which we did in Khandwa and Parvati. What we realized is that elderly women, they have so many traditional techniques of cooking food. So, you know, if we intervene at that level, that is more sustainable.
Yes,
and,
yes.
bring benefits for the farmers.
So, हमारे ही प्रोजेक्ट में लॉट ऑफ मेन, दादाजी या भाई घर में कोई है, तो जब हम छोटे बच्चों को खाना खिलाते हैं, बिकॉज विलेज में क्या होता है, दे कॉपी द प्रैक्टिसेस। इफ अगर हमारे बगल वाली फैमिली का बच्चा जा रहा है तो हम भी जाएंगे, वेरी वेरी कॉमन प्रैक्टिस। दे ब्रिंग द किड्स टू आंगनवाड़ी, छोटे बच्चों को, लेट्स से 1.5 ईयर हो गया, तो वो लेके आते हैं और वो खिला रहे हैं, वहां दादाजी बैठ के भी बच्चों को खाना खिला रहे हैं। So this is happening, and I know that sustainability part, but as I mentioned कि अभी 8 महीने ही हुए हैं इस initiative को, and community kitchen model is very nice because you can actually standardize the food quality, you can measure it. These women are specialized in cooking, let's say baby food, and they are trained on hygiene practices, they are trained on measurement कि एक बच्चे को कितना देना है. So I would just share that community kitchen video, how they work, and they are now doing it on their own. Yeah.
ये जो आपका कम्युनिटी किचन है, इसमें जो महिलाएं काम करती हैं, तो वो एसएचजी फॉर्म में उनको पे कैसे होता है? आप पे कर रहे हैं या उन्होंने खुद से अपना पेइंग बनाया
हाँ,
हुआ है?
अभी वो हमारे उस पर है, अभी उनकी कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग हम लोग करना, क्योंकि हाँ हाँ, मॉनेटरी पार्ट ओनली आई एम टेलिंग यू। सो राइट नाउ वी पे देम पर मील वाइज, जो गवर्नमेंट का
अच्छा,
स्टैंडर्डाइज्ड
कितना
है।
पे करते हैं एक लेडी को?
I think that I can share, एक लेडी को नहीं, द ग्रुप को, द मील पार्ट, लेट्स से, क्योंकि रोज सेम नंबर ऑफ मील नहीं बनते, आंगनवाड़ी उनको बताते
अच्छा,
हैं कि आज या एक हफ्ते में रिवाइज होते हैं नंबर्स कि कितने बच्चे चेंज हुए, कोई बच्चे माइग्रेट कर जाते हैं, सो इट इज बेस्ड ऑन दैट। या हाँ जी जी यस।
कि सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम क्या है, अगर ये जो हम लोग बात करते हैं कम्युनिटी किचन की और आंगनवाड़ी सेंटर पे किचन होना चाहिए और सब चीजों की बात करते हैं, जो सरकार में खाना बनाती है और 500 रुपए मिलता है मेन कुक को।
So these SHG community kitchens are also trained on snack making, and
अभी आते हैं
abhi
उस
last Diwali they have taken orders from the district headquarter as well and in the community for preparing snack for Diwali, because आंगनवाड़ी का खाना तो वो 12-1 बजे तक बना लेती है, पूरा क्लीनिंग भी हो जाती है, but this kitchen is only fully functional.
बिल्कुल ठीक है।
Yes, so the one kitchen have also started tiffin services for other community people. Yeah, so make it to make it sustainable.
तो 250 और 500 रुपए में उसको साल भर अपना घर चलाना है उस महिला को, उसमें भी
So on an average, yeah. हाँ हाँ So we also get orders from local people, not only DPM, but we go beyond. It's a business. SHG is a business model. We have actually livelihood also has to be addressed. It cannot be. इनका एक तो फॉर्मूला, पहले तो कोई भी एसएचजी, बहुत सारे एसएचजी रजिस्टर्ड ही नहीं थे. नाउ दे आर रजिस्टर्ड, देयर पैन कार्ड हो गया है. दिस इज द फर्स्ट ट्रेनिंग दे हैव गॉट. दे हैव आल्सो गॉट द सेकंड ट्रेनिंग ऑफ स्नैक मेकिंग. थर्ड इज दे आर गेटिंग ट्रेनिंग ऑफ स्टैंडर्डाइज केटरिंग. सो दे माइट टर्न इनटू अ केटरिंग हब. हर एक ये जो एसएचजी किचन है, दे आर केपेबल टू केटर टू स्मॉल फंक्शंस आल्सो टुमारो. वी आर प्लानिंग फॉर दैट. या
Kriti. I request to please quickly, yeah, because online we have one person joining.
just
How much?
it's just 2 minutes.
Okay. Your question?
Yeah, if you want to.
जो भी हाई रिस्क में विमेन्स आइडेंटिफाई हो रही थी, अंडरवेट, स्पेशली अंडरवेट एंड सीवियर एनीमिक, मॉडरेट एनीमिया में जो भी आ रही थी, तो वी आइडेंटिफाइड दैट विमेन्स, और एमडीएम ग्रुप्स के थ्रू उनको थर्ड मील वी आर प्रोवाइडिंग. तो आई थिंक अगर हम, क्योंकि अभी जो आपका जो मॉडल है उसका सबसे बड़ा जो हम लोगों को लग रहा है, द दीपक साइड एंड अदर पार्टिसिपेंट आल्सो साइड, कि सस्टेनेबिलिटी एंड स्केलेबिलिटी दोनों ही चीज़ों का उसमें है. तो अगर मुझे लगता है कि जो ऑलरेडी 3 to 6 को प्रोवाइड हो रहा है, तो उस प्रोसेस को हम एम्पावर्ड करें कि जो सिस्टम ऑलरेडी है उसको, उसके थ्रू ही उनको बेटर फूड हम दे सके. बट माई इनपुट इज ओनली कि अगर हम लोग प्रेग्नेंट वीमेन, जो लाइफ साइकिल अप्रोच का हम बात करते हैं, अगर उनको हम फोकस करें, अगर थर्ड मेल जो इकोनॉमिकल पुअर सेक्शन से है, विमेल अंडरवेट वाली आ रही है, अगर और बैतुल का मैं स्पेशली बात करूँ कि अगर हम एचआरपी में देखोगे तो सबसे बड़ा जो रीजन वहां निकल कर आता है इज अंडरवेट. तो उसमें हमने फोकस किया. तो आई थिंक अगर इस चीज को लेकर के हम कुछ कर पाए तो इट विल बी गुड. या, थैंक यू.
जो मैंने आपसे क्वेश्चन किया था एसएचजी को लेकर के, तो सभी लोगों की बात सुन के दिन भर में मुझे एक बात फील हुई कि जो एडवोकेसी है हमारी, वो एडवोकेसी है केवल बच्चों के लिए. उन बच्चों के लिए जो सहायिका और कुक खाना बनाती है, उसके लिए हमारे पास कोई एडवोकेसी नहीं है. कहने का मतलब ये है कि 250 रुपए और 500 रुपए में आप एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं कि वो आंगनवाड़ी, एक एक सेकंड बस, आप एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं कि वो सारे बच्चों को 5 स्टार खाना जो भी हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं वो मिल जाए. पॉसिबल नहीं है. तो जितने लोग भी इस फोरम में हैं, मेरा उनसे रिक्वेस्ट ये है, जब कभी सरकार के साथ हमारी बात हो तो वो 250 को 500 या 500 को 1000 करने की बात भी हम लोग करें. इसलिए मैंने क्वेश्चन किया था कि आप क्या पे कर रहे हैं उन महिलाओं को जो इतना इंटरेस्ट से काम कर रही हैं. बस मेरा इतना बोलना था.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
No, I want to show it here just quickly. हाँ.
Actually,
just 2 minutes it will take.
Okay.
हाँ, तुम कर दो ना दीक्षा उसको. So this is the community kitchen.
नमस्ते, मेरा नाम है चांदनी कुशवाहा. अन्नपूर्णा सामुदायिक रसोई में हम सभी दीदियां मिलकर आंगनवाड़ी के छोटे बच्चों के लिए गरम पौष्टिक खाना बनाते.
ये हमारा रेसिपी मेनू है. इस दिन के अनुसार हम रेसिपी तैयार करते हैं. ये हमारी आंगनबाड़ी का चार्ट है. इधर हम 528 बच्चों को भोजन तैयार करके देते हैं. कितनी साल के बच्चों को कितनी मात्रा में भोजन देना है, हम इस चार्ट के माध्यम से देते हैं.
ट्रेनिंग में हमें हिसाब किताब का लेखा जोखा सिखाया गया है, जिसमें हम किराना और सब्जियां लाते हैं, जिसमें डेज बाय डेज इसमें लिखा जाता है.
हम लोग सुमन की पद्धति से हाथ धोएंगे, तो सबसे पहले सुमन में एस आता है, तो सीधा अब हम हाथ धोएंगे और जाकर बच्चों के लिए खाना तैयार करेंगे.
और यहाँ हम 17 आंगनवाड़ी के 528 बच्चों के लिए गरम भोजन बनाते हैं.
हमें यहाँ 3 दिन की रेसिपी ट्रेनिंग दी गई है, जिसमें हमें 8 तरह की रेसिपी बनाना सिखाया गया है, जिसमें हमें मात्रा गुणवत्ता के साथ रेसिपी बनाना सिखाया गया है.
Okay, I think we can discuss about this project later if anyone has any questions. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Thank you, Miss Kriti Pradhan. Thank you, Miss Kriti. I would request Mr. Sriram Singh to please felicitate her with the memento. Thank you, Ms. Kriti. Moving ahead, I will now like to request Mr. Raja Srivasan, who will be sharing the best practices of CSAM from Telangana. Mr. Raja is working as a scientist at National Institute of Nutrition, Hyderabad. Over to you, sir.
Sir, can you hear us? Okay, thank you so much. Please share your presentation through the screen. Sure, you can share now your screen, please.
Rajan sir, you can share your screen now. No, you are not audible.
Am I audible now? Please tell me if I'm audible, please.
Yes, you are audible, but there is audible or not.
Are you able to see my screen? And are you able to hear my voice?
Sachin,
Can I start? Hello?
yes, you can start.
Recording in progress.
If I'm audible, then I'll start.
You can start, please.
Yeah, great. So I'm talking about my experiences from the SSFE program on use of Balamrutam Plus. This is a program developed by NIN in coordination with WCD and also funded by UNICEF, and is now been taken over by the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, BB Nagar, Hyderabad. So this project was headed by Dr. Allappa, who is the PI, and I was also part of this. The rationale was that at the time of the study, the ICDS was only providing Balamritam. It was a normal THR, and for the children aged 6 months to 35 months, irrespective of the nutrition status. For all children, only one take-home ration was given. There was no special food for SAM, MAM, and severely underweight. What they were given was double rations, nothing more than that. So the government of Telangana has proposed a new program called Supervised Supplementary Feeding Program, not only for severe acute malnutrition, but also for moderate acute malnutrition. So this is one program in the country where both SAM and MAM were treated in the same program, using the same food model and using the same Balamritam plus, which I will be talking about more detail. So again, we can see from the state of Telangana that from NFHS 4 to 5, especially to look at the wasting status, it has gone from 18% to 21.7%. So we took two backward districts, rural districts in Telangana, that is Gadwal and Asifabad, where there is high prevalence of malnutrition. And these were our pilot districts with which we have planned. So if you look at the average weight, we have what the protocol we followed was based on the average body weight of SAM and MAM children from NFHS data. So that was the weight from database of Telangana. We have taken that what is the average weight of SAM and MAM children, because we wanted to give a fixed dose initially. So we calculated the energy and protein requirements based on that body weight for both SAM and MAM children. And the gaps in the intakes of protein and energy were actually derived from the NNIB 2012 from the Andhra Pradesh database. So we know what are the gaps, we know what are the we know what are the requirements, and we know what are the intakes. So we were able to establish the gaps. These gaps was to be supposed to be initially it was Balamritam that was supposed to be filled, but we wanted to make sure that the product is more suited for salmon and children. So we developed a new product called Balamritam Plus. So we have done shelf life analysis, acceptability, and sensory evaluation, and then will be before implementation. This was how we calculated for Telangana state. We took the
Sir, your screen is not visible now.
Actually, he's left the Zoom link. Will join again, I think.
Yeah, give me a moment. I think I have to log in from this mobile at least. Yeah, anyhow, I think I'll not go to the PPT if it is getting okay. Wait. I think it's coming up. Wait. So what we did was to take the average weights. I'll just, if the PowerPoint does not work, I'll still continue. I don't want to waste much time here. I hope I'm audible.
Yeah, we can
Recording
listen.
in progress.
We can listen.
We can listen.
Yes, you can start.
Sir, we are not able to hear your voice. Sir, you are on mute. Please unmute yourself. Bignoraj? Bignoraj, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Is it clear now?
We can
Yes.
see, we can hear. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. I think okay. I'm very sorry that no, I was trying. Okay, I'll just go back. Where was I last able to hear? Where was the last time that you were able to hear me? I'll just go back.
Second slide.
This one?
Second slide, sir.
I hope this was done. So yeah, so we have derived the body weight of 7.5 kilos for severely wasted children for 10.5 based on the NFHS data in Telangana. And we use this as 175 kilocalorie per kg body weight as the catch-up growth. And this was the intake from the NLB rural surveys in 2012. And this was the gap in energy based on the catch-up diet that is needed and actual intake. So this was how we derived the calorie requirements and protein requirements for SAM children. Similarly, we have done the same exercise for MAM children using the similar weights for NFHS from -3 SD to 2 SD, the average weights in these two age groups with the 125 kilocalorie per kg body weight difference calorie needed for catch-up for MAM children, and the intakes from the rural NNB rural service, and this was the catch-up diet in terms of kilocalorie gap in terms of catch-up diet. So based on this, we have worked on tests. Balamritam, we initially thought we'll test two tests, both product A and B. They're almost similar, more or less. You can see that roasted wheat was about 40 in one product, 45 in other product. Bengal gram was similar. Skim milk was skim milk powder was similar. Sugar was little lower in product B, and also oil was little low. But groundnut was more or less same. Both products were giving roughly around 700 kilocalories and about 16 to 17 grams of protein, 150 grams. We then did a sensory evaluation by SMA trained at a 9. So we thought that more or less product A was slightly better for most of the product, and except for order, but most flavors, the overall taste sensory evaluation was better for product A. And we also did the good, and then we done sensory evaluation by the caregivers. So here also we could see that product A and B, the overall palatability, if you look at the overall palatability of product A was slightly better than B. So we thought that more or less both products were good, but we chose product A because of the overall palatability. And you can see that most of the caregivers, and there are very few dislikes, and more of them are like or neutral. So most of them showed it as a positive response. So we went with the product A. Then it was the acceptability of Balamritam Plus. We did in 25 MAM children. The assumption was if they eat at least 50% of the 75 grams given by the day 3, we thought the food to be acceptable. And we have tested both the products. So we have given 75 grams of Balamritam Plus for 3 days in this container. We have, so that the mother was told to give this food and the child as much as possible. And at the end of third day, we found that product A, 90% children had taken more than 50% of the portion. That was our criteria. We wanted at least half of the food to be consumed. So 38 grams, MAM child was able to consume. Similarly, 85% of the children had consumed 50% of the portion. So because I think even in the acceptable for product A to be good. So we finalized product A for testing up. Now, if you look at the history of 40 foods by Telangana, this was the Balamrutam they have designed. This was a 2.5 kilo packet for all children, and was 100 grams was given every day. But this is a new product we developed. This product is only 1 kilo. We initially said we wanted even much to be lower to about half a kg, but for some reason, because of the cost constraints, they said that we cannot give. So nevertheless, it is a significant reduction of weight compared to the Balamrutam. So this is about a 1 kilo packet. It's a nicely designed logo by the UNICEF, who are the partners. So we have derived this product, and we have given this in the form of per kilo kg body weight. So we took two weights. For MAM children, we gave 75 kilocalorie per kg body weight. We want at least half of the kilocalories to be coming from Balamrutam Plus. The rest should be coming from the locally available foods, be it Anwarity Center or be it at the home level. All foods, so that we don't want them to be addicted to one kind of food, or so that will reduce the sustainability of the program. So for one group, for SAM children, we have given 75 kilocalorie per kg body weight. For MAM children, we have given 125 kilocalorie per kg body weight. So typically, this was 2 feeds for MAM children each day, the product, and for 4 feeds per day for SAM children. And based on these foods, we had to calculate this number of scoops to be given. One scoop was 30 grams. So we have derived from weight of 4 kilos to almost even 12 kilos. So this is one sheet I'm just showing you that up to 12 kilos, we have this weights, and accordingly, the number of packets to be given. So for MAM children, it was the program was very simple. Every 2 weeks, the child should be given packets based on their weights till 8 weeks, or till the child has reached -2 SD. In the case of SAM children, the first 1 month, the children should be given weekly packets because of our weekly follow-ups. After that, it was bi-weekly till the end of 16 weeks. So we chose 16 weeks because of previous studies which showed that the recovery rates in India are much more slower. So globally, you give 12 weeks, but we found studies to not put off enough, even still 16 weeks, the recovery rates are still low. So and that was the best evidence found in Neeta Bhandari study, one study done by the SAS team, and we used the same 16 weeks for our program for SAM children. So this is how both MAM and SAM children were given. So in the month of December 2019, just as the pandemic was arriving, when the program was launched at 9, all the Ministry of, so we had the WCD minister who has launched the program along with UNICEF officials, along with the WCD Special Secretary, Neeta, Dr. Raj Bhandari, and all the other teams, including UNICEF and NINE team, director of NINE. So this program was launched in December 2019. So I think about it. At that time, it was 1 year. We found that both the recovery rates of MAM was 85%, and the recovery rates of SAM was 50%. So it was very good recovery rate in MAM children. And I still think this product is a very good product for a MAM. But SAM, we thought that the recovery rates were a little low, and we found very high acceptable rates. We did a capacity building. It was not so. All the Anganwadi centers were trained by NIN staff. It was not a cascade approach. We trained all the Anganwadi centers in 2 pranganams at both districts, and we almost had I think for more than 600 Anganwadi teachers we have trained, more than 500 ASHA ANMs also we have trained about the program, and the entire program was only the same staff was used so that the quality was maintained. And we also used mobile app for entering the data. And nutrition health counseling, we had videos, and we used those videos based. So we had special videos made for the first 6 for the first 5 years, and these videos were sent in WhatsApp to the beneficiaries, and also was discussed during the center when the Anganwadi teacher was counseling them. So based on the success of the program, the WCD has now expanded to all the districts. Initially, it was to 2 districts, but we have extended to 9 districts, and we have done a state level TOT for all the other. So we have selected specifically few Anganwadi supervisors. Mostly they were supervisors and CTPOs. Some were even Anganwadi teachers, so that who were really good. So we trained them in 2 batches, and then we launched the program for all the state of Telangana, and now it is done. So we have recently followed up in the Gadwal district for 2 years. We have selected out more than 500 children and followed for 2 years. Even at the end of 2 years, we could see that recovery rates were maintained. We could see in our study that almost 50% of SAM children were non-SAM. So there was a good finding even after 2 years, which shows the importance of community-based programs and continuous monitoring and continuous implementation and continuous feedback to improve the program. So these were some of the pictures where I have trained all the CDPOs and Anganwadi teachers and supervisors for the state level TOTs. And this is what we have done. And after this, NIN role was completed, and the role was taken over by the All India Institute of Medical Sciences because we had other programs we could not continue the program. Nevertheless, the key conclusions of this product, you can give it to man children and they recover, and as much as 85% of children recovered in our program, which was very good. And of course, SAM was modest, so we thought of improving more milk in the product, and this is one product we were trying to test. So this is to improve 20 grams from the current 12.5 grams, because that is the guidelines by the WHO that every 100 grams of therapeutic food for a SAM child should have at least 20 grams of skim milk powder. So this was one guideline we were lacking, but that was purely because of the cost at that time. And of course, the pandemic also hit us very badly, so we could not force the government to improve. But now we are in talks with them and we want to improve the milk protein. So this is an important milestone to achieve the targets of Poshan Abhiyan in Telangana, because at the community level, we found almost 50%. This was not a study in a single center. It was an entire district. And in the entire district, the prevalence of wasting, severe wasting actually came down to almost 4% from 12% severe wasting. It's a huge achievement. We thought that this program can be scaled up, and there's a lot of success stories you can see. I'm hoping that the new NFHS 6 round will show us at least a drastic reduction in wasting in at least Gadwal district where we have actually planned, where we have done the study. The study's main findings are, we have recently completed the 2-year follow-up and we'll be publishing it very shortly. If you have any questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Are there any questions from audience? It's always a pleasure listening to you.
Yeah, am I audible?
Dr. Raja, can you hear me? Hello, Dr. Raja, can you hear me? Are you audible?
It's not audible. Hello.
Can you hear us now?
Yes, yes. Yes, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Raja. It's always a pleasure to hear you, and especially with regards to the program for management of children with severe acute malnutrition. As you know, that Government of India guidelines give children who are underweight.
I'm unable to hear you.
Yeah, Government of India guidelines
Yeah.
give you a provision of around 12 rupees. So how the state of
Yes.
Telangana is managing the funds for the children, like the fund about 12 rupees, one, and second for the children with MAM. So there are two components. So for the SAM, you have the provision 12 rupees from Government of India guidelines. But what about the extra amount which is involved in this enhanced THR or the Balamritam Plus, which you are preparing? Over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you. So for the program, when we launched, the Poshan Abhiyan funds were used. Dr. Divya, the special secretary at that time, you have so because Poshan Abhiyan allows you to do new programs, and there was a clear fund which could be taken from the Poshan Abhiyan. So the special secretary at that time used the Poshan Abhiyan funds. Nevertheless, again, for scaling up the entire program to all the districts, the state government also funded. So they took a special approval from the state government, and the extra money, whatever is incurred, is actually paid by the state government. I'll tell you the other way of looking at it. So when the program was initially launched, the prevalence of wasting was about 12% in Kadwal. It was very high, or 80% overall. So let us say that if those children were given double rations, by the end of 2 years, the amount of cost that would have been incurred by giving double rations to these children would be actually higher were it not for the program intervention, which has reduced to 6%. So there are 12% children who does not need double rations now. So in fact, when you actually treat them properly, the cost of the cost of giving double rations actually reduces. So in the long run, even though there is some investments in the first year of the program, the second year, third year, whatever you have put the money in, those will be returned in the forms of reduced children with malnutrition. So the prevalence comes down. Therefore, the number of double rations the children and the state government has to give comes down. I think this is a strong message that could be given to other states that we have to look at the overall cost. If you're having the same prevalence over and over every year, then the additional cost could be saved if you're actually doing a very good program that can actually reduce the number of children with SAM and MAM.
Are there any further questions from the offline audience? Sorry, from the online audience?
Dr. Raja, one more question. If there is a delegation from MP who wants to come and learn from your real-time experience in your state, can we come to your state for learning, further learnings, when like having a first-hand experience in your state?
Yeah, definitely. You can always come.
Thank you so much.
We can have a discussion with Dr. Kathy also, who is the UNICEF consultant, and I think we can have a discussion together. And I'll be happy to be part of those discussions.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Raja. Thank you, Mr. Rajan. Thank you for sharing the insights. Yeah. We will now break for tea only for 10 minutes. So it's 3:35. We'll break for tea. 3:35. We'll be back by 3:50. So we have two sessions after this. One is on the farmer producer aspect and how it's linked to the food and nutrition security. And then we will be sharing the recommendations of the roundtable. So I request all of you be till here till we share the recommendations. And we have the picture together. Thank you.
More interesting picture.
नहीं नहीं, actually she has to leave for Vidisha, so
Please, all of you. आइए, सब आइए.
okay, okay, okay. Online participants, can I request all of you to please switch on your cameras? The online participants, can you hear me? Bignaraj,
Yes.
सुनाई दे रहा है आपको? ओके ओके. राज, आपके रूम में लाइट बहुत कम है, लाइट ऑन कर लो सारी.
On right.
हाँ, प्लीज फॉर द पिक्चर. मोहसिन, प्लीज सेंटर में.
चलो अपने चेयर उठा के ले जाओ. Now ladies should come in the front seat.
भूपेश जी, कृष्णा जी, विनय, राजेश, हिमांशु जी, अनिल, and rest of the participants, I request you please switch on your cameras for the picture. राजेश, आप भूपेश, आप भी अपना कैमरा ऑन कर लीजिए. I am again requesting the online participants to please switch on their cameras so that we can have a picture clicked.
Best of all. Everyone chai ping hai abhi. Great.
We can now start with the session. Requesting all of you to please take your seats. क्या? ये 50 रुपए कौन छोड़ दूंगा?
डाल दिया. अच्छा, कॉपी कर लिया.
आपने कॉपी तो कर लिया कभी?
इसी में लगा. ये लगा.
अच्छा अच्छा, ठीक है सर. मैं सर इसमें कॉपी कर लेती हूँ, प्लस उधर भी शेयर कर देती हूँ. सर आपको वहां से स्क्रीन दिखेगा क्या या यहाँ से देख लेंगे आप? हाँ 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 जी सर।
So So when we talk about the efforts to address malnutrition through community-based management, we also have to look at the sustainability of these efforts, which is possible through agriculture. I would now request Mr. Sriram Singh, Principal Advisor, CFNS, to please shed light on the topic.
Hello. Yeah. Yeah. Am I audible to our online viewers?
Yes, yes.
Oh, great. Good. Okay. So at the end of the day, we have a topic which is probably not appearing, seemingly not to be directly connected, but I think it is quite connected. When we talk of food and nutrition, how can we forget someone who produces the food and provides the nutrition? Right. So here we are talking about producer company concept. Is very, very innovative for any group of farmers to come together and actually benefit economically from setting an enterprise. Can you go ahead? Okay. So why do we need producer companies? First part. Basically, in our country, 85% farmers are smallholders. All of us know that. And hence, they become easy target for actually any exploitation because they are disaggregated actually, and mostly smallholders. So they have really difficulty in building a scale of the business. They do not have enough capital and unable to afford professional support to guide and advise them. Access to market is often cost prohibitive. And that leads to a real problem of farmers not really getting the remunerative prices which they should get for their produce. And hence there is a disincentive to remain, a farmer. Right. So that is why you'll find that there's a lot of exodus from these interiors, to actually urban areas to get a job and somehow make a livelihood. There is another aspect to it. Look at, the farmer's share of, realization from the produce. For example, vegetables. What actually the consumers pay in the urban areas, if they pay 100 rupees, only 15 to 30 rupees per kg actually goes to the farm. So this is very, very minuscule. And actually there can be enterprise economically, they can get together and work. Probably this 15-30% can increase easily to 60-70%. Similar look at the milk. What has happened? Milk is also a perishable commodity. But today a farmer, most of the parts get almost 65 to 70% of what actually consumer pays in the urban areas. Why? Because the presence of their organization, farmer owned enterprises, be it cooperative or be it producer company. But wherever these institutions are not there, they get less than 50%. Now you can check it. We have made a lot of interventions even in MP and Rajasthan, where actually farmers were not getting good price for the milk. But when the producer company came in and the prices jumped. So learning from this, I think we can do a lot in other commodities also. So why we are pitching this point is, if you're talking about nutrition, again, nutrition will come from appropriate food, the mix of food. And then who produces food is the farmer. So unless you address that in long run, it cannot be sustained by, these interventions that, somehow try to meet the nutritional need. You can by some, impactful programs and all for some period of time. Again, sustainability will remain always a question mark. So why don't you address it differently? Okay. So with that intention, actually, I'm bringing to you before you some of the success stories in the dairy sector, which has happened in the FPO side. And there is a lesson to be picked up for the other commodities, be it horticulture or be it even agriculture, any produce. Okay, next slide, please. Okay. Typically, one questions, if you're talking about farmer enterprise, what are the options? The one option everybody knows is the cooperative. Farmers can come together and form a cooperative. And the second alternative is actually, which has come very recently, 2003 only, the act got actually notified. Farmers can come together and form a producer company. I mean, it was not really well understood. So still cooperative remains the mainstay of farmers coming together and organizing themselves. But the problem with the cooperative is, it is actually controlled heavily by the government rules, regulations, and the registrar, government person or bureaucrat. So how do they can actually appoint nominee on the board. So all decision making actually becomes government driven, not really sort of a business autonomy is taken for a ride in the cooperative. So that's a problem. Actually, when government can subscribe share capital, and the moment they have a huge share capital, they decide who is going to be the boss in the cooperative, although supposed to be a farmer enterprise, but actually it becomes a government operated enterprise. That's the problem. Many times the management committee or the board can be superseded, by the registrar. They can actually issue any directives, which is a must for the cooperatives to adopt and follow. And there are compulsory amendment by the government in the bylaws, even to the extent of division and amalgamation is decided by the registrar, whether the two cooperatives should actually just divide or should amalgamate. So imagine, actually it's an organization supposedly of the farmers. They call it, of the farmers, for the farmers, and by the farmers, but actually it is not. It's typically run by the government. Even many places actually in the states, the government decides even the price at which actually they have to buy or to sell. Typically in the milk sector, this cooperative cannot increase the price of any produce. The government has to agree, concur, or then only they can do that. So how can they say that they're running an enterprise which is owned by them? That's the problem. So this producer company actually takes away all these anomalies or the difficulties typically a cooperative suffers. And that was the idea. I mean, way back when actually this idea was thought of, when Vajpayee was the prime minister, and NDDB, and Institution of National Importance, took initiative into it and talked to him that cooperatives have their problems and cooperative is a state subject. So every state has got its own act. And if you really want to change the cooperative act, then probably it will take, I don't know how many decades. The attempt was made in 1991. There was a very enabling model act was by Chaudhary Prakash committee report, and the planning commission recommended that report, that model act, to every state, that you should adopt your cooperative act as per on these lines. And you will not believe, till date only 10 states have adopted, till date. Okay. And of that 91, this got enact, it was recommended, but 95 only the first state, that was Andhra Pradesh, who actually got it another act. But that also was not a full-fledged act. It was a parallel act, means the old act remained in vogue. And this was also done that whosoever does not take any money from the government or any grant or subsidy, they can register into this act. And that was called MAX Act, Mutually Aided Cooperative Societies Act. So it was better. Why can't we have one act which is centrally available for all the farmers across just by one change? And that is how this chapter was introduced in the Companies Act with Vajpayee's blessing. He was the one who told, don't use the word cooperative in this act. Otherwise, it will never see the light of the day. So instead of calling it a cooperative company, it was called producer company. But principally, it is exactly run on the cooperatives, like as any cooperative runs. Those are called ICI, enunciated International Cooperative Alliance, enunciated cooperative principles, the 7 principles. Okay, can we go ahead? Basically, so far, we have got 24,000 producer companies, actually already registered in the country. See, the first 10 years was a sort of a studying phase, took a lot of time. Many of the farmers did not come forward. Many institutions did not come forward to produce or promote or set up a producer company. But in the last 10 years, we have seen there is a mushrooming of producer company. So 24,000, and there is a general average figure that every year almost 2,000 producer companies are adding. In the governments, 10,000 FPOs. Majority of them are actually these producer companies are getting set up, either by NABARD or SFSC. There are many other institutions also actually taking a lead. Even the government fund is available. 6,800 crore government has actually earmarked over a period of 5 years for setting up 10,000 FPOs. So in this, actually, in order of priority, this farmer producer companies are mostly in Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Madhya Pradesh. This is in that order. From Bihar, it goes to Haryana and that, so on and so forth, right? So you'll find the lead position is taken by Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, and Madhya Pradesh. And Madhya Pradesh is actually the fourth highest, producer company having state. So it makes a lot of sense to talk about them, how are they doing and what they're doing. In the dairy sector, in the milk sector, actually some of the producer company has done very well, and there are 250 of them. Right. Otherwise, most of these producer companies are in actually the agri sector, A lot of them are either in the grain or pulses or things like that. Horticulture also, there are few producer companies. But so far, you don't find any good example or credible example of really being very successful ones. So why is it so? Go down. So what I say is a good law is essential, but it does not guarantee the success as an enterprise. So I think a lot more is required to become successful producer company or a farmer producer organization, be it cooperative also, why not? Next. Typically, what will make a producer company succeed? Anybody here in the room, I mean, so involved, associated or working with a producer company? One. That's all. Nobody. Oh. That's why I can see the, there is silence.
But people, anybody who has understood, seen, studied producer company?
Not people. Okay, fine. That makes my job.
But the point is that Madhya Pradesh is the fourth largest
producer company number where it is highest that is a state. So obviously there are a lot of work should happen. So I think we here who are working the food and nutrition cannot ignore this. Probably we should assimilate, get on to them, work with them and probably enable them and make them successful. Typically what I say when you set up a producer company, first question is, can you give 20% more than what a farmer is getting without, having that institution in place? If you cannot, then probably there's no point setting a producer institution. So that's the first test. Then second is, do you think that, whatever producer company you're making, which business will be scalable and size enough so that actually it can hire professional managers? Many of the producer company which have been set up, they actually work on such a minuscule scale that they hire, a manager or professionals whom they pay a very, very paltry sum. Obviously, there is no bandwidth and they cannot actually take this producer company any longer any very high and all that. That's the typical problem. Look at the government scheme, this 10,000 FPOs. They have got a scheme where they give you over a period of 3 to 5 years, 18 lakh rupees as a managerial subsidy. Now 18 lakh rupees, if you are going to pay people over a period of 5 years, how much money you'll give? So they have got for the chief executive 25,000 rupees per month. So imagine the bandwidth you will have to really actually promote, set up a producer company which can be self-sustainable and viable in long run. There is a doubt. Then you tell them that 15 lakh will be given as equity support, which is matching. If the farmers bring in 15 lakh, we'll also give 15 lakh. Right? So many a time that is misused. Some NGOs actually start giving money to the farmers' account from their own and then get that 15 lakh back. So it's just a gimmick, run really work. And then the 25 lakh government gives to the CBPO, that is the NGO, to promote that FPO. So 25 lakh, they take it, they set up producer company, and every 3 years these FPOs get closed and new FPOs gets formed, and then their cycle keeps running, but farmer cycles actually stops. So that's a typical problem we see in the FPO. So when you have the number 24,000, recently a study was done in Maharashtra, and they found out of 6,500 producer companies, 88% of them are actually dead or defunct. Just 12% were functioning. And probably as the time passes by, a few more of them will decay and die. Okay, and the third part is whatever farmers actually, when they form a producer company, whatever produce they have, can this institution ensure that will be sold, that will be marketed? It's not that, set up producer company, farmers join and then say that, no, you are not able to sell. Then why the hell you have the institution? So these three things, the answer is yes, you are assured, then probably you are ready to set up a producer company. Okay, then next. Any producer company should ensure that it's competitive. Competitive means whosoever is the base in that industry, you should match your cost. If they can do it 1 rupee per unit, that business, you have to actually bring down your business also to 1 rupee per unit. If your cost is high, it's cost prohibitive. Many of the producer company I've seen, they set up a dairy producer company. The cost of collection of milk itself is something like 8 to 10 rupees a liter. Now think of 8 to 10 rupees a liter you are spending and bringing the milk actually to a chilling point. Then how do you sell unless somebody is providing the subsidy? And the moment subsidy is over, producer company is dead. So you have to be competitive. So when can you become competitive? You will actually, when you are inclusive, means it's not exclusive group of people for whom we are making a producer company. Producer company should be for anybody in that area. Okay, not big, small and all. Everybody should be covered. So because that will give you, that inclusivity will give you the scale and size, and that will make you sustainable. So these are the points we should take care of. No, otherwise, normally we say that no, we work very exclusively for a very, very downtrodden, bottom of the barrel people. So this producer company can have only those people as the members. My God, you are creating a problem for them. They won't generate enough money to make themselves sustainable, and actually it will become in a long run burden on them. So either they kill the organization, or actually they'll keep perpetually looking for some dole outs and subsidies. So why can't all the big fellow join, and then if the business increases, the per unit cost goes down, it benefits the smallest fellow. So actually look from inclusivity point. Okay, how to ensure?
From the inclusivity aspect, that it is not, now a lot of things have been come. We'll set up FPOs in this block or FPOs in this district. Actually, the law do not restrict you to be very geographically limited. You can have any number members and across. So that is the reason. So, but let's not be restrictive. The moment you will be restrictive, your scalability, viability also gets affected.
Okay, and actually you should spend a lot of time in planning and implementation before you really get onto setting up a producer company. That rigor is required. If you don't do that rigor, then actually most likely you will fail. And this is a typical problem of most of the producer companies are set up. They know that, they make a proposal, there is some funding available now, and they go ahead and do it. And afterwards they realize that, it's not going to work. Otherwise, what's the reason that almost 90% of these producer companies are actually either on the verge of getting closed or they're already defunct? That's the problem. Okay, next, please. Okay, actually, there's a brief experience I'd like to share. I was a deputy managing director of National Dairy Development Board Dairy Services, and there we set up actually 21 producer companies. And these 21 producer companies are having 15 of them are exclusively women members. 100% are actually members are women members, And the states covered are 8. This is Andhra Pradesh, Bihar, Gujarat, MP, Maharashtra, Punjab, Rajasthan, UP. We have covered 130 districts. 21,750 villages were covered. The total membership is over 9 lakh farmers, individually. And of this, 70% are women members. And smallholders, that is having 3 or less animals, there are 66%. 2/3 actually members are smallholders. So that makes sense for all of us, to have a lesson. Average meat procured by this 21 producer companies last year was 35 lakh kg per day. It touched almost 50 lakh in the peak period. And actually it came down to something like 32 lakh or something in the lean most period. So average was working out something like 35. It hovers around 35 to 40, in the range. Winter season, very small period, that is January and all, it really picks up in the buffalo belt. All of you know that buffalo produces more milk in the winter and cows produces more milk in the summer. And that is how the entire cycle gets matched the requirement and all that. Okay, expected turnover of these 21 producer companies last year was 7,500 crore. Huge one. And of the total capital they had generated, the farmers themselves, the share capital was 200 crore. So farmers actually put in 200 crore rupees as their equity contribution in these producer companies. And this 200 crore, today's value is 500 crore rupees. The net worth is 500. Means 100 rupee share has actually become almost, 250 rupees, per share. So that is what actually this has done. So which means if the farmers after 20 years of being in the business walk out, they for every share of 100 rupees, probably they might be getting 600-700 rupees. So what a providence this structure creates, right? But that is only when they are successful and they are certain scale and size. So how it has happened? Why others fail and they have succeeded? So let's get into a little bit. Yeah, next. Yeah. Okay, there are three aspects, in the design aspect. Normally, I have not get much into it. Probably this itself will take more than an hour to explain. But very briefly, there are three things, the membership, the operations and management, and governance. Three things needs to be addressed very carefully for any producer company to succeed. When you talk of membership, most of the time you'll find in the cooperatives typically that non-member transaction is very huge. So why non-member transaction huge? Because member do not want others to get in and become members, because if you become a member, you get a voting right. The moment you have voting right, the directorial position is under threat. So that is why they actually want their patronage, their contribution to the business, but they don't want to make them members. This typically it has been done in most of the places. You will see, even in Gujarat, you will find the old studies, Bhaviskar and all studies quotes, that in the villages, actually cooperatives, most of the milk from non-Patel family, but the management committee was all Patel families. So, and same is the case in Bihar, many places, So here, as a principle, we decided in these producer companies that business only with members, no non-member transaction. So if you want to bring your milk to the producer company, first thing you have to do is apply for membership. Become a member, then only your milk is accepted. Otherwise not. So 100% member transaction, first thing. Second is continuity of members on minimum quantum and period. That is, if you are become a member, does not guarantee that lifetime will be a member. To remain a member, you must meet certain criteria, and which is in a year, you must give at least 500 liters of milk to the producer company, and at least for 200 days. Like that, I mean, I'm just quoting an example. So it could be anything, but there is a criteria, minimum quantum and period. And again, member equity in proportion to your patronage. Suppose I'm a big farmer, I bring in every day 100 liters of milk. There is another farmer who brings in only 2 liters of milk every day. So they cannot have the same equity, because to collect your 100 liters, I need 3 cans. And for his 2 liter, 20 of them coming to us, still I need 1 can. So how can they have the same level of equity contribution? So the equity contribution is linked to patronage. So more milk or more business you do, more money you should bring in, because your risk taking ability should be much greater. And that is why, because you'll be also partaking a higher gain from the business. If you make money, then you'll be taking more. So that is why you should contribute more. So that's another principle. And then appropriate mechanism for a two-way company. These producer companies are unlike the cooperative, where there's a 3-tier model. The village level, you have society, district level union, and the state level federation. In the producer company, they decided we don't need these tiers, because these tiers create a lot of overheads, administrative costs, and decision delays. Right. So that is why the producer company is a non-tiered organization was designed here, and farmers are directly members. So in Rajasthan, suppose you have a producer company, the 10 district farmers are actually member of just one producer company. And together they give every day 8 lakh liters of milk. They have got a 1200 crore of rupees of a business, crore of a business of a yearly business. Right. But then how do you ensure the connectivity? So they have a 3-pronged mechanism. One, they field staff. Second, they have got toll-free number. Any member can just lift the phone and call on that number. The machine records the message, and actually they have a protocol that within 48 hours that message must be replied, and the problems will solve. And thirdly, they have got in every village, they actually identify some very consistent and active members, 5-6 of them, and they call them village contact group. And they're actually taken through a process of training and all, how actually they maintain relations with all their members, and also promote membership to the other farmers. Right. So like this. So this 3-pronged strategy of actually remaining connected is applied. So that is what I'm talking about, the membership related issues. Second is operations and management. Operations and management. So what is that required? You need the trust of your member. How do you get the trust of members? By transparency, honesty. How do you have the transparency, honesty? So they have done is everything automated. The farmer brings his milk. He has a code number. The code number is entered and the milk is tested. There is automatic testing. The quality, quantity, everything is done. And then the data transferred directly to the computer server, central head office server. Okay. So, and he gets a message that your milk is valued so much quantity, this, that. He knows how much milk happened and what is the price of it. And every time he gets, 2 times he's doing it, every time he gets this message. 10 days, if he adds up total, exactly same amount he'll see on the 13th day in his bank. So everything is automated. Nothing actually is, there's no cash transaction at all. Everything is a bank transaction. So he gets paid to his bank, right? So there is a necessity that everyone must have a bank account if you want to become a member. Now think of, 70% women are actually the members. So it was not that easy because they did not have all of them the bank account number. So we had to really convince them to have this number. Now these women say that's a great thing that has happened because they have really been empowered. She decides if the check has to be signed and if the money is to be drawn, her husband cannot just go. He has to take her to the bank and she feels really privileged. So it's quite an empowering, thing that has happened in the rural areas. Okay. Then whatever operations this PCs does, there is a standard operating procedures which is defined that this is will happen this way, membership will happen this way, collection will happen this way. All that is defined. And if any change has to happen, first they have to change the SOP and then only a change can be. So there is no ad hocism. So that everybody knows what is happening and where. If something going wrong, so it has to be systemically addressed, not ad hoc way addressed. Because the moment you bring it ad hocism, then it leads to a lot of corruption because then they will break the practices and all, they can do anything. So that's another aspect of it. That's why I call operation and management, how to really ensure honesty and integrity. And there is a continuous capacity building. It's a very important aspect. Unless you keep people really trained and capacity built to handle such institutions, they cannot. There's a huge. And lastly, but very importantly, is the robust database. So which farmer has given how much of milk and all that data is captured for years. And you'll say why. So I'll tell you, when there is an election for directors, so they decide if you want to become a director, then you must have been active member for last 2 years of certain level. So where is the data? So reliable data is from the data or robust data ITVS. The one example. Second, year end, I have to give the incentive or I have to give you some benefit. So how do I give? So they say who is the most consistent? At least 200, the minimum requirement was met. Only they get the benefit. So that is again the data gets into account. Thirdly, they have decided if any member leaves the producer company because of age or whatever factor he has sold his animal and all that, then he can actually surrender his shares and get back the money that he has invested. But when he gets back, he may not get only the share capital, but he can get also a premium. So the members who had joined beginning and who are joining now, there is a difference because they have created a huge net worth. And that advantage the new members is getting. So 100 rupees share, maybe they have to actually put in 50 rupees more, 150 rupees. But then when I leave out and I have been a good member for last 5 years, then I get 150 rupees back. So if we come say maybe 1,000 rupees, like say premium could be 900 rupees. Today it is 300, 500 crore rupees net worth. Suppose become a 10,000 crore rupees net worth. Then obviously your share premium will be much higher. So these farmers who will be living at that stage will be huge money they'll get as a, back share company, the money which is returned for that, whatever money will come to the account will be a huge money. It's just not the money that they had invested. Right. So that also requires a lot of data of a longer period. Not everybody gets it. So over a period, you must have maintained at least 5 to 7 years of active membership. Then you get that. Otherwise, you'll get only 100 rupees back. So all that is done to actually make this an economic enterprise so that farmers are incentivized, and actually if they are incentivized in a positive way, it benefits each one. So nobody can take advantage or wrong advantage of the system. And lastly, governance. Governance is actually ensured that how do we maintain inclusivity? Even the smallest person should be represented. So what they do is they categorize the membership into 3 parts: small, medium, and large. And they say that if the large fellows are giving, say, 30% of milk, the 30% of position on the board goes to the large. If maybe 40% comes from medium, the 40% board position goes to the medium farmers, and another 30% comes from the small fellows, then that position goes to the small fellows. So that way, every voice is heard in the board. That is how. And when they have election, the small fellows can vote for the small category director. So that way there is exclusivity. It's not that medium and big fellows can outvote the small fellows to their liking. So that cannot happen. So all that has been done beautifully in a well thought out way. Okay, so I'm not getting much into that. There is another thing. How do we govern? Board's role is not getting into the operations, typically which happens the cooperative. Cooperatives find the board taking the day-to-day decisions, sales, purchase, labor, all that. And when it comes to policy, is left to the employees. But here it is not. By a practice, it has been ensured that policies decisions are by the board and the operational decisions are by the CEO and his team. Okay, next please. Typically, why I was thinking that this would be very important, the Madhya Pradesh is quite, go to the next slide, please. Madhya Pradesh is quite an important state in terms of millet production. In our country, the highest production of millet is in Rajasthan, then comes Maharashtra, then comes Uttar Pradesh, Karnataka, and then is Madhya Pradesh. So it's the 5th largest state, producing actually millets. But I'm surprised nothing has really happened so far in the millet sector of any sort of a successful producer company that has been set up in Madhya Pradesh. So there is a lot of space, and probably we sitting here could do. Millets are very important from the nutrition point of view, all of us know. Very rich in whatever type of nutrition that we are talking about. So why can't actually we do something that, these farmers get more interested in producing this millet, and not only in Madhya Pradesh. This has market across the country. Today, see the price of the millet in the urban area, it has become such a fab product, that is not available. And the farmer go to the villages, he is still not able to get a good price for his produce. So why can't we do something there? So I thought maybe there is a possibility of setting up, producer companies in the millet sector in Madhya Pradesh. Okay, next. But when you do that, I think there is a lot of thinking that has to be done. Like typically one like to address the 3 aspects: the productivity, the handling losses, and the market linkages. So these 3, if you can address very, very succinctly, I think you have made the pathway for a successful producer company. I'm not getting in detail because I thought that maybe a few of you have got some exposure to setting up or probably the producer company. So I'll leave at that. But then now onwards, you can think of, and maybe if there is a need or there is a possibility, we can engage further. Yeah, next. Okay, go ahead. Next. Yeah. So that's what it is. If there is any such a thing, that probably CFNS has got the bandwidth to help you in all this. And if not you, maybe there'll be organizations which you are working across, they would be doing it. But for you, especially you are working in the nutrition side, or trying to actually embolden, strengthen the nutrition side in our rural area or the urban area, it makes a lot of sense to get into this, because in long run, I'm talking about not a perspective of a year or 2 years, 10, 50, 20 years, we're talking about, unless you address the production of food, which is of nutrition quality, which can feed the nation whatever we need, I think all these interventions probably will not yield the result that we are talking of. So probably this is a larger issue that needs to be addressed. See, why I'm talking about this? Get into 70s. 70s, the total meat production in our country was 20 million metric tons. Okay, about 112 grams per capita availability. I think we are really impoverished in terms of milk availability per capita. And what was the population? Was almost half of what we have today, or maybe 1/3. Still, it was 112 grams. Today, how much? 438 grams of milk is available per capita, and the population has tripled. So how it has happened is the dairy sector, actually, whatever you say, a credit goes to the operation flood, and what NDDB did in terms of actually providing a market of for milk to every producer in every nook and corner, by linking whatever ways, means and all that. And that resulted in this. Similarly, it can be done in the other sector, in the agricultural sector. And actually, that will go a long way in meeting the nutritional need of the country. So from that point of view, I feel this is something which we should reflect carefully and work on it. Thank you. Any questions, please?
Any question? Is there conceptual presentation to this group? Because not many people have been involved in this kind of activity. But there is an attempt to relate that to the experience with nutrition. Because when in the morning I was telling that eat right, grow right. When you say eat right, grow right, how the farmer will grow something which we say right in the sense that it should be nutritionally appropriate and useful for the consumer, that will provide access to nutritious food. So how they will do? They will be able to do it provided they have got a viable market and they have got a viable organization. The producer company concept is in a position to provide that viable option to the farmer, to the producer. So that's why that is the purpose for which we decided that we'll introduce this
element in the discussion today. And in CFNS, we have created a domain to assist organization, institutions, and even for producer entities to work in this direction. And fortunately, or incidentally, the present focus on millet, which is termed as the nutrition, basically the Prime Minister has told, and in the policy also, the focus on millet has been provided to address the issue of malnutrition. So therefore, it makes even better sense that around millet, if we can think in terms of creating these strong producer entities. That is the whole purpose. And besides millet, we talked about the other source of good nutrition is vegetable. Other source of good nutrition is probably, there are many other products. I'll not say that in Madhya Pradesh, probably the egg and fish is not a part of the scheme. But if you look at the places like Assam, Odisha, Jharkhand, and all that, the egg is provided. And egg comes from a very strong producer entities around poultry. And when Mr. Ramsingh was making presenting that in milk, they have got about 65 to 75% contribution of consumer rupee the producer gets. Poultry also similar thing. Except milk and poultry, no other commodities in the country gets that kind of share of consumer rupee for the producer. So we strongly believe, and we are prepared to spend more time and make good presentation and good discussion, strategy, structure, design, everything we are prepared to work with you if there is an interest. And Madhya Pradesh being the 4th largest state in promoting FPOs, I think it makes a good case. And also it is a prominent state in millet production. I think we have all the chances of making Madhya Pradesh as the leader of producer company and leader in millet production. So and this is an opportunity to do so. So this idea is injected to give a push to this. Thank you. Any questions? It may be irrelevant, but anything that comes to your mind, even if you can challenge the thought.
So Shriram sir, it was a very energetic presentation, and well, but it has evolved some thoughts in my mind. So I don't know whether it is relevant or it's not, but I would like more clarity on how these FPOs are different from the cooperatives. So because the cooperatives also, they have historically they have started like this only, like the group of farmers or group of the dairymen, but eventually it was took over by the government. The government said ki we should put our per one person in this place because you are not able to manage this, and ultimately it was all disrupted. So how this FPO can be protected from this, and we are talking for 10 years ahead the line when the farmers will actually get the profit. But any institute, historically we see the cooperatives were same like this. So what?
I got it. I think a very valid question, and probably this was a question in the 80s, we were struggling with at NDDB. I told you that the cooperatives have got, archaic law. It's antiquated law. I mean, very old law. And actually the cooperative law which came in India in 1904, the British time. And their law in all sphere of life was basically to control people because they were the rulers. So it was a king's mentality, and they were from that mentality designing the laws. So basically they told that it is to help people, in the famine and in drought and all that. And that is why this law has come. But in reality, this law was actually having so many disabling provisions, so many powers given to the registrar of the government, that actually cooperative became, for all practical purposes, a government operatives. That's what I told in the beginning also. But that law, even over a period of 1904 to we are talking about 2023, has not changed much. And they suggested a model cooperative law where they remove all the government these powers. But since it removed all the powers of the government like this, none of the state government actually liked the law, and that is why they did not go for it. So then immediately realized it will take us not decades, it may take us centuries to actually change the cooperative law. So that's not the route. Then what is the route? The route is, why can't we have a law in the Company Act itself and make a chapter which actually allows the cooperative type of organization registered in the Company Act?
Voice not coming. Not audible, sir.
Not audible. Oh, hello. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. So, oh my God. You, by saying so, you broke my entire flow. Okay, so it was thought what to do. So then, like what we have in other countries, in probably New Zealand. So New Zealand also, the cooperative, they registered in the normal act, the companies, and they have got another registration they have to do in some, which actually allows them to function. Some exemptions are granted as a cooperative. Similar thing was in Australia. Similar thing is also in the US and all that. So it was felt, why don't you do also here? So that way, the local intervention, who actually disturbs the cooperative, is the local registrar, because they have the political linkage they want to control. They want their person to be the chairman, and the government wants it to be operated on their advice. So, okay, so it was felt, and all these provisions were taken care of when the producer company chapter was designed, drafted, and it was introduced in the Companies Act. So it says it works on the cooperative principles, but it's called mutual assistance principle, same 7 principles. But it works as any private enterprise would work. So that is why the law provides that the government cannot hold share in a producer company. Government cannot put nominee on the board of the producer. All that is written there. So that is why this is totally different. It cannot have the same fate as you have seen in the cooperative. I hope that answer. If not, you can engage with me separately. 2 hours I'll spend on this and establish why things cannot happen and what more you can do not to happen. One more thing I should add, after you have asked the right question. See, typically in the in the cooperatives, you will find most of the directors are the ones in the dairy company who do not have cows, buffaloes. And they are the directors. Actually, there could be chairman also. But only just before the election year, 1 year, in their name, somebody pours milk because he becomes eligible to get elected. Such a thing, how to get rid of? So all that has been thought of by article of association provisions. The producer company may not help you, but producer company is very enabling to write the law. I mean, your own article of association, how do you govern in an enabling manner? That's what we have done in the producer company. Another we did is, any person who actually is a political person, gets elected even as a sarpanch in the village or becomes MLA, MP, or whatever, he cannot remain a director in the company. Third, if you want to become a director, you must be at least 12th pass. Because you come and sit in the board, I can't read even 20 pages. And how can you govern and decide 100 crores of business? All this is, very enabling. And this allows, actually, the law allows you to have, because all the freedom is given by the act. Use that, no, but nobody does that. So what they do is, I visited one producer company in Manipur, right? And they were again a dairy producer company. I found there were 13 directors and none of the director has any cow, buffalo. Well, what sort of company you have made? And whosoever giving milk, they're not giving them the membership. So these things actually can be removed not by the law. It has to have an enabling practice. And then you succeed. That producer company has died. And I told them that you cannot survive. This is the way. If farmers actually is not benefited in true sense, why should you continue with him? That's a simple thing. These producers have 9 lakh members. Why don't they leave? You won't believe in the dairy sector in Rajasthan, government has decided to give the subsidy of 5 rupees per liter. These producer companies were somehow not given by the government, although there are a lot of dialogue going on. They told if you give you, then there'll be every day some producer company will be set up by private fellow and they'll ask for this money. So still dialogue is going on. But the farmers failed that, even if that 5 rupees is not going, it's still the milk poured at the producer company's outlet, I mean, the pooling point has not dropped. Why? Because there is a lot of corruption on the other side. That 5 rupees does not get directly transferred to the farm. So that is honesty, integrity. That's what it makes it. Okay. Yeah, I think some people are looking at watch, so I started looking at.
Yeah, no, this is an interesting question. Since everybody is from MP, they would know, so I'd like to share some related things. In MP, there is a Dugdh Mahasangh, Milk Federation. And who is the chairman of the Milk Federation? Who is the MD of the Milk Federation? Who are the directors? There are some IS officers. There are some non-IS, also there are IS. And many of you would have, also known, there used to be an organization called MP Tilan Sangh. Tilan Sangh tha, and it was a very huge organization. मैं तिलन संघ का बात कर. So it was a part of the oilseed vegetable oil program, which was initiated by National Dairy Development Board. And I happened to be the focal point of that program where Siram also worked with me. So that project, in the milk cooperative, both are cooperative project. In the dairy cooperative, we saw that politicians are there, non-farmers are there, people without having milk, cows or buffalo there in the board, and bureaucrats are running the show. Then in oil, we thought that we will make it democratic and we will make farmer owned. So we announced that we got the government agreed because money was from NDDB. So NDDB negotiated with the government and they said that we'll like to have farmer elected boards. So we got farmers on the board. But one mistake we did, I'm a part of that mistake, that the condition that members should have certain area of land, should be a oilseed grower. So many politicians, they became overnight, they became oilseed grower. सबके घर में कुछ ना कुछ जमीन है, तो वो बोलती है हमें oilseed grower declaration देना है, और there are no other enabling instrument, so they became oilseed growers. And by virtue of that, because they're political people, तो गांव से elect होके आके फेडरेशन का डायरेक्टर बन गए, चेयरमैन बन गए. The moment they become the chairman and directors, they started following the chief executive, who are professional chief executives, professional managers. They said, we will decide at what price we will buy. We will decide at what price we will sell. We will decide the exports, because in the oil cake was a very hugely exported product, de-oiled cake. We will decide. We will buy gunny bags, huge number of gunny bags required. We will decide on the labor contract. We will decide on the transport contract. So all this had started. And once you become a vested interest, life is very short. And we saw like set of cards, one after the other, all Tilan Sanghs in 9 states of India collapsed. So this is a success story and there is a failure story also, which was a part. And I thought probably you will be able to know. But on this backdrop, the producer company is, the concept of producer company is born out of this experience. And this has insulated all those loopholes. And that's why you saw 21, the producer companies that what Siram was mentioning, they are the most successful, viable, scalable, sustainable organization. So if you really want to change the nutrition landscape, if we focus through a empowered enterprise mode of the farmers, of the growers, we can achieve it.
Vegetable. Yeah.
नेशनल हॉर्टिकल्चर बोर्ड का मैं नोडल अधिकारी हूँ। हमारे जो फार्मर्स हैं वो पॉली हाउस, हाईटेक में फ्लोरिकल्चर, कट फ्लावर, और हमारे किसान भाई वेजिटेबल जो ले रहे हैं, लेकिन उनको मार्केट नहीं मिल पाता। मार्केट नहीं मिलने से उनको बहुत लॉस होता है। जो उनका प्रोडक्ट है, जो उनका उत्पादन है, उसमें उनको बहुत लॉस होता है। इसके अंतर्गत पीएमएपी योजना है, प्रधानमंत्री कृषि मतलब एक योजना है, पीएमएपी प्रधानमंत्री उद्यम योजना है। उसके अंतर्गत हमें उनको फूड प्रोसेसिंग के अंतर्गत उनको यूनिट डाला है। जैसे अनाज का हमारा पारंपरिक जो किसान भाई है, जो पारंपरिक खेती करता है, ऐसे किसानों के लिए हमने आटा चक्की एक अपना ब्रांड बनाए खुद का, और मसाला उद्योग लगाए। उस पर आप जैसे धनिया पाउडर, मिर्च पाउडर, हल्दी पाउडर, इस प्रकार के प्रोडक्ट बना के हमने एक स्वयं सहायता समूह जो ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में हैं उनको आत्मनिर्भर बनाया है। और इस स्कीम के अंतर्गत भारत सरकार की तरफ से 35% उनको सब्सिडी है। और हमारा गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया से एक समझौता हुआ है, चाहे वो नेशनलाइज बैंक हो, चाहे वो प्राइवेट बैंक हो, उसमें 9% ब्याज दर में उनको सब्सिडी दी गई है। इस प्रकार 6% ब्याज दर में उनको छूट दी गई है। इस प्रकार से वो अपना लघु उद्योग डालकर आत्मनिर्भर बन सकते हैं। और हम इसका प्रचार प्रसार भी कर रहे हैं। भोपाल जिले में करीब 90 ऐसे यूनिट डल गए हैं जिन्होंने अपना मसाला उद्योग, अचार है, पापड़ है, बरी है, और अपने जैसे दाल मिल है, राइस मिल है, और बड़े ऐसे उद्योग जो फूड प्रोसेस से संबंधित हैं, ऐसे यूनिट डालकर हमने उनको आत्मनिर्भर बनाया है। और मैं आपको ये बताना चाहूँगा कि हॉर्टिकल्चर की प्रमुख योजना जो न्यूट्रिशन के लिए है, वो हमारे जो आंगनबाड़ी होती हैं, उन आंगनबाड़ियों में हमने उनको बीज दिया है। जैसे पालक का बीज है या हमारी बेल वाली सब्जियां हैं, इस प्रकार से किचन गार्डन में हमने उनको लगाया है जिससे उनको न्यूट्रिशन मिल सके। और हमारे एक स्कीम है, गरीबी रेखा से नीचे जीवन यापन करने वाले हमारे जो परिवार हैं, उनके आसपास जमीन होती हैं और जो पानी, जो वेस्ट, जो निस्तार का पानी होता है, वो वेस्ट चला जाता है। तो ऐसी जगह पे हमने उन्हें पालक की जो भाजी होती है, या बेल वाली सब्जियां होती हैं, या दूसरी जो सब्जियां लगा के उनको वहाँ से प्रोटीन, विटामिन्स, मिनरल इस प्रकार से उनको मिल जाता है। तो इसमें काफ़ी उसमें परिवर्तन आया है कि लोगों में एक इस प्रकार के प्रोटीन मिले हैं। और इतना उत्पादन उनके यहाँ हो जाता है सर कि मार्केट में बेच के वो अपनी आय को भी उससे बढ़ा रहे हैं। तो मैं समझता हूँ सर, से मेरा एक क्वेश्चन है कि हमारे जो फार्मर्स हैं, चाहे वो वेजिटेबल हो, चाहे वो फ्रूट्स हो, चाहे वो अपने फ्लावर, कट फ्लावर हो, हमारे भोपाल में काफ़ी कर रहे हैं, उनको सर मार्केट नहीं मिल पाता है। मार्केट के लिए यदि आपके कोई इस प्रकार की योजना हो या आपसे संपर्क करके यदि उनको मार्केट मिल पाता है, तो हमारा जो खाद्यान्न है, हमारा जो प्रोडक्शन है, हमारा जो उत्पाद है, वो वेस्टेज ना हो। क्योंकि कोविड-19 में इतना वेस्टेज हुआ, इसी के मद्देनजर हमने उनको फूड पोषण यूनिट डालने का ये एक स्कीम चलाई है। और ये जो स्कीम है 2020-21 से प्रारंभ होके 2025 तक समाप्त हो जाएगी। क्योंकि इसमें एक अच्छी बात यह है कि हमारा यदि कोई फार्मर्स है या कोई हमारे शिक्षित बेरोजगार बहन और भाई हैं, उनके लिए 1 लाख से लेके 10 लाख तक कोई भी प्रॉपर्टी को मॉर्टगेज नहीं करना है, और वो अपना छोटे से छोटा एक फुट पोषण यूनिट लगाकर आत्मनिर्भर बन सकते हैं। यदि इससे ज़्यादा का यदि वो यूनिट लगाना चाहते हैं 10 लाख के ऊपर, तो उनको प्रॉपर्टी को मॉर्टगेज करना है। तो मैं समझता हूँ कि हमारे जो गांव में स्व सहायता समूह हैं और भी जो समूह है, इंडिविजुअल इस प्रकार का फूड प्रोसेसिंग लगाकर वो आत्मनिर्भर बन सकते हैं और एक अपनी आय का साधन बना सकते हैं, और अपनी आय को 2 गुना नहीं 4 गुना कर सकते हैं।
हेलो हेलो
जी सर।
Oh, half this microphone is only useful.
ओके I think we're running short of time also. So actually मेरा सीधा आपका जवाब है कि if you are looking for a market by all these producers into a third party hand, then you are doing the mistake. See, the cream lies in the market. कमाई कहाँ होती है? बाजार में होती है. सुबह सुबह हमारे फुसी साहब बता रहे थे ना, सरकार, समाज और बाजार. हाँ, तो समाज में आप काम करते हो, दैट इज कम्युनिटी एंड ऑल दैट, एंड सरकार की तरफ से आप हेल्प दे रहे हो, आप ही सरकार का आदमी हो, सरकार समाज तो ले आए. बाजार आपने छोड़ दिया किसको? भाई तीसरा कोई हमारा खरीद ले, बेचवा दे. तो ये जो बेचवाएगा वही सारा कमाएगा. सो व्हाई डू लिव इट टू दैट? Actually, the market has to be in the hands of the farm organization. That's the only answer. How it happens? It can happen only when it's not 10, 2 or 5 of them. It can happen only thousands of them joined together. There is a bargaining power. There is scalability. Then they can actually talk to the third party that this much quantity we control and this is the price we need. You tell us whenever you need, what quality, what quantity and what time we'll be able to provide. That's the answer. But what हम क्या करते हैं? छोटे छोटे शुरू कर दिया, अब बोलते हैं कोई खोज जाए, कोई आ जाए जो हमें मार्केट दे. वो क्या करेगा? औने पौने दाम में ले जाएगा, क्योंकि आधा वो सही दाम में कमाएगा अपने लिए, आपके लिए थोड़ी कमाएगा वो. So answer lies in creating institution which actually control the integrated by entire value chain, not just only the part of collecting, pooling and all that. So that's the one my answer.
नहीं, एक फार्मर प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी आई थी सर यहाँ, उन्होंने कलेक्शन सेंटर भी बनाए, लेकिन कुछ उसका मतलब रिजल्ट नहीं निकला सर. राणा ग्रीन के हैं के प्रोड्यूसर. जी जी, ओके. नहीं, लेकिन सर उन्होंने एक कलेक्शन सेंटर बनाए हुए थे और वो खरीदते थे फार्मर से. जी जी जी
उनके लिए कंपनी बनाऊं तो मेरा कंपनी है.
जी जी
वो बोलने का है, हमारा कॉन्सेप्ट का बात कर रहा हूँ. ये प्रोड्यूसर इफेक्ट है ओके कंपनी.
ओके
वो शेयर होल्डर
जी
और वो प्रोड्यूसर का शेयर होल्डर के बारे में बताएं. वो डिफरेंट.
जी, हमने इस प्रकार के क्लस्टर बनाए सर. वेजिटेबल के बनाए हैं, मेडिसिन के बनाए हैं और फ्रूट्स के बनाए हैं. और अपना भोपाल के अंदर ही है जो करीब 30, 40, 50, 60 एकड़ में वेजिटेबल ले रहे हैं. ऐसे किसानों को मैं इस पे जोड़ा जाए तो कम से कम उसको कुछ लाभ मिले. नहीं जोड़ेंगे सर, वो जुड़ने को तैयार हैं. अच्छे शिक्षित लोग हैं जो करीब 50, 60, 60 हज़ार का पैकेज छोड़ के आए हैं. वो फार्मिंग कर रहे हैं, बहुत अच्छी फार्मिंग कर रहे हैं. और मैंने उसका वीडियो भी बना के यूट्यूब पर डाला हुआ है सर. तो बहुत अच्छा कर. सर इसमें हेल्प करेंगे आपकी.
Okay,
बेटर प्राइस मिलेगा उनको.
जी जी
okay, let's engage. No, I think let's not use everybody's time for this.
जी, जी.
Okay. अलग से आप बात कर लीजिए कैसे करना, क्या करना. Then we can go ahead. Anything else?
One point.
Yeah, please.
When you started presentation, I was listening in a view of farmer because we do grow crop. I have a rice farm,
Oh, great.
and it was very. Your first slide was giving so much of this one. The idea of cooperative and company, food company. There are see, if you'll see over a period in your presentation, you mention about the problems those were with the cooperatives also start coming into the your food producer companies. And you mentioned also in between what Dr. Rahul sir was asking you about what is the difference and what are the challenges. Even if one line in your presentation was very 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 much an answer to the question that Dr. Rahul sir has asked. If you have good law in the place, but had to ensure that it has to be implemented in the manner that you have produced the law.
Okay.
Right. So, not a question, but what you said is if the same things are getting repeated or reflecting, we need to look into the implementation. One. Second is in the society, so diverse society like India, where the dominant communities and dominant groups are meant to dominate these organizations. So-called cooperatives are so. In Maharashtra, we have a cooperative movement who has changed the lives of people and the entire region. Though they have demerits, but if you keep the loose ends, it is always will happen that the dominant community, dominant people will encroach the organization. One is this. Second, you mentioned many times in your presentation and answer also, a person who is doesn't have an buffalo, how he can be a chairman and director. So that doesn't in my view doesn't suits, or it violates the idea of the rights and equity, or right of representation what our constitution gives us.
No, I don't think that's a misplaced notion. Two things you told. First thing is, when I was talking about the typical ills that you see in the cooperative, because the law itself has got, defects. But whereas all those defects have been answered in the producer company law, okay, that has been taken care of. But I wrote also in bold letters, law itself is not enough for a successful institution. Actually, how you implement, how you adopt the practices that you have taken, that also actually contributes almost 50% of making a institution successful. So producer company has a good piece of law. But if you don't actually have a good practices, like what I was talking about, the members, the operations and the governance, if you do not reap the advantage of this law and actually have your article of association drafted carefully, then it's a one leg is very strong, the other leg is weak, and then obviously you will be walking in a lame manner. Then I talked about things creeping in. No, wherever they have addressed these issues, which I talked about, these producer companies, such a problem has not come. But if you do not address these issues, then obviously it will come, no? It will creep in, because law cannot actually take you and put you at a pedestal. You have to use the law as stairs. And if you do not have your both feet are actually strong enough, you cannot walk up the steps. But the steps are there. So that is how it is, right? And the second part, people will take advantage of it because society is actually divided, diffracted, and there are some powerful people, some very weak people. Yeah, you're right. But then that is where the catch lies. How do you write your governance system in the Article of Association that such a thing does not happen? And it will not happen. This is not possible in the cooperative, because it says one member, one vote, and no differentiation, nothing. Whereas it says you can have this type of, you can design it that way as you have written in the article, so it will be governed. So that gives you that scope, which is not there in the cooperative law. That is how it makes a huge difference. Okay.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful presentation. We will now summarize the key insights gained throughout the roundtable and outline a roadmap for the way forward. This will include actionable recommendation and steps to be taken to ensure the dissemination and implementation of best practices across Madhya Pradesh. I would like to call Dr. Manisha Pandit, Manager Knowledge Management and Research, CFNS, to please take up the presentation.
So I will be sharing the observations that we have, the key points to focus on while brainstorming during the day. Number one, nutrition focus has been on SAM, but we need to address the entire comprehensive package. Number two, we also need to look at the children, the wasted children less than 6 months, along with the severely underweight. That means growth faltering should be addressed. Addressing early growth faltering should be one of our key focus. Nutritionally at-risk infants, low birth weight needs to be admitted to newborn intensive care unit or sick newborn care units. The focus should be on preventive part, where we talk about the infant young child feeding practices, complementary feeding, micronutrient supplementation. Also, during the session, we had come with the recommendation that the development partners will be called by Department of Women and Child Development to brainstorm for the action plan for the way forward for the state. States should also look into bringing the augmented THR for children with SAM and MAM, as we had seen in the presentations from Odisha, Rajasthan, and Telangana. Rajasthan has successfully identified and registered 100% of under 5 children as per census. MP can also look into the ways we can apply in our state. Odisha, Telangana have used state funds for separate and additional THR for children with SAM and MAM. MP can reflect, Madhya Pradesh can reflect on this and look into exploring this in the state. Many examples have come up from the partners reflecting on how they are addressing the direct nutrition interventions and nutrition sensitive interventions. For example, in the recent presentation also, we saw how empowering the producers will lead to improved nutrition of the country. This can be one of the takeaways from the day. Based on all these observations, Madhya Pradesh state can devise a comprehensive plan for addressing gaps in integrated management of SAM and MAM and a separate THR for the children with SAM and MAM. So these are the recommendations. We'll be drafting it and we'll be sharing it with all. And yeah.
Idea that we'll provide a micronutrient sachet to the women and to the Anganwadis, and they will put it in the while cooking, and that will improve the nutrition status, which is against the principles or the government of India law. That's why this, that some presentation was being made that hot cooked meal at the Anganwadi center is paramount, and the access to nutrition has to come from the food. Access to nutrition doesn't come from the pharmacy. That is even our father of nutrition has also prescribed. So we have to be very mindful about going on this path, not getting into externally supplementary, that means a kind of a micronutrient supplementation and all that kind of thing. When the child gets into a clinical stage, obviously you will have to get clinical response. That is what you are doing in terms of treatment and thing. But normal addressing the malnutrition issue, it has to be always on food based. So we have to be very careful in making recommendation in terms of supplementation. Like RUTF is no in this country. If we talk about RUTF, probably we are violating the principles of the law of the land. So you should be very mindful about that. Nothing goes surreptitiously into the system, and we are a collaborative organization, and we are coming to a collective, and all that we should not make in such kind of entry for which we will be seen differently by the system, by law for land. That is my suggestion.
Only a little caution. Government of MP and Government of India, they are already having programs for supplementation, which is like vitamin A supplementation, IFA supplementation, deworming. So those are the programs that should not be stopped just because we are saying that we have to focus on food. They should continue together. Also, the THR which is provided by DWCD is fortified. Fortification is a process wherein you are adding extra nutrients to the food, which is with those nutrients which are not there in that food. So that continues. But he is talking about RUTF and other things which should not be I should say advocated what he is telling. So we will continue. We should not be like saying now after going back from this consultation, we start saying that to stop IFA supplementation and stop vitamin supplement. That should not be the case. Yeah. Yeah. Just a clarity, yes.
Here's the supplement.
secondaries, vitamin, multivitamin, those can be viable. ICR is doing the right thing. So that was my perspective. Priority was that be mindful about those kind of because the calculus is analytical supplementation use, but supplementation is needed because everything we could not get from what so it is needed. But how ethically would we have it should not be.
Natural source is always
Natural source is always. And our law is also saying, otherwise our law would have not insisted on hot cooked meal in Angalwadi.
Thank you so much, sir. Yes, yes.
I think it is late, but just food for a thought, because most of the people are here from the so recently what we did is you all must have heard about the IMNCI, Integrated Management of Neonatal and Childhood Illnesses. So that is a one program which is a comprehensive program for identification of high risk children in the community. So with the state government, we are implementing or we have developed an application called decision support system for frontline workers. So which is getting implemented in all over the states. In the SAS Abhiyan, we have introduced and are all ANM and CHOs are supposed to use it. It is basically a algorithm based application where if you put together the symptoms of the children coming to your institutes, it will analyze and give you results, a summary of results where the child is get categorized into three categories, whether the child is in the red, yellow or green, and based on that the community health worker or the frontline worker take actions whether the child has to be treated at the her center or has to be referred. So if you are going to the field and interacting with the ANM or CHOs or your field staff, they can do inquire, ask, and see to it how it is been demonstrated. A beautiful dashboard of the information is also coming up. I was just sharing with Pushpaji, and there we are able to identify the children with the feeding problems, the children with the malnutrition, the children with diseases, you know, whether the children are having, if the children are having cough cold, whether they are having the pneumonia or severe pneumonia. The app is helping them to categorize by putting up the basic vitals. So just a request, I thought I'll share, and people those who are going in the field, they can also see and check it. Thank you. And the app, why the app is this one? Because if they will use app, they will not miss an opportunity to identify the high risk children. If a child is coming to you with the fever and if he is a malnourished, he is more vulnerable. So app will enable you to identify the child with fever and malnutrition. Thank you so much.
Yeah. And the recommendation, I like to personally add there are certain new things because discussed on only the presentation on the technology of the HR system with Maharashtra model factor. And then we talked about also 3 to 6, 0 to 6 months, and then 3 to 6, and because the Anganwadi child goes, and there is up to 3 years, 0 to 3, and up to 6 months, and 6 months to 3 years. So that segment is the neglected segment. What kind of things that can happen and all that. So those are the kind of things discussed. So let us bring that also of the discussion. We have a program in the country. We have a program, rural test program, urban test program, which is supposed to take care of time between 6 months to 3 years. And 3 years how it goes to the other one. And the cognitive development takes 1,000 days. So that most productive time of the child where we can do something, think something, some way, strengthening the test system. Let us look at that. So those are the kind of things got reflected today. So I like to add those things.
Thank you so much, sir. As we are approaching to the end of the conference, now I would like to please request Mr. Sachin to please felicitate Dr. Pushpa Avasti, nutrition specialist, UNICEF. I would request Dr. Manisha to please felicitate LC Bhakoria, horticulture officer, MP government.
थैंक यू। मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ श्रेया शर्मा जी को कि जिन्होंने हमें यहाँ आने का एक मौका दिया है। और मैंने न्यूट्रिशन के बारे में यहाँ काफ़ी लोगों से सवाल और सुने हैं, अच्छा लगा। हॉर्टिकल्चर का भी इसमें बहुत बड़ा महत्व है, न्यूट्रिशन, विटामिन्स, कार्बोहाइड्रेट, क्योंकि फल और सब्जियों में ये सारे पाए जाते हैं। तो हमारी ये कोशिश रहती है कि हमारे जो भी चाइल्ड हैं उनको अधिक से अधिक विटामिन्स, मिनरल्स मिल सकें। तो कुछ पंक्तियां हैं, मैं बोलूँगा। बिन पोषण ममता न पूरी, बिन पोषण ममता न पूरी, माँ की कितनी आस अधूरी। बिन पोषण ममता न पूरी, माँ की कितनी आस अधूरी। पोषण है हर बच्चे का गहना, और बिन पोषण सब आंगन सूना। बिन पोषण सब आंगन सूना। पोषण बिना किले कार्य अधूरे, पोषण बिना किल कार्य अधूरे। पोषण बिना संस्कार न पूरे, पोषण बिना संस्कार न पूरे। पोषण है बच्चों की परछाई, पोषण है बच्चों की परछाई। फिर पोषण कैसे हुई पराई, फिर पोषण कैसे हुई पराई। पोषण है बच्चों का अभिमान, पोषण है बच्चों का अभिमान। उससे पाते सब सम्मान, उससे पाते सब सम्मान। दो पंक्तियों और मैं कहूंगा कि पोषण तत्व अस तत्व है, अद्भुत अनंत अपार। और बच्चों के संस्कार का, और बच्चों के संसार का मैं ही हूँ आधार, और मैं ही हूँ आधार। धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, sir. Dr. Manisha, please felicitate. Thank you so much, sir. I would request Mr. Sachin to please felicitate Shri Ram Singh, Principal Advisor, CFNS. I would request Dr. Manisha to please felicitate Dr. Deepak, Center of Excellence, AIMS Bhopal. I would request Mr. Sachin to please felicitate Dr. Vijaya Lakshmi Panda, Antra Foundation. Yeah. Welcome to the board. Thank you so much, everyone. We are confident that this roundtable has served as a catalyst. UNICEF? I would like to request Dr. Manisha to please felicitate Dr. Suresh Parmar, UNICEF. Now I would like to request Mr. Sachin to please felicitate Dr. Rahul Singh, SCHOOL organization. उसका कुछ full form है ना? Society for
Society for Community. Sir, मैं भी भूल गया.
It's a big name you can call School for Development. It's Society for Community Health Oriented Operational Links.
Thank you, sir. We are confident that this roundtable has served as a catalyst for positive change, fostering a collaborative spirit that will contribute to the effective community-based management of severe acute malnourishment in Madhya Pradesh. Thank you all for your commitment to this critical cause, and we look forward to many such collaborative discussion and sharing. Thank you so much.
I request the WHH team, the UNICEF team, and the CFNS team to stay back for one picture, and the Center of Excellence.